Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering us together once again to celebrate our youth and their accomplishments. As we prepare for a busy day, let us all remember that we are here in the spirit of showmanship, knowing that we have all done our best. Heavenly Father, we ask to bless our advisors, superintendents, committeemen, and all of those who have supported our efforts. Lord, I ask that you watch over each of us as we travel our separate ways. Keep our eyes open and hands free of any distractions. In your name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Dylan. And ladies and gentlemen, if you could direct your attention to the Texas flag, we have Miss Madison Chalupka of Lubbock, Texas, a member of the Lubbock County 4-H, and she attends Christ the King Church, 11th grader, exhibiting horses and in the public speaking contest here to lead us in the pledge to the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God and one indivisible.
And now with our pledge to the U.S. flag, Adeline Chalupka of Lubbock, member of the Lubbock County 4-H, 9th grader at Christ the King, will be delivering our pledge to the American flag.
I pledge allegiance to the of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have a young man here who will be leading us in the national anthem. That's Ryan McSimpson from Rio Honda, Texas, a member of the Lyford FFA chapter, 10th grader there. He's showing Heifers and is a member of the Junior Brahman Association. Ryan?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Good job!
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, young people. Just one example of the great young people that this program raises, and we want to thank y'all for your service here in conducting our opening ceremonies this morning. Appreciate it. Good luck to you at the show. And at this time, we're going to ask our North Arena announcer, Mr. Doug Pierce, to introduce his first class, and I think our superintendents over on the south are ready to go, and we will have the introductions here on the South Arena. Mr. David Wolf, our senior beef cattle superintendent, will be officiating the show, and assisting with him and officiating the next breed will be Mr. Jason Ott in our South Arena for the Brahman show today. And the North Arena is our Simbra show, and Mr. Pierce will have the introductions there.
Well, thank you, Harvey. We will be showing our Simbra junior heifers on the north side of our judging arena. We have Mr. Donnie Montemayor, who will be our superintendent, along with a crew of interns, as well as our directors and a sweetheart from the Texas Junior Scimitar Simbra Association. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our judge, Deb Core from Pleasantville, Iowa. She is a graduate of South Dakota State University. Deb, along with her husband Mark and daughter Bailey and son-in-law Jared, operate Board Core Show Cattle, a multi-breed operation focusing primarily on show heifers and purebred breeding stock. Deb is judged at all the Texas major livestock shows, and we certainly thank Deb for traveling down to San Antonio to share her talents with us here today. Again, let's have a Simbra show. So all our first class, Class 1 Simbra heifers, we need you in the north staging area at this time. Class 2 Simbra heifers, start making your way up to the north staging area.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Final call for heifers in Class 1 Brahman Show, South Arena. Last and final call. Let's get them up. They're ready to show. You exhibitors in Class 2 of your Brahman Show, you can be making your way to the staging area. We're about to move in to the arena, your Class 1. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our judge for the Brahman Show today and all of the breeds showing in the South Arena. He's Mr. Brady Ragland. He grew up raising show animals near Lubbock, Texas. He attended Blinn College and then went to Texas Tech University, where he was a member of the 2011 National Championship Livestock Judging Team. He is currently living in Amarillo, Texas, with his wife, Charlie, and he is the CEO of the Tri-State Fair and Rodeo at Amarillo, and we're pleased to have Mr. Ragland back in San Antonio. He was serving as our San Antonio show director of competitive events here in San Antonio when this barn was in its first year of operation, and we're pleased to have Mr. Ragland back in San Antonio. Also assisting throughout the course of our Brahman shows are members of the Texas Junior Brahman Association, and we have a good number of those individuals on hand today. We're pleased to have with us their president, Kayla Strock, the vice president, Brooke Wanyura, the secretary, Lauren Bullock, the treasurer, Laura Cooper, the reporter, Claire Jalufka, and a number of directors, including Mackenzie Driver, Brock Sartwell, Katie Burnett, Lauren Locke, Lily Reed, Ryan Mackie Simpson, and then we have the queen of the Texas Brahman Association, as well as the director is Miss Madison Parker and the Princess Cecilia Guerra. Thanks to you young people for being on hand here at our Brahman Heifer Show today.
Simbra show has started in the north judging arena. We've got Class 1 coming into the ring, so we need all Class 2 Simbra heifers to the north staging area. Class 2 Simbra Heifers to the north staging area. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of our junior directors and officers that are with us here today to assist with our Junior Simbra Heifer Show. We have Ms. Keely Whitaker. Keely is the Texas Junior Simmental Simbra Association sweetheart. Also, we've got Ms. Cameron Skaggs and Mr. Jarrett Poole, both of which are directors for the Texas Junior Simmental Association. We're certainly glad to have these young people assisting our superintendents and interns in the show arena in our Junior Simbra show. Class 1 Simbras in the ring now. Class 2 Simbras, let's make your way to the staging arena.
Class 2 Gray Brahmins need to be checked into staging. Class 2 Gray Brahmins, let's check them into the staging area. Bring up those Gray Brahmins in Class 2. Let's get them checked in so we can keep rolling.
Okay, exhibitors, we've got Class 1 Brahman Heifers in the south arena being evaluated at this time, so we need Class 2 Brahman females to the south staging area. We've got a lot of cattle. We need to be on our toes and have them up here and ready. We've got Class 1 Simbra females currently being evaluated in the north judging arena, so Class 2 Simbra females, we need you to get your females up to the north staging arena. Again, as we previously announced, you'll need your original heifer papers with you when you come to the staging arena. Exceptions are the scramble certificates. You need a copy from the show. Doesn't have to be original paper, but it has to be a documented copy from the scramble office. So have those with you. We've got a real large
Well, good morning, everyone. A pleasure and honor to be here in San Antonio to evaluate our American cattle. This is quite a treat for me. These young people in this ring started us off the show here today with an exceptional set. I think we have 27 or so in this class. These young people drew the short straw and had the first class of the day. So I know there was a lot of early wake-up calls and a lot of time and effort to come out here. I want to applaud each of these individuals for bringing a nice project here to San Antonio. We've got a few that we're going to keep back and work through. We're going to have to excuse the rest just to make some room out here in the ring. But if we could, before they go, please put your hands together and congratulate these young people on a job well done.
It's great to see all of our spectators in the grandstands this morning, but we'd like to remind you that the San Antonio Livestock Show is live streaming all of the junior competitions here at the 75th Annual San Antonio Livestock Show. And if you have friends and neighbors that could not be here in person to support and cheer on these young people, please remind them that they can watch all of the judging activity in all of our barns by logging on to taylorfort.com/live. That's TAYLORFORT.com live. They're carrying the live streaming for the competitions here in the junior shows at the San Antonio Livestock Show. This is final call for staging Class 2 Brahman Heifers in the South Arena staging area. We had a request to repeat the web address for the live streaming of the activities here in the show ring today, and that live streaming address is www.taylorfort.com/ and the word live, L-I-V-E. taylorfort.com/live is the live streaming website for all of the competitions here in the cattle arena today, as well as those around the barn and our Wave 2 show that'll be taking place on Friday.
Well, good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be here with you in San Antonio this morning. A little bit of a cool start, but I'm guessing we'll heat up all day long, both around the ring as well as inside here. It's always a pleasure to come south. I'm a northerner. I live in central Iowa, but it's always a pleasure to come south to these major livestock shows. You guys just have such an incredible tradition in so many ways. You have an incredible set of young people, an incredible set of livestock. And so I've looked forward to this, and I really do think we're just going to have a great day. And I think this first class is just an excellent way to start with that. And we've got a lot of cattle to move through today, so we're going to move through them as fast a pace as we can. But believe me, I'm going to give every bit of attention to every exhibitor that walks in here. We probably aren't going to be able to talk classes from top to bottom simply because our classes are pretty big, and I say we got about 900 and some head to get through today. But we're certainly going to try to give you guys an idea of why we're doing what we're doing. I think this first set of cattle standing out here is really, really good. I like a lot of things about them. The young lady we're going to start the class with, I mean, she just kind of grabbed my attention when she came in the ring. I think this one does all the things that I'm going to be looking for today. Now, is she the biggest frame, the longest body, the heaviest weight per day of age in here? No, she is not. But that one right there, I think she puts together a really, really pleasant package from a balance standpoint. I think she's smooth in her lines, she's smooth in her joints, her body shape fits the size and dimension that she is. She's flat and she's angular. She's feminine about her front end. I just think that's an excellent, excellent way to start the class. Now, the one in second is different. She's certainly more powerful, and she's a big, productive, massive kind of female, and I love the extra dimension and mass that she has. When you get around behind her, I think she's got a notch more shape than the female right ahead of her. But for me, when we put these two heifers out here, I don't think she's as flexible and easy going right off her two rear pasterns as the heifer that we start with. I don't think she's quite as sweet and elegant about her front end, but that one's got a good big top in her. She's got good rib shape, and she too, when she gets set up on the side, she's an attractive, impressive kind of female. I just don't think she's as loose and free at the ground as the young lady we start with. Next young lady here too, she gives up just a little bit of balance in her front 1/3. But when you look at this one from the side, she's just excellent in the way she blends from her brisket or from her sternum to her forerib, her midrib, and out to her rear flank. I love the rib shape in that one. I think she's a high volume female. She handles her tailhead and her hip just really nice. I just thought she really does a lot of nice things to find her way and up into third hole. Young man with the red baldy, here too, here's one that attracts your attention when she comes in. She's just super attractive from the side, really good in her top. I like that about her. But in that last go, when we start to ask these heifers to move around the ring, she's not as free and easy on those rear pasterns. She wants to short step on me just a little bit. I'd like to give her just a notch more flexibility. I think these two red heifers directly in front of me are similar. They're big, high volume kind of females. They've got a lot of dimension, a lot of power, but they get just a little harder in their rib. They just get a little more tubular in the way that they're made. They get just a little bit coarser in their makeup, but good, useful kind of cattle that will go out, I think, be real producers for them. Young man coming next. Here's one that's just a little bit bigger frame. She starts to give up a tick of bone and dimension, maybe just a little power when you get around behind her. Young lady with the baldy coming here. Really, in terms of body type and kind, she's kind of similar to the female we start the class. I just like to clean her up in her lower 1/3. She's just got a little too much navel for me. It gives up some balance. She's just a notch finer in her bone. Here too is a long made, kind of clean fronted one. She too just gets a little tighter in her ribs, starts to give up just a little dimension. So the young people that we're going to finish the class with, and this just really is a high quality class from top to bottom, they just start to give up a little bit of rib shape. They maybe don't get out and flex as easy or give me the kind of stride that I need. But let's give them all a big round of applause for starting us off in a good way at your San Antonio show.
Second in our first class of Simbra females, again from Columbus FFA, Hayden Glick, and guess what? Third from Columbus FFA again, exhibited by Michael Eilert. Fourth in our first class from Wilson County 4-H, Wyatt King, our 5th place exhibitor. In class number 1 is Kendall Compton from Franklin FFA, placing 6th. Caitlin Hendricks from Mercedes FFA, our 7th place exhibitor. Griffin Dodson, Griffin's from Frisco Wakeland FFA. Our 8th place exhibitor, Heidi Bryan from ARP FFA, placing 9th. Leah Thorpe, Tarkenton FFA, and our 10th place exhibitor, Reese Dodson, Frisco Wakeland FFA. Congratulations to all those exhibitors in our first class of Simbra females. We're now leading Class 2 into the North Judging Arena. So Class 3, Simbra Heifers, we need you at the North Staging Arena at this time.
Well, this was an outstanding class. It's 27 or so here in the first class of the day, and then I think we're going to jump down to 6 and so on from there. So I knew when they told us those numbers that it was going to be a challenge to kind of work through that many, especially here at San Antonio with the quality that there is. But this class certainly lived up to the hype. Like I said earlier, I commend each of these exhibitors for getting up early, bringing their project here first thing in the morning, and you guys all did a great job. For me, if we can find one like our class winner in every class, it'll be a fantastic day. I thank this young lady for bringing a heifer to us like this to start off. She was the first one in the ring, and she's the one that is easy for me as a judge to set my eye to. I love the way this heifer's built at the ground. I think she's extremely good on her feet and legs. I think she has that advantage over the entire class. And then you take her above that, and she's one that's really beautiful in terms of her design, extremely feminine up to her front end. I like her top line. I like her hip set. I like her hip and rear leg both standing in motion. You get behind her and she's still got plenty of dimension and width and natural spring to her. Just an awfully good, complete type female that for me was kind of a no doubt winner even in this very, very deep class. Second and third I thought was a little bit of a challenge, and I think they're different in terms of their strengths. The more stark white female is going to be second, and to me she's a little stouter in her structural build, but her biggest advantage is when you get right around and study the cattle from behind. She's a little bolder and more natural in her rib design and her forerib shape. She's got a little extra width and power there through her lower quarter or stifle, and I thought she was maybe just a little stouter and bolder in her overall feature. Now compared to the class winner, or if you want to change her on her own, you want to level her up out of her hip just a shade and give her a notch more attractive set to her rear leg, both standing in motion. But like I said, I thought there was just a bit more natural width. I like that heifer quite a bit. The young man, I told him if there was was an award for showmanship, he'd certainly be right up there in contention. He gets this dark gray female stuck with the best of them. Head up, feminine, really neat to look at, standing there. She's one of the bigger framed females in the whole group. I appreciate her performance in that regard. You watch that heifer go away, and maybe she closes up just a bit compared to the one right in front of us. She doesn't quite have as much forerib or just natural body dimension as I read her, but I love her frame. I like her performance. I like her natural look and balance and femininity. The next gray female there is just a really solid, complete female. She probably gets out of her hip and rear leg just a shade better than the one in front of her. Maybe just a notch plainer in both her look and her overall feature as you study her from the profile. Didn't think she had quite the bells and whistles of the ones that precede her. That kind of red tinge female here, she worked her way up in class because she's feminine, she's refined, and then those things start to work against her as you compare her to the cattle in front of her. She's a little frailer in her bone work and a little tighter as you get her on the move. This heifer right here is right in front of the young man in the cowboy hat's got a moderate female, and for her frame size, probably as wide and bold and heavy muscled as anything. At times maybe doesn't quite hit us with that extra look and sharpness up through her front end, but an outstanding female. The exact opposite of the one right there the young lady has. Beautifully designed female that I thought was just a little green and immature in her makeup today. Young man's red tinged heifer leading there, big frame, long bodied, kind of runs out of just body shape and dimension down low. And then we run into some cattle that I think have a great structural build underneath them. That's why we kept them. Maybe just a nickel planer in their overall feature, not quite the extra look and design as some of those cattle in front of them. So great way to start us off, a tremendously deep class in terms of numbers and quality. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
We thank you, Mr. Franklin, for the comments here in our Brahman Class 1, and we'll be sharing with you our top 10 ribbon winners in this class. First place honors going to Sydney Gear of Lake Creek FFA. Your second place ribbon went to Addison Sanders of Wharton FFA. Third in the class is Beefmaster Whitworth of Rusk County 4-H. Your fourth place entry was from Kimberly Vasquez of Hook FFA. Taking fifth place was Leanna May, Tarkington FFA member. Sixth in the class was Denver Maddox Driver of Winsboro FFA. Seventh in the class to Madison Parker, Liberty County 4-H member. Eighth went to Brody Pop of Horton County 4-H. Our ninth place award presented to Riley Wilson, Pasadena Memorial FFA, and your 10th place ribbon. Winners during class 1. In your South Arena, we have our second class of the morning, females born during the month of March 2023. Attention, Gray Brahman exhibitors with entries in Class 3. You need to be reporting into the staging area at this time. Gray Brahman, Class 3, please check them into staging.
Class 3 Simbras, we need you to the north staging arena. Class 3 Simbras, we're kind of winding down the evaluation on Class 2, so Class 3, we need you to the north north staging arena. Class 3 Simbra heifers, make your way.
Another really good class here as we move through in your Simbra show, and a little harder to put together maybe on after I get past my first place heifer. Again, good quality kind of females. There's just some differences. You get to sort them out the way you like them, but it's my job today to go ahead and align them here today. But I think the easy thing to do in this class is to start with a young man here with the red heifer with the interesting birthmark there on her shoulder. I think right there, when you look at that one, that tells you why I went ahead and started with her. I think she easily combines all the good things that we're looking for in terms of balance and design with some excellent rib shape. I love how this one is made out through her hip and through her tail head. And then when I ask her to set down on those feet and legs, I think she sets them square. I think she sets them the way they're supposed to meet the ground. When we ask her to go, she's comfortable the way she gets out and travels. I just think that's a really, really good one to go ahead and start this class. They've got her in perfect shape in my mind in terms of having one that's ready to come to the show, but yet she's got a lot of future in that one. I love the way that one comes up from the top of her shoulder and up through her neck. She just sits perfectly, I think, in the angle. She's feminine and good about her head. I like that one a great deal. Young lady with this black and white heifer, to me, this one is a little bit of a problem for me. Standing right there, I think she's an easy fit in second. You love the extra extension that she has. She's just super long through her front end. She's just excellent in terms of length down her top and out her hip. I love the smoothness of joints that she has. I think she's really good from that perspective. She's sweet and she's clean and she's neat in her front 1/3. This female, I'd certainly like to see her more athletic when we ask her to get out and travel around the ring. She's just almost just like, I don't think it's so much structure. She almost acts like she's just a little sore on those feet for some reason. And, I don't know, and maybe I don't know what the answer is there, but everything about that female standing there to me says she needs to be in second hole when I get her out and ask her to travel. Like I say, she's just a notch more restrictive, or she's just not as comfortable, but that's a long, clean, smooth jointed one that's extremely elegant in her front 1/3. Young man here with this red heifer in third place too. When he gets this one stuck on the side, she resembles the profile of our top female, and she's good the way she comes out the top of her shoulder and upper neck. She's the shortest bodied of the three that starts this class, but I think that one balances up good from a rib shape design. I love the extra feature that this one has in terms of bone structure and bigness of foot, and I think she just put those things together in a nicer, more balanced package. Young lady coming here in fourth. This is a heifer you certainly appreciate from so many dimensions. And I wanted to use this one maybe even a little bit higher, but as she stands out here, she is the heifer of our top four that just gets a little coarser made all the way through. She's not as feminine and neat and sleek about her head. She's just got more shoulder to her. She is the big high profile or high powered heifer when you get around behind her, but she just gets a little coarser in her makeup. I just like to make her a notch more feminine through her front end of her body, but a good productive kind of female. Young lady coming with the white face, white stripped heifer, super level in her top. We love the design that she has there. She gets a little finer in her bone. When we ask her to get out and go, she's a little shorter in her step, a little quicker, a little more restricted from that standpoint. Young lady with the black and white female in front of me, a good balanced kind of female, and that she does most of the things pretty right. She just gives up a little bit of extra look, a little bit extra balance and power compared to some of the heifers above her. And we're going to finish the two class with two excellent exhibitors here, but heifers that find their way in this position simply because of structure. As we ask them to get out and go, you can see they're quite a bit shorter in their step. They're a little more restricted. They drop off their hip just a little bit. They're good, big frame, productive kind of females. They just have to have a little more go to them for me to get any higher today. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Second in our Class 2 Simbra females, exhibited by Elizabeth Lynn, from Norheim FFA. Placing third from Columbus FFA, Colson Lick. Our fourth place exhibitor is Jacob Merritt from Rusk County 4-H. Our fifth place exhibitor, Madison Davis, Blanket FFA. Placing sixth is Avery Eckelberg from Austin County 4-H. Our seventh place exhibitor, Addison Lucas, Fort Bend County 4-H. Placing eighth from Brenham FFA is Kate Martin. And our ninth place exhibitor from East Chambers FFA is Jessica Bordelin. Congratulations to all these exhibitors out of our second class of Simbra females. We're currently leading in Class 3. We have 11 entries in this class, so Class 4 Simbra Heifers, we need you to the north staging area.
Really a good class here, and top three to me rise to the top fairly handily. I wish that we could put some things of each one of these together and we'd have a runaway class winner. With that being said, the young lady with the dark gray female here, a female that I think sets the standard, the class standard, in terms of look, eye appeal, and profile. To me, she's the best balanced female of the group by some margin. I think a female that, to me, where she solidifies her win and where it becomes kind of a challenge, though, between her and first and second is when you get right to this three-quarter view that I'm at right now between these two heifers. She's one that still, with her extra look and her femininity and her attractiveness, she still comes to us bold in her center rib, got muscularity up high, she's thick out of her hip and wide down low. I appreciate all those things about her. Now, to be just a runaway winner, I wish she moved a little better, and it's not my natural tendency to lean to one that maybe is a little more up and down in the angle of her hock and her pastern. I'd like to stouten her up in her foot and her bone and her feature just a shade. But like I said, in this particular lineup, I think she has that unique combination of having the look from the side and still backing it up with some genuine width and some genuine dimension when you get right behind her. Just from the side view, in terms of one that looks like a great mature cow someday, the young man's got one in second. She's really good at the ground. I actually prefer her structural build over the one that we used to win. To me, I wish when we got right behind her, she came to us just a little more pulled apart in terms of her rib shape, just a little stouter in her overall feature. She gets a little plainer in that regard, but love her at the ground. Young man does a good job getting her showed. That's a very high quality show heifer. The kind of the dark tinge one in third. Excuse me, she's one that I love her length and her extension up through her front end and also from there back. She's one of the bigger bone, stouter featured heifers of the top three. She comes into just a little more pieces as you study her from the profile. I'd like to drop her in her forerib and back to her flank. She kind of wants to pigeon up a little bit up front as you watch her travel. So I didn't think the balance was quite there along with those top three, but I do like her length and I like her stoutness. Really a smooth made female coming out in fourth, one that kind of gets off in her hip just a shade. More than anything, I'd like to open that female up just a bit when you get right behind her. She certainly has a presence about her up through her front end. I love her rib design. I love her smoothness. Young lady did a good job showing her. That's an awfully nice female to sit in the fourth place hole for me. And then you run into three cattle here that they're good cattle. They're just a little greener in terms of their look. They're a little harder in their makeup. Young man's white female there is one that has some muscle and some width, just a little harder and a little rougher around the edges. Same for our darker tinged females leaving. They've got bone and foot and structure underneath them that you like for the long run. In this particular class, they look just a little green and immature and harder in their rib design. Great class. Let's congratulate those Brahman exhibitors.
And we thank you very much, Mr. Ragland, for that overview of our placings here in Class 2. And taking the blue ribbon, first place honor going to Bailey Gilman, Lindell, FFA. Second place award went to Teal Garrett Rankin, member of the East Chambers FFA chapter. Your third place award going to Ty Wayne Meyer of Wharton FFA. Fourth in the class went to Terry Self of Union Hill FFA. Your sixth place award earned by Holly Devant of Tidehaven FFA. And seventh in the class went to Peyton Humphrey of the East Chambers FFA. Congratulations to our ribbon winners here in the second class of our Great Brahman Show. Ready to start judging our Class 3 females born during February of 2023.
Class 4 Simbra females, we need you to the north staging arena. Class 4 Simbra females, we need you to the north staging arena.
Class 4 Brahman females need to be checking into the staging area. Class 4 Gray Brahman females, check in at the south staging area, please.
young lady that starts this class, I think, does so quite handily. For me, this one, she's really a big-bodied, solid kind of female, just a lot of dimension from end to end. You know, you work from her forerib. I love the center rib shape this one has, and when you get around behind her, she really has some extra dimension from every angle that you want to look at her. Surely for me, you know, I'd like to stretch out her front end a little bit, make her just a little bit cleaner and a little more attractive through her front 1/3. But I think where she really begins to excel, particularly over the heifers that stand in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, is structure. For one as powerful and as dimension fulfilled as she is, when she gets her, you ask her to get out and go, she really commands the ground pretty well. She's big in her foot shape. She's comfortable in the stride that she has. So I think tying that extra structure at the surface with the extra power and dimension that she has, for me, she surfaced relatively easy in this particular class. The next 3 heifers, like I say, I'd like to change them all the way they get out and travel at the ground. They're just up on their pastures a little bit. They just don't want to flex and have that soft, easy cushion as the female that starts the class. But I think this one here in 2nd follows the profile and shape of our class winner most closely. When we get them set up on the side, she's really good and strong from the top of her shoulder and through her loin and out her hip and tail head. I think she just profiles up for me just a little bit nicer, being similar in structure. That extra profile and attractiveness is what made her find her way into 2nd hole. Young lady with 3rd, again, the same body type and design as the females that we start this class with. She's got a lot of rib shape. She's really big and dimensional from that perspective. I think this is the most heavily conditioned heifer of the top 3. I think she's starting to carry plenty there. You'll want to keep that in check, I think, as you move down the show road. She has just a little more navel. She gives up just a little bit of balance. But where we'd really like to change her is just have her have a little more flexibility and whip in those last or in those pastures so that she could just travel out with a little more athleticism. Certainly a pleasant young lady here this morning. She's got her smile on, and that's important. This heifer just gives up a little bit total performance, maybe compared to the 3 heifers that we start above her. She gets a little bit rounder when you get around behind her. She gets just about notch wide at her hock. I'd like to see her just close up her step just a little bit, just have a little more get up and go when we ask her to move. Here's one that I would not argue with you if you want to move her up a couple spots in this class. And as she gets settled down out here, maybe she should be, but it was really kind of hard to get a read on her from feet and leg standpoint, as she was really just not acting very well for our exhibit today. This one is a super attractive one from the side. She's really good in her line. She's smooth in her joints. She's attractive in the look that she gives you. But she too, like I say, she just didn't want to get out and go. She looked really short and quick in her step. This one gives up the most power and dimension as compared to the females that walk ahead of her. But I think this one has a lot of future. As I say, as she gets out here and gets just a little more comfortable, I think this one, that will work to her advantage. But this one, if she matures, gets a little more power with a little more maturity and age and feet and all those things, this one is going to be one that's going to be hard to handle from a look and an attractiveness standpoint. Don't give up on that one, young lady. I think she's got some future ahead of her. As we move into our blonde-colored heifer here, a good long-sided female that's got some extra shape, some extra bone to her. She just gets a little more tubular in the way she's made in her rib. She doesn't have that flexibility and softness to the middle 1/3 of her body. I just like to soften her up in that perspective, but a good long-bodied, shapely kind of female. This young lady does an excellent job showman. There's no doubt in my mind that as she goes down the road, she's going to win some showmanship contests. She's done a good job with that female. This heifer just gets a little too narrow made from end to end for me. I'd like to pull her apart through her front end and through her rib. You get around behind her, she gets a little more closed up, particularly compared to the females that starts the class. But again, a nicely designed kind of female. The next two young people are bringing heifers that just give up too much balance. As you get around behind them, they're just not made as nice through their hip. They drop from hooks to pins. They get a little bit closer at that hock when they get out and travel. We just like to give them a little more look from the side. Young man that's going to leave here too, a heifer that's not cooperated with him much today. She's just a little finer in her bone work, a little smaller in her foot shape. And the young lady that's going to finish the class, a nice looking heifer from the side. She's just too restricted as she gets out and goes. I need to have a softer, easier step to move her up the line. But let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Our fourth place exhibitor, Alexandra Hinojosa from the Callan FFA, placing fifth in that class is Sydney Petrash from Sealy FFA. Our sixth place exhibitor is Emily Minatria from Yo FFA. Callie Kachurik from East Benoran FFA exhibit our seventh place heifer. Zachary Ellis from Orangefield FFA places 8th. Our 9th place exhibitor is Addison Fuchek from Rice Consolidated FFA. And our 10th place exhibitor is Aiden Hacker from Foster FFA. We're now bringing in Class 4 Simbra females. At the conclusion of this class, we'll transition into our first division.
Well, what an outstanding class. Certainly one that makes you think as a judge. We've got all different types and kinds and size variations and quality levels in here that certainly make you, make some decisions and make some calls. I'm happy with where we led off with. The young man in the black cowboy hat's got one that she's the most feminine, she's the most refined in the whole class. She still backs it up with some genuine width when you get right behind her, her balance, her symmetry, and then compared to the one in second, her added length and performance and extension, I think, is what her lead off that particular duo. Now, for me personally, when she hit the ring, I thought, does she have quite enough forerib? Is she quite deep enough back to her rear rib and flank to make all those parts kind of match up? Ultimately, I guess I thought she did, but if I was going to give her just a notch more, that's where I'd help her out. There are times where I just like to body her down just a shade, but like I said, I love her femininity ahead of her hump and her shoulder there. I like the way she draws back in her lines. I like her structural build. Thought she had enough body and rib to go ahead and win this class. The heifer that's built like I like them is the one in second. She's just a little small, and the young lady and I had a conversation about that. She is so unique in so many ways. I love her foot, her bone. She's probably of the three classes we've had as unique in her rib design, her hip shape, her top design. She's got all those things I love. She just immediately stands out in this group as a little lower to the ground, a little more moderate. However you interpret that in your program or as you watch from the sidelines, I think she could run up and start the class in a heartbeat. I think she could probably work her way down if that's something that bothers you, but that's something that was going through in my mind is that heifer is so unique in so many ways, just a little small, a little compact, a little low to the ground. The next heifer, I think, from her hook bone forward, I like a lot of things about. She's got that depth and spring, makes her look real maternal. You get around to her hip and maybe have the top three, not quite as unique in her hip and her rear leg set, maybe not quite just as stout and square as you watch her go away, but nice job on a really smooth made female. The young man coming out next, another one that you can hardly fault in a lot of areas. At the same time, maybe not the extra bells and whistles that breed her up in the class. She's one that's sound structured. She's one that's got some body and some rib. Nickel planar in both her look and her muscle and her design as you study her comparatively speaking, but a female that you like a lot of things about. This female coming out next is one that's got some depth, and she's got some performance, and she's got some stoutness. She falls out of balance for me just a shade. A little heavier up through her front end, just a nickel rounder, and off in terms of her hip and her rear leg design. And then we close with a female, reminds me of a few others in this class, of one that's so smooth made, just a little plainer in terms of her feature, not quite the extra stoutness when you get right in behind her. But these young people did an outstanding job bringing great projects to San Antonio. Let's congratulate them with a nice round of applause.
And we thank you, Mr. Ragland. Appreciate your overview of our Class 3 placings and taking the blue ribbon here. It is week number 12-297. Pace Homer, the exhibitor, member of the Carolyn FFA. Second in that class went to Kayla Pratt with the Wharton County 4-H. The third place award going to Jason Dollar of Hooks FFA. Number fourth place went to Shannon Hinkle of the Vandale FFA chapter. Fifth place to Jane Goldry of the East Chambers FFA. And sixth place to Maximiliano Ayala of the United FFA chapter. These are your ribbon winners in Class 3 Brahman Show. Class 4 moving into the arena at this time.
Is it on? No. It sounds on. It's on. Back in the can.
you. Really a nice class here, and certainly a lot of quality, certainly a lot of cattle in here that are going to go on and make great cows. These top two, I think, rise to the top fairly handily in my mind as the two that best blend some natural ribs, some width, some dimension to them, and then put it together with a really smooth, eye-appealing look from the profile. And I think the one that does that to the highest degree, young lady here that we lead off with, she's one that's a super stick in terms of showmanship. That certainly helps her cause out here with her heifer. I love this female at the ground. I think she's extremely sound and comfortable. She does want to pigeon in just a shade up through her front end, but in terms of rear leg travel and overall comfort, she's extremely smooth as she hits the ground. Above that, she's one of the deeper sided, kind of more maternal looking females that we've had in the whole 4 classes that we've seen thus far. Does she get just a little plainer about her front end and her condition? Those are some things I was working through, but at the same time, I still think she's awfully smooth, awfully well blending, got enough width, enough natural dimension to go ahead and use her in this particular class. Just a nice high quality female that, once again, I commend the young lady for the way that she gets them shown. Probably a heifer that's maybe a bit more naturally wide and thick and bold is the young man's female here in second. And they're both getting comfortable with the show ring. I think with just a little more time and age and experience on this young showman, he's going to get this heifer set up where she really shows herself off. I think she's a nice female, like I said. Love her muscling, love her soundness, love her natural width and her dimension. Maybe just never quite gave us that look from the profile found in our class winner, but I do want to commend that young man on doing a really good job with this female. I think that's a heck of a heifer built for the long run. 2 females that remind me of each other come next in the lineup. They're both a little taller, a little longer. I don't think either of them quite have the body and the rib and the natural smoothness found in the 2 that bring up the top of this class, but they both have a lot of bone work, a lot of stoutness to them, particularly the young lady's heifer. You can see the muscularity of that heifer up high, even from the side view. Just gets a little coarser in her shoulder and not quite the extra body and rib found in the females ahead of her. The one that comes next, we just talked about her in comparison to the one in front of her. She's really feminine fronted. She blends that with a really stout structural base. One that gets a little straighter in the angle to her hock, probably just not quite the natural, just boldness and dimension to her forerib or back to her flank. But when she cocks off, she can give us an awesome look from the profile. Young man does a really good job showing. And then a female that we closed with, got some length and pattern to her. Probably just first impression stands out as not having the extra body or rib or substance as those cattle that precede her. But a good structural base. She'll make a nice cow. Just keep working with her. Great class here. Once again, let's commend these exhibitors on a job well done.
Pretty soon.
And we thank you, Mr. Ragland, for the overview of your placings here in Class 4 and taking the
good high quality class here. My hat's off to the exhibitors here from top to bottom. And I just want to make a note here again. I know we're not in a showmanship contest today, but I think there's some excellent showmen in this class that there's just are really good at what they're doing. I think the top end is interesting here. I think we have 3 heifers. They're going to be 1, 2, and 3 that are more similar in terms of performance and body and type and kind. And then we've got a unique one in 4th hole that represents a tremendous amount of quality, but probably today just gives up too much body mass and overall productivity in her. But I think for me, the red female that we're going to start the class with, I mean, that one is just super attractive. She catches your attention as she comes in, and that she's nice in her design. She's good and level and straight in her top line. She's got really good rib shape to her. I love the design she has in her lower 1/3. She just blends from sternum to flank extremely well. She's a big, high volume female when you get around behind her. I like her foot shape. I like the bone that she has. Yes, I'd like to get her out and get her just stride just a little bit quicker, a little bit more comfortable as she goes. But I think she's certainly an extremely high quality female, very attractive in the look, very good in the balance that she has from end to end. I think she needs to start this class, and probably relatively easy for me. Young lady here in second, she's one of those showmen I was talking about. She just does an excellent job. Here is the one that probably is the most attractive and elegant through the front 1/3 of her body, but I think she just gives up too much rib shape, too much dimension and bone to the female that wins the class. But I like this one too. As I ask her to get out and go, she's very comfortable in her step. I like the way she's assembled at the ground. I think she's good in her foot shape. I think she's good in her bone work. And I think I love her particularly through her front 1/3. She's not near as mature as the female on either side of her, but I think that'll work to her advantage as she goes down the road. Young lady, I think that's a pretty good one. Again, you stick with her. I think she's going to get you a lot of ribbons as you move forward in this project. Next young man too, he does a heck of a job showing one. He gets that head up there where it needs to be, and when he does that, that female really pulls her top line together extremely well. I like her design from tail head to shoulder to the top of her pole. She's good in that area. She gives me good body shape through the center and rear flank. I'd like to open her up just a notch right there behind her shoulder, maybe as compared to the female that wins the class. But I think too, this is a good looking rascal, one that handles herself relatively well. I think she deserves to be in the top 3 of the class. As I said, this heifer in 4th, I don't know why she's so far behind in terms of probably weight per day, age, and productivity. If they've managed her that way, I'd say get after it, because I think this female's got some excellent quality in her. She is super attractive in her front 1/3. She's good in her lines. I just think she's just really a lot of potential in that female. She just isn't bringing it to us today in order to be able to compete with the power and dimension of the 3 above her, but I think there's a lot of future in that one. This young man has really done an excellent job in terms of presentation on this female. He's worked hard on her. Her hair is good. He's done a nice job presenting her. This one on the stand, when he gets her set up, gives you the good look in terms of balance and design. But when you ask her to go, she's the one that wants to get up in her top. She doesn't roll off her front shoulders just quite as more comfortably. She wants to drop her head, drop her front shoulder, and that just makes that top pop up and those hips lay down. So if I could see that one just get out and travel a notch better, I think she'd be real competitive. But on the stand, she's really a good one to look at. Here's a long-bodied, big-featured kind of female, one that just falls off from hooks to pins a little bit. She maybe gives up a little balance in her front 1/3. Young man with the red baldy, a long-made kind of female. I'd just like to drop her in her forerib and her rear flank just a notch to be a little more competitive to move up the line. Again, another big, high-volumed competitive kind of female here. Just gives up too much balance and look probably compared to the females that win the class. And as we move on down the line here, some of it is just gives up some balance. This one too just gets a little finer and more restricted in her bone work. This one I'd like to see travel just a notch better. And that's kind of the case as we move down here. Females that just aren't as free and easy in their stride, or they give up just a little bit of balance and performance to the females we start with. But excellent class there at the top end. I really appreciate talking and sorting through those top heifers.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. We've got an outstanding first lineup here. I'll just talk them real briefly. First class, 27 head. And these two rows to the top, I think both these cattle are awfully good. Young lady with the lead-off heifer there, built so good from the ground up. The best hip and rear leg set out here. Feminine, she's got height, she's got length. Female, maybe there are some cattle behind her that have just a little more because they're older, but that is an awesome female at the ground. Second place, love her standing still. You get her in move, you get her on the move. She gets a little awkward in how she handles her rear too, but awesome, fresh, well-presented female. Second class, really high quality dark female here. The young lady does an outstanding job showing her. A little frailer in her feature, maybe not quite the length of stride found in some cattle in this lineup, but love her presence and love her quality. Second place, going to make a great cow. So good structured, a little flatter in her makeup, but love just the cow potential in that one because of the practical pieces. Third class, we had some give and take here. Certainly a really feminine one up through her front end. Love her balance. Just wish she had a shot more body and forerib and just depth from the side. But I love her structure and I love her femininity and her balance. Second place is as unique as you can make one. Great rib, great top, great hip, just a little small, a little lower to the ground. And then our last class, two really high quality females here. I think a great structured, maternal, deep-sided one here that wins. A little plainer about her head and her overall condition in my mind, but I love her structure and I love her balance. Young lady does a heck of a job showing. And then kind of a young showman there that's got a really fresh, well-presented, stout female there that maybe doesn't put herself together from the side at times as some, but an awesome female to be second. So that's kind of how I see him in this division. Awesome lineup. I think there is one bad cat out here, and it's this young lady's female right here. She's going to be your champion. Congratulations.
Class 7 Brahman heifers, you need to be in the staging area. Please be reminded that our division classes are numbered, so once we finish the division judging, we jump from class 4 to class 7, so class 7 Brahman heifers need to be at staging right now. And your champion.
visitor was more determined to keep the Lord at their faith.
Really good division here to start your Simbra show class with. And, you know, it's kind of fun when you start to work through these classes and see the similarities that you can find to maybe bring to the front of the class. And I think the first and foremost trait there that we did that with is quality. When I look at the 8 cattle that are standing out here, if I had to just pick one term to describe all 8 of them, it's quality. I think they started to separate themselves in class with that in mind. And how do you describe quality? Quality is one that they just read with a little extra class. They just put all the things kind of together and just take everything to the next level. And I think all 8 of these do that. As of our class winners, that young lady that wins the first class one, this one I think just checks a lot of boxes. I think she's just super attractive in her look. I love how this one gets out and travels. When she goes, she probably is the most comfortable one in her stride that I saw come through in the whole division. I think she puts those feet down where they're supposed to be. I just see a lot of future in that one in terms of the way she's designed, both from a look standpoint as well as at the ground. Young man that won the second class here too is a high quality kind of female. Super level and in terms of design and shape down her top. I like the rib shape that she has. She gets just a tick straighter off both ends. I'd like to release the angle of her front shoulder just a little bit. I think when she gets set up on the stand, she too gives me just a little straighter line from hock to dew claw, I think, than ideal. I'd like to loosen that up about her. But I think this one too is so complete in terms of the way she's made through her rib and her design. I sure think she's a contender out here. This young lady here is from the winner from the third class. Boy, that's what this project is all about right there. I'll tell you, that young lady, I think she just does an excellent job with a big heifer. She's had a good coach. I don't know if it's mom, if it's grandma, whoever it is, but they have coached this young lady at a young age to do an excellent job. This heifer is the unique one in terms of this drive, in that she probably is the most massive in terms of rib shape and capacity. I think she is that kind from a muscle shape as well. So you can certainly grab a hold of one like this and say, this is the one I like the most because of all those parts and pieces. I think she gives up just a little bit of look compared to the other 3 heifers or the other 3 class winners in terms of the way she's made through her front end, but certainly a big body, bold, capacious one. Young man who wins the last class, this one too is one of those that just commands your attention from an attractive standpoint. She's just from the side, I think she blends very well from front to rear. I think she does all the things that she needs to do to be a contender in this division. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. This is an excellent way to start.
Attention Brahmins in Class 8, you need to be at staging area. Class 8, gray Brahmins to staging in the south.
Class 8 Simbra Heifers, we need you to the North Staging Arena. Class 8 Simbra Heifers, we need you to the North Staging Arena. We're leading in class number 7. So Class 8, we need you to the North Staging Arena in our Junior Simbra show.
Just a reminder, announcements to you exhibitors, and particularly to you folks that are helping these exhibitors prepare their animals for the show ring. This is a go and blow show. No grooming aids of any type are allowed on these animals, and they are being inspected as they enter the staging area. So do not jeopardize these young people by placing some grooming aids on there that would possibly get them disqualified from competition. So please observe the go and blow rules. No grooming aids, no cable halters, no spike halters. Appreciate your cooperation. Thank you.
Class 8 Simbra females, we need you to the North Staging area. Class 8 Simbra heifers, bring them on down.
Just a reminder, folks, out in the grandstand, if you got any during all the stretching activities here at the 75th anniversary show.
I think a really, really good class in terms of quality here, particularly at the top end. And these cattle are fun to sort, and differences for sure, similarities for sure. So this class would give anybody that's standing out here in the middle, holding onto the mic, an opportunity to maybe pick the kind that they want and for whatever particular reason. For me, the young lady with the red heifer wins. Man, she's just a unique beast. She sets herself apart from the other heifers at the top end of this class, just in terms of the extra dimension that she has, the extra bone and stoutness that she has. But man, it's still an attractive package. When you look at her from the side, she's just a stout, good individual. She's just a unique individual. And sometimes you take those unique pieces like that, and that's what makes breeding cattle fun, is because you can take those pieces and try to match them up with maybe something that they need added to them just a little bit and kind of see what you get. But for me, this one, I think she just knocks it out of the park in terms of the extra dimension that she has, the substance that she has, along with a really, really good look. Now, I'm not saying that she is absolutely the most flexible on those rear two, and I'd probably soften her up just a little bit if I could do that to make her ideal. But I think she's a pretty unique individual, and she's kind of fun to go ahead and win this particular class. Now, she's different than the heifer standing in second. I think this one maybe has an advantage in terms of flatness of shoulder, a little bit smoother in her joints. She's just a different kind of female. This one is so elegant and so feminine in her design. I love the smoothness that she has in her shoulder, the way she comes out her hip. I love all those things. She just gets a little more refined in terms of bone work, in terms of foot size, and overall power and dimension. But that's a good heifer there, I think, that's going to have a lot of future. She's always going to be in contention because she's so attractive in how she's made. I think the young lady's heifer in third just follows the type and kind of the young man standing directly above her. She gives up some rib shape. She doesn't drop in her rear flank quite as easily as the heifer right ahead of her. But she too is good in her design. I think she does all those things extremely well. She maybe just doesn't take things to the extra level that those top two heifers. I really love this heifer in fourth in terms of when the young lady gets her set up. From the side profile, she may be one of the most attractive in the class. But when you look at this heifer dead on, and when you get around behind her and look at her, she just narrows up too much. She doesn't have that extra spread in dimension, that extra body shape and boldness of the female standing directly above her. The young man here, this heifer gives you a good look from the side right here in terms of balance and design, in terms of shape. This heifer, when you ask her to get out on the go, is when she kind of gives up a little bit of advantage there, and that she doesn't handle her rear two quite as softly and uniquely like I'd like her to see, but she does on the stand. I think she falls into that hole relatively easy. This young man's got a good high profile, productive kind of female. Again, gets a little straighter in her shoulder, a little bit more awkward in how she moves off her front end. For me personally, this red heifer is just a little bit too big in her frame size. I'd like to moderate her from that standpoint. This one too, this red heifer, just gives up a little bit of balance, but she's a long-bodied, still two heifers to finish this class with some quality. They just give up some of those extra things in terms of balance and design or structure of the heifer standing directly above them. But those exhibitors did a great job of bringing us some good cattle for that class.
from Bowie County 4-H. Our fourth place heifer was exhibited by Adley Beefmaster from Celia. Placing fifth, Tristan Betancourt from Hidalgo County 4-H. Our sixth place exhibitor is Tanner Corrales from Jim Wells County 4-H. Placing seventh, Bailey Wilson, Washington County 4-H. Our eighth place exhibitor is Sawyer Mao from Fayette County 4-H. And placing ninth is Tyler Swinier from Jim Wells County 4-H.
A class over here in our Brahman show, I think, has as much depth and quality as anything that we've seen. Certainly differences in types and kinds all the way through. Really comfortable with the top two females. I think they both bring a lot of good to the table. There's a lot to each of them. They both have some substance and dimension to them. Thought the young ladies female that we lead off with is one that I think is hard to put a big major hole in. And sometimes that's enough to get you about seventh, and sometimes that's enough to lead off the class. And in this particular lineup, she has enough of all the things that we're looking for without having any big major holes that I think she goes ahead and wins. I think compared to the one in second, she's just a little better out of her hip. She's got that little extra flex down there to her hock and her pastern. I love how smooth jointed she is relative to how much mass and substance she's carrying up high. Are either one of these two heifers in the lead off the flashiest up through their front end, or just the most unique in that regard? Probably not. But watch that heifer stride out as she leads. She's very comfortable. She's very sound structured, and one that we go ahead and lead off with. The one that's in second, what her piece to me that kept her in the contention was her extra stoutness. She's got that foot bone feature. She's got an up-headed presence about her. Like I said, she's carrying a little extra leather up there too, but compared to our class winner, maybe not quite as smooth out of her hip, maybe just a little extra coarseness about her compared to our class winner, but all in all, two really good heifers that bring a lot to the table. This first one was the first one in the gate, and she was one that really caught my attention. She's as feminine and as eye-appealing up through her front end as anything. Really smooth-made, well-blending type female. When we got all three of those on the stand, on the profile, I thought she ran out of horsepower. She's not quite as stout in her foot and bone, not quite as dimensional when you get right behind her, but she is feminine. She is really, really neat to look at. A nice female here coming out next, a little more moderate, but certainly got the length of body. Like her structural build, like her smoothness, like her body, her depth, her volume. One that gets a little lower in her front end set, not quite the attractiveness in terms of when you put her to the profile, but I think a female that the young lady does a heck of a job getting her showed. She's a nice, basic, fundamentally correct type females, maybe without the bells and whistles of some that precede her in terms of foot, bone, stoutness, those types of things, but I like all the things that she brings to the table, and like I said, young lady would certainly be competitive in a showmanship contest. The more white female coming out next has some uniqueness about her. She's bold ribbed. She may be as big and wide down her top, out of her hip, a muscular female as anything in the group. She doesn't have quite the length and extension as those cattle that precede her, and probably more than anything, you set her on the move, she's a little tighter and a little more restricted in the way she handles her hock and her rear too when you get her on the move. Really long, nice length of body and nice stoutness found in the heifer coming out next. Just like to change her from a balance standpoint. She's a little heavier in her front end relative to her flank, not quite the extra eye appeal as you study her from the profile. One coming out next has a lot of femininity and refinement. Love the way her head and neck set high off the top of her shoulder. She too got a little extra chest relative to her flank, a little awkward in the way she carries her hip and her rear leg. Young man right there in the greens got a real nice muscled female, got some body and rib, a little frailer in her design, a little straighter out of her hock and her pastern. Nice female coming out next. Some cattle that were a little harder to see in that corner, just wanting to fight the halter a little bit, but sound structured and maybe just not quite the extra look and attractiveness. A young man leading us out one. A big, high-performing, long-bodied female wants to hawk in just a bit from behind, not quite the extra spread. And the young lady that we close with, she's brought a nice project to San Antonio. Sound-structured female, just looks a little bit out-horsed and out-massed compared to the cattle that precede her. Great class. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those exhibitors.
Class 9 Simbra heifers, we need you to the north staging arena. Class 9 Simbra heifers. Classes are getting a little smaller, so Class 10 Simbra heifers, start getting it on your mind.
Final call for Class 8 in the Gray Brahman. First call to bring up your Class 9 Gray Brahman females. Reminder that Following Class 9, we'll have the division drive. We'd like to ask the winner of Class 2 and Class 3 in the Gray Brahman Show to come up to the announcer stand to receive their packets for their winnings here in Class 3 that didn't get awarded to you at the time you were leaving your arena. So if we could have Bailey Gillum and Kayla Schreck to come to the announcer stand for those awards.
Another exceptionally high-quality class from top to bottom here in your Simbra Division. Young lady that's going to win this class does an excellent job in terms of driving that heifer. She's good at her job, and she gets the most out of that heifer, I think, of anybody in this class. I love this one when she gets her set up right there like that. That heifer comes out the top of her shoulder, up her neck, into her pole just really, really nicely. She's excellent in terms of her top line and outer hip. I love all those things about her. But what I really love about her, this one is monster-footed. She is just so big at the ground, and man, she just has a huge foot size in that she is so comfortable when she gets out and goes. That is fun. I think when you look at that one at the ground right here, the angles that she has from her dew claw to her hoof, both front and rear, as I say, that heifer is just so comfortable in her stand, and when she gets out and travels, I just don't think you can deny that. Now, she doesn't have as much body shape and rib depth and maybe overall bigness of body as the young man standing in second, but I just love the overall design. I love the cleanliness that she has in terms of being a little bit fresher in her makeup. I think the young man with the black heifer behind her is probably carrying quite a little more condition. I think this one is perfect in the way that she is being presented right now. That's an awfully good one at the ground. I like that kind of mobility. As I said, this young man, he brings us a good one too. And this one's big-footed as well. Don't get me wrong, she is. She's got a big old foot shape to her. She maybe just gets a little bit bigger in her kind. I don't think she's quite as fresh through her front end as the female that we start with. But on the stand, that one too, maybe for us northerners, she's got a little more skin and leather up front than what we're used to looking at. But at the same time, I think it blends with her body pretty well. That's an awful good one standing in second. I like the pieces that she has extremely well. I think the young lady in third, too, has a really nicely designed kind of female, one that's attractive to look at when she gets her set up. She just gives up a little bit too much of the extras to the one standing above her. She certainly isn't as big in her foot or as heavy in her bone work. I don't think she's got as much extra extension to her body, and the heifer sure didn't cooperate with her. But young lady, stick with that one. She'll have a better day in the ring. She'll act better. You'll feel better, and it'll all come together. Just don't give up on them. We've all been there. We've all done that. This one is a real attractive one standing here, and this young lady too does an excellent job in terms of presenting this one. For me, this one just wasn't pulled apart as naturally wide through the lower 1/3 of her body. I think she starts to funnel in just a little bit compared to those other heifers. But in terms of design and attractiveness, cleanliness through her front end, this one is extremely competitive. That's just a good class. Those top 4 heifers in this class were really good. So young lady, you can compete on any given day. Don't give up on that one. You've got an awfully nicely made kind of female. So does the young man standing here. I think this one, though, again, she gives up just a little balance when we ask her to get out and go. She wants to drop her head a little bit. She wants to drop from hooks to pins. But the young man a great job there. She's just a little bit plainer in her kind, maybe through her front 1/3, a little shorter in her overall makeup, but a very highly presented heifer. I can tell you have done your homework at home, both on how to show one and how to manage skin and hair. You've done a really good job. Here's a really big, high-performing kind of female, too, that you have to appreciate in terms of rib shape, design, and dimension. For me, she's just a little bit coarser made up. She's a little crestier in her neck, got just a little more shoulder to her. I'd like to drop that tail head down in that one just a little bit, but a good, high-performing female. Young lady here has got an attractive heifer when she gets her set up on the side. She too just gets up in her tail head a little bit. She's a little bit more refined in her bone work, a little quicker in her step. But that was a fun class. Let's show those exhibitors we appreciate the efforts they did today.
Well, another class like we had to start out the day where we've got almost or over 20 in the ring, and to just from a space standpoint, we're going to work through the top 10. Outstanding set here. I want to commend a few exhibitors here on the front side of the lineup. Young lady there in the corner's got a real stout one. Didn't know if she was quite attractive enough from the profile. The young man right in front, great job showing. Love the extra flex down low. Just a little plainer in her makeup. This young man probably deserves an award for showmanship. Fantastic job. Thought the heifer got just a little restricted as you get her out on the move. As you work your way down, this young man right here has got a really deep-sided maternal one, just a little plainer in her overall feature. But those are a few of the ones that kind of were really close calls for me. Let's go ahead and put our hands together and congratulate them as they leave the arena.
Okay, I'd like to give the results for Class 8 in our junior Simbra show.
an interesting class to sort through the differences here. There is some, there's a give and take, I think, in this class, maybe more than some. But the young lady we're going to start the class with, I'm going to make the statement, we don't have a lot of Simbra cattle running around in the state of Iowa. But I'm guessing that you guys down here in the environment where these cattle perform so well, if you have a bunch of them that look like her in terms of mama cows running around in the hills and the pastures, I'm guessing you've got a pretty good set of cattle. This female is just so functional from a lot of aspects. She brings all the production in the world, I think, that you would want in terms of growth and performance, in terms of natural shape and dimension, in terms of ruggedness to go out there and be able to function and get along every day. She's big in her foot size. Now, does she take the longest step in the class? No, she doesn't. The young lady standing in second hole does. So I do like that, and I think that young lady has that advantage. But this one, I think, is just very, very complete from end to end. I think she just says brood cow potential all over. And like I say, I think the best days are ahead of her in terms of when she gets turned out to be a mama cow. I think that one's awfully good. The one in second I love the most in terms of the way she gets out and travels. She most easily meets her step with that rear foot to her front foot as she gets out and goes, and I think that's her biggest advantage. She can give you a pretty good look when she wants to cooperate with the young lady in terms of the way she's designed in her top and out through her hip. She just gives up so much dimension to that one that I don't think she can get around her. Now, the one here in third is made a little bit more like the heifer that starts the class with, but I think she's a little rounder in her shape. She, too, when we get her out and ask her to go, she maybe is just a little shorter in her step, maybe not as free and easy in that overall step. She's a little higher in her condition. I'd like to lean her up just a little bit, but this one does. If you want some power and shape and dimension, you can't make one with a bigger top and more shape and dimension. I just like to clean her up, freshen her up a little bit, but that's a good high quality female. Young lady here coming next in the red sweater, she's got a real green maid kind of female. She hasn't got any extra condition on her. She's flat in her shoulders. She's angular and feminine in her design. She just gets a little more refined in her bone work. I think she's maybe going to have some issues from an udder standpoint. She's got quite a few extra teats there, and I just don't think that's going to work in her favor as she gets closer to production. But a nice quality, clean female. Young man that's going to finish the class with too. He's done a nice job in terms of showing this heifer today. She just gives up that extra quality, doesn't have the overall body and dimension and bone work of the females that start with. Again, a good fun class. I think there's differences, but a nice top end.
Class 13, Simbra females, we won't be long. We're leading in class number 9, or evaluating class number 10 at this time. 11 and 12 is our division classes, so 13 will be here before we know it. So class 13, Simbra females, start getting it on your mind.
Thank you. Awesome class here, and certainly a top pair that I think have differing strengths. They're both exceptionally good. It's just kind of where you want to put your priorities or where you think the biggest margin of difference is. I really like this young man's female that we lead off with. I guess as you walk him around the ring, because of her extra power, her bone, her stoutness, her feature, you want to make sure that she can still handle herself on the move, and I think she does so. I think she's a female that handles herself good enough to go ahead and capitalize on all the good that she brings to the table. The three-quarter view of her, the rear view, the extra boldness she has through her forerib, back to her rear rib and flank, the power she has up high, but then still how smooth and well blending she is. She's not the most extreme up through her front end. She doesn't set her head and neck as high off the top of her shoulder as the heifer in second, but from her shoulder back, there's a lot more cow power there in terms of density, muscle, mass, width. I like all those things about her. Now, not to take anything away from the heifer in second, because the one in second's built a little different. She's the one that's a little more feminine. She's more angular in her shoulder design. She's a little taller fronted, longer. I love her hip and her rear leg set. She doesn't quite come with the stoutness of foot and bone and feature, but she's a little smoother made too. So that's a close pair that I think are differing in terms of the strengths they bring to the table. Young lady, you do an excellent job showing that's a heck of a top pair of Brahman cattle here in this particular ring. I think the next two cattle remind me of each other. They're both got that kind of moderate, long-bodied, deep-sided, cowy look to them. Like to change both of them just a shade when you get them on the move, and from a structure standpoint, I didn't think there was quite as much reach and step to either one of these cattle as you got them and ask them to travel. Maybe not quite as fresh or neat up through their front ends, and just the look and the style they bring compared to the top two cattle. But like I said, moderate, long-bodied, deep-sided, going to make great cows. Just thought that from a nitpicky standpoint in terms of structure in this really high-quality class, these cattle maybe get out moved just a little bit compared to the ones right in front of them. This dark gray one's kind of one you have to get in and study on. She's got that deep color that makes her a little hard to read. I do think she has some length and some extension up through her front end. Don't know that she can run with the two ahead of her in terms of just mass and power and substance, but I do think she's got some feminine, neat-looking pieces from the profile. A tough one to read, too, is the one there leaving the arena. The young lady's got front two-thirds of her you like. I think she struggles just a little more down in her foot shape and the way that she handles herself on the move, but like just her cow look, her extra depth and spring of rib. Young man leads out a female that's got some natural width and dimension to her. I didn't think quite balanced up as you study her up through her front end. Not quite the extra look and design from her shoulder back. Young man there leading's got a really stout, real honest female in terms of her condition. She wants to work up in her top line, drop her hip, and get a little more uncoordinated off her rear two. And then the two that we closed with in this particular group of 10, although these made the top 10 in a really large class, they're both deep-sided. They both just a little plainer in terms of their overall look. But great class, another phenomenal class in terms of quality, and one of the bigger classes we've seen. Let's congratulate them with a nice round of applause.
And thank you, Mr. Ragland, for the overview in our
Got a couple of items that need to be picked up at the announcer stand. Winner of Class 2 in the Great Brahman Show, Bailey Gilliland of Lindell FFA. We have a special award here that you'd like to have, and so come up and pick it up. And then also an item found in the area of our cattle arena this morning, we believe belongs to Lauren Kelly. Laurel Kelly, if you misplaced an item, we can certainly return it to you.
Another fun class to sort through and analyze the differences that we have. But for me, I think the one thing that was pretty easy to do, or the heifer that I found that really checks the boxes in terms of the things that I like to look at, is the young man here with this solid black heifer that wins the class. That may be as good looking one as we've had come through all day long in terms of how sweet and neat she is through her front end, and how elegant she is just in terms of the way she's designed. She just takes an awfully pretty picture when you stand here and look at her at this side. I like that one from that perspective extremely well. She just balances, every part looks like it should fit the way that she's made and designed. Now, is she the biggest footed and the biggest boned one in the class? I don't think so. And if I was to change her to make her have every single trait that I would love to have in a bovine if I could, I'd like to stouten her up in her bone work just a little bit. That's a personal preference of mine. She's probably heavy boned for enough people, but I think that's just such an elegant one in terms of the way the overall profile that she has. She's pretty unique from that standpoint. Young man here with the red heifer, too, when he gets her set up, she too has her own uniqueness in terms of attractiveness from a side profile. It's different than the heifer that wins the class, but yet it needs to be given credit for in terms of that heifer blends from front to rear extremely well. If I could bring her down in her tail head just a little bit to level her out there, that would enhance that look even more so. I think she's carrying plenty of condition, and I think you want to be just a little careful with the feed bucket from here on forward, because I don't think she needs to be any heavier condition than she is. I think she has a lot of natural rib shape and dimension. I think she really is good in the lower 1/3 of her body, and she's just fun to look at. That one is truly maternal. And when I talked about the young person who won the last class in terms of looking at a bunch of Simbra cattle out in the pasture, when we ask them to get to that stage of life, I think if you had a whole bunch of them that look like this, you're going to be pretty happy as well. Young man, that's a high quality fat heifer right there. It got to be a closer decision here between my next three heifers. A young lady here, she does an excellent job of sticking one. I think, again, on the side profile, this one just seems more attractive to me. I think the heifer holds her head up like she should. I think she's good at the top of her shoulder. I think the advantage she has over the young man standing right behind her is I think she's a little flatter in the way she's made in her joints. I think she's made a little bit smoother in her shoulder. I don't think she carries the overall bigness of body and dimension of the red heifer, but yet I think that one is a pretty good long-sided kind of female, a lot of quality there. She maybe just doesn't get as sappy through the middle 1/3 of her body. This is a big-bodied one, a lot of performance. She gives up just a little bit of balance from the side profile. Like I say, she carries a notch more shoulder. She gets a little coarser in her makeup. Young lady, you do a really good job showing. Man, from the second you walked in that door all the way to you're leaving this one. This is a high quality young person that knows how to show one really well. But that heifer in this particular class, she gives up that extra balance and look. She has a little more navel to her. She drops just a little bit more in her sternum. But that, there again, I appreciate that pair in terms of the exhibitor and the heifer. And the young man we're going to finish the class with, this one gets just a little smaller footed, a little more refined in her bone, maybe a little quicker in her kind. But let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Attention in the barn. We need Holden Jefferson of Danbury FFA to return to the arena check-in with your calf. Third place out of Class 8, Holden Jefferson, Danbury FFA, to return to the staging area with your heifer.
From Edinburgh, FFA. Second in that class, shown by Cooper Mount, Dane County 4-H. Our third place exhibitor, Stephen Eckelberg from Austin County 4-H. Fourth place female, shown by Kenley Kachurik, East Bernard FFA. In placing sixth and in class 10 is Quentin Miles, Bangs FFA. We're now bringing in our class winners from our 4 previous classes, 7 through 10. And from these females, we'll select our division winners, which will be our junior heifer division.
Nice class here, and ended up sorting the class exactly the way that they walked in, not by design obviously, but that's a little unique. I think probably the easiest thing to do in the whole lineup is to start the young lady's heifer to my right. That female combines so many good traits in this particular class. I think she's the leader of the combination of look, style, balance, along with some volume, some depth, some boldness to her forerib, some dimension when you get behind her. Is she the absolute longest strided one? Probably not, but you can see that her structure is built right in her, especially as she stands here from the profile. Her hip and her rear leg design's nice. Maybe not the absolute stoutest bone one that we've seen here today, but all of her parts fit together well. I love her femininity up front, love her balance. I think she just separates herself into a different league in this particular class. 2, 3, and 4 couldn't fight you too hard if you wanted to switch those around. The darker female, I think she gets around the ring she looks better on the move than she does standing still. At times standing there, she can fall apart in her chest, gets a little plainer out of her hip and in her design as you study her down low. But you get that female on the move, I think you can go ahead and set her in motion. I think she pulls herself together with a nice look, a little more moderate, a little more conservative in her length of body compared to the one that's in third. One in third is an interesting female for them bringing so much length and extension to the table relative to her frame size. You get behind the cattle, and I think she's got just a little more shot down low than the one right in front of her. There were times I thought maybe from a balance standpoint, her chest floor relative to her flank, didn't think she was quite as comfortable when you get her out on the move as well as those top 2 cattle. But you brought an interesting one to the table that I like a lot of things about. Her length combined with some of her stoutness in terms of muscularity is a unique feature. Young man coming out next got one that's a little bigger in terms of her foot and bone. She's one that I think as you study her from the profile, she's got some depth to her heart and back to her flank. She's one too that from a balance standpoint, I think there are times a little heavier in her front end, a little rounder out of her hip, just doesn't quite put herself together with that attractive, well-balanced look as some. A nice heifer there, the young man's leading out, big boned, heavy structure, deep-sided and maternal, just a little plainer in terms of her profile and her design as you study her. And then the one that we close with, nothing wrong with that female in terms of the pieces of structure, and she's going to have some rib and some body when she kind of gets to that point in her life. Right now, she gets outmassed compared to the cattle that are right in front of her. Once again, excellent job. Let's congratulate them with a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Ragland. We'll have those results in a moment. Final call for Class 10 Gray Brahmins to staging. Last and final call for Gray Brahmins to staging. They'll be moving your class in shortly.
Okay, so we have a shift.
Class 10 Gray Brahmins in safety. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to share with you
The results of Class 9 in our Great Roman Show, first place honor simply to 15-4-74, Chambers drawn. BK SFA taking the blue ribbon in that class. Second, Steve Simbra Calhoun of Centro 4H, his third place ribbon. John Watson. The winner of the fourth place award was Paul Hasty of Glenrose FFA. Sixth, Logan Groves, the exhibitor from Atlanta FFA, and sixth place in that class earned by Veronica Lopez, member of the Jack P. Hayes FFA chapter.
What a fun division to go through here in the Simbra side, and I really mean it. I think the quality has been really, really good in these classes from top to bottom, and then there's been differences, and you sort those differences how you personally align with the traits that each of them has, and like I said, you know, I don't get to see many of this composite of cattle up north in Iowa, but it's fun to come down here and analyze quality. I don't care what breed it is that you're in. What you're looking at is trying to find those high quality animals that just excel in the traits that you find important, and so this division has been very fun for me, and these four individuals that stand out here, I just love all four of them for different reasons. I think they represent your breed extremely well, and again represent that quality factor. I think they just took things to the next level in terms of that particular design. The young lady here from the first class one, that one is just a unique beast. There's just so many things about her that I think are just exceptional breeding pieces that you could just have so much fun with when you're sitting down and you're looking with the semen catalog and saying, man, how am I going to breed this one, or how am I going to flush this one? You got to love the extra bone and dimension that she has, and just the stoutness of body feature, but yet she's still elegant in the way that she gets out and goes, and I think she has enough femininity to combine with that extra rugged structure that makes her very unique. So I love all those pieces about her. I would, however, give her just a notch more flexibility off those rear two. She, I think, pounds just a little harder off those rear two than maybe the other heifers standing here in the class, and so that's what I would change about her. But I think she's a unique beast. That one is a lot of fun. I can tell too you have done your homework in terms of presentation on that one. You've got a lot of good things going. Young lady standing here with the dark red heifer. This one I love from a foot shape, a foot size dimension. Here too, I think she's in this for the long haul. That is a female I think that's going to be extremely durable, extremely functional when she gets into the actual production phase of her life. She's long in her body. I love the way she's made through her top line. And even though she isn't as sweet and clean and neat fronted as a couple of these other heifers, she still, in my mind, represents a very maternal, feminine kind of build to her front 1/3. I think she gives up a little bit of body depth compared to some of these other females, but I think her rib shape is good. Young lady standing here in third, we talked about how this one I think is as maternal as you can make them. She just says brood cow all over her. That one will be fun when you see a big old calf standing outside nursing on that one. I think there's a lot of future. I think she maybe gives up just a little bit of uniqueness compared to a couple individuals in this particular division, but there's all the things in that one that you take home and you appreciate and you hang on to. That kind is the kind that keeps you in business for a long time. This is the other unique individual in this particular division. To put one with that kind of look, with that kind of symmetry from front to rear, from top to bottom, is a pretty hard thing to do. She is not the biggest footed, she is not the heaviest bone, but she blends everything extremely well. She is just so attractive. I don't know what her deal is with her tail. I wish she would put that thing down when she gets out and travels, but that's just the way it doesn't doesn't matter to me. It's not going to affect one way or another how she places. But that one I think is very unique. She doesn't do the most of anything. But what she does do, she does extremely well in terms of attractiveness and design. For me and all the things that I love to work with, that's your champion female in this division. I'm sure I didn't make everybody happy with that decision, but this section right in here, they think I'm pretty smart right now. But folks, I am really not kidding you. I really appreciate the quality represented by these other ones out here, and we just don't lose a lot of that quality when we bring this one into the champion drive. If you're behind any one of these heifers for any reason, or any one of these exhibitors for any reason, you should be proud. You have done good. You needed to be at the San Antonio Stock Show today with animals of this kind of quality. But for me, the second one that is just a unique animal that I'm going to fly home tomorrow and think about once or twice, it's young this lady right here.
Class 14, we need your Simbra females to the north staging arena. We're leading in Class 13. So Class 14, we need your Simbra females to the north staging arena. We need exhibitor 17153. And that is Kix Beggs from Lockhart FFA. Your class is walking into the North Show Arena Simbra Show. So 17153, we need your heifer.
What a class. Probably the deepest class that we've had, or one of the, certainly in some of those bigger number classes when we sorted them off, we only placed 10. So here we placed the most cattle that we have all day. And there's a lot of depth. There's a lot of quality. If you sit down in the lineup, this is San Antonio on one man and one day's opinion. So don't get too down on yourself if you didn't do as well as you wanted to. There's a lot of good cattle in here. And still, with that being said, I think a really comfortable place to start with your heifer young lady. And she walks in the ring, she's my kind. She ought to be a lot of people's kind because of how she's put together. She's got all the practical pieces that you like, and then when you get her stuck and set up from profile, she still hits you with a lot of look, a lot of quality, and a lot of eye appeal. She's big cattle. She's a big frame, long-bodied female, but with that, she still looks like she fits, which is hard to do. The more we go up, it's sometimes hard to look big and wide and full and deep without getting fat or heavy conditioned. You've got this heifer, I think, in really good shape. Like I said, I like her build. I like her practical pieces. I like her no holes type look. I like the way you get her showed. That's just a pretty logical place to go ahead and start off with, even in this really high quality class. I think the next one most like her is this heifer coming out next. She was one that, from just a quality standpoint, when she hit the ring, I was naturally attracted to. She's up fronted, she's smooth made, she's good shouldered. I like her, just her dimension. When you get in behind her, I think she's just a little smoother and more well blending than the heifer that we have in third, out of her hip and the way that she kind of slopes down down there to her lower quarter and stifle. You get this heifer on the move, and you can start leading her out if you'd like. Don't think she takes quite as comfortable of a step. Don't think she's quite as long-reaching off of her rear, too, compared to our class winner. But the look that she gives from profile and still how she maintains it on the move, even if she does come up just a little shorter in her stride, I think in this particular class lands her in second. Another bigger framed heifer that both 3 and 4 come to us in a little bigger scale, longer bodied. I love the up-fronted look of this female. You get a look like this, another young lady that's in the money there from a showmanship standpoint. I think she's better structurally than the one that sits right behind her. I think she's an extremely well-balanced female to the front 2/3 of her body. She gets a little off from hooks to pins, maybe one that not quite as stout from hock to ground as compared to some, but to sit third in a quality class like this, I think is commendable, and like I said, you do an excellent job showing. One of the bigger frame, longer bodied, more performance-oriented females in the whole class is coming out next. She's sure got a lot to her. I think she gets a little up and down off both ends of her skeleton from a structure standpoint, and at this level, I think those are some key things that get her beat. If we could lay her back, relax her in her hock and her pastern, throw her back in her shoulder just a shade, I think she becomes one of those ones that rival our class winner. Huge boned, huge footed, stout, wide, powerful one the young man leads out there. I wish with her height and her frame and her bone and her stoutness, she came to us just a little deeper in her forerib and back to her flank. A heifer there coming out next, the young lady's leading out. Not a whole lot of holes about her. If we could just drop her in her flank and mass her up just a bit. Young man leading one out there that I think's got some depth. You like her from her shoulder back. She gets a little plainer and lower in her front end quality. This heifer here the young lady has, she does a great job showing. Hard to know what to do with her because she's kind of a no holes type female. At the same time, there are other looks where she looks just a little plainer in her makeup, maybe not that wow factor that we find in some cattle that precede her. The red heifer's nice, deep bodied, a little coarser in her makeup and not quite the look. Same thing with the young man's female here. A lot of product, a lot of dimension, a lot of just mass and just stoutness to that female. Didn't know if she quite balanced up with the rest of them. We've got some cattle on down the lineup that either from a balance standpoint or maybe just from an extra mass and substance didn't quite compete. Like I said, that's the most that we've placed here today. All of them deserve to be commended for a job well done. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them.
And we thank you very much for the overview of this Class 10 Great Roman Heifer class, and first place honor going to entry 27,694. Mackenzie Jones driver, the exhibitor, Prince Earl FSI. Second class, earned by Brahman Champions, FSA Champions. Third place in the class, Tracy Ray Garcia, Lee County 4A. Your fourth place award goes to Amy Ray Hughes, that's Virginia County 4A. Your fifth place earned by Brangus Division, Nancy County 4A, first place award. And Leah Ray Diane Hayes of Windrose FFA, seventh to A.D. Baker of Chambers FFA chapter. Your eighth place ribbon went to Lady Nunley of Reno County 4A, ninth in that class, Savannah Rainey of Tri-FA FFA. And the ribbon,
Well, the advantage of that class being really big over on that side of the ring was I got a chance just to visit with, or at least say hello and just a quick conversation with these exhibitors. And Mark and I, my husband, who often has had the chance to come down and sort down here too, we never fail to talk about just the excellent quality of showmen you have here, the personality of these young people. They're considerate. They're happy to be here, and no matter what end of the class are on, you very, very rarely see a young person that throws you some attitude. And that's what's just fun to be able to visit with them on a personal level while we were waiting for Brady to finish up. In this particular class, again, there's a little bit of give and take on things, but I think the one that wins for me probably services relatively quickly, and I think does a lot of really good things. You know, and they've got this heifer shaved down, so absolutely what you see is what you get, and I think that's okay. On one that's got the basic build like this one does, you don't need to have any hair to try to bring anything else to the table. This one is just solid from the ground up. I think she's really good in the way she's made in her foot. When she gets around and goes in the ring, she's really comfortable and just reaches at that ground and kind of pulls it toward her. I think she's in really good condition. I think she has an advantage of freshness over the heifer that stands in second. I think she's considerably fresher from front to rear, and I like that about her. I mean, she's just a good female. When that young lady gets that head up there and gets her stick, I think that one's pretty maternal. I think that one's pretty functional. There is no big holes to poke in that one. We can use that kind of mama cow in the industry all day long. The other big power female is a young lady here in second. And like I say, I'd sure like to freshen her up in terms of condition, because I don't think she needs to have that extra bark on her in order to be good at what she's good at. She too is big at the ground, and she's big in her bone work. She's got some shape and dimension to her. I don't think she's quite as attractive as either heifer on either side of her, but we certainly appreciate all that extra power and dimension, and still very functional at the ground. I think she deserves to stand where she is. I have some heifers that are considerably more attractive through their front end and maybe through their midsection than the heifer standing in second, but I think they all start to give up just a few things. This one is one of those that I appreciate the attractiveness, and I've kind of used those cattle all day long, but compared to the females ahead of her, she gives up so much in terms of dimension and overall shape. But where I'd like to change her is the way she's designed in her rear hock. As you can see her standing right there, for me personally, my opinion, she gets just too straight from her hock down to her dew claw. I'd like to have just a notch more angle, a notch more comfortableness in terms of flexibility right there. But in terms of design and shape, right there, that heifer is as good as any of them in the class. That's a high quality female. For me, I just like to design her a little bit in her rear too. This is a good, useful, functional kind of female. She gives up just a little balance because of the extra waist that she has in her sternum, the extra navel that she has in her underbelly, and that just gives up some balance. But there again, I think here's a useful kind of heifer that does most of the things pretty well. We would just sweeten her up in those areas to get her to move her up any higher. This is one of those attractive females that is cleaner in her front end. She's cleaner in her underline. She gets more refined in her bone work. I'd like to stouten her up in terms of bone, in terms of foot size. She certainly is not real. I think she's just sore on that back left foot. Something isn't right in terms of the way she's handling that leg when she gets out and goes. And that kind of messes up her top line too when you put her in motion. And so whether that's a part of her all the time or whether she's sore, I don't know. But it detracts from her here today. But a good, attractive kind of heifer. Pleasant young lady here in the turquoise shirt. Again, a very functional female, not a lot of big holes in her. She just gets a little bit plainer in her kind. Same way with the young man in the black hat. This heifer's made just a little deeper in her chest, a little waistier through her midsection. Young man here too with the red colored heifer. This one heifer just wants to drop her head. She doesn't handle her top line, doesn't have quite the rear flank. This one gives up just a little balance in her lower chest. This heifer here, very clean and green in her design. Again, for me, too fine in her bone. She had a little more rib shape. And the one, that young lady, super, super pleasant young lady there finishing up the class, she told me she just pulled that heifer out of the pasture less than a month ago. And that works to the heifer's disadvantage because she's just not quite far as along. But that heifer just gives up a little bit of balance. But a great set of young people. Let's give them a round of applause.
Waller County 4-H. Placing 6th is Riley Demick. Our 7th place exhibitor, Katie Gutierrez from Thomas E. Randall FFA. 8th place honors goes to Stockton Lightfoot, Fort Bend County 4-H. 9th, Kix Beggs, Lockhart FFA. And our 10th place exhibitor in that big class is Willa Fuchik from Rice Consolidated FFA. We're now evaluating, bringing in the ring, class number 14 in our Simbra Junior Heifer Show. So class 50.
Over here in our Brahman and second division of Grays, outstanding division. Certainly some classes that provided some give and take, just like they all do. But I'm happy with the 8 that we have out here, and I want to commend each of you exhibitors and the families as you've worked hard to be out here in a championship lineup at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. The first class, the youngest class, 2 heifers I really like. Young lady is just a super stick. As with a lot in this breed, the showmanship quality really stands out. Young lady, you do a great job. Female, I love at the ground, like her bone, like her substance, like her maternal look, her length of body. You've got her stuck there, but there are other times where maybe, is she quite got that wow factor up through her front end? Does she square up on her hocks as she leaves us, or does she get turned in just a bit? Or some questions that are going through my mind on her, but just I love their flexibility and what she brings to the table. And then second place, big boned, stout, big, powerful female that I like a great deal as well. The second class, as we talked them in the lineup, I think the female here, from her hump back, from her shoulder back, so level, so good in her hip and her rear leg design. Out here in this lineup, is she quite burly enough? Is she quite stout enough in her bone and just her overall look when you first throw your eyes on her? I don't know, but her feet go the right direction. I think she's got a neat look to her, and she's made really well. Second place, really deep-sided, really cowy. Maybe a little heavier in her condition today, but one that you like her body and her rib and her bone work. That third class, an interesting class, and I thought we had kind of a runaway winner with this young lady in the multicolored shirt. This female is as feminine as anything in the whole group up through her front end. I love how she looks like a lady about her head and her neck and her ear set. She's a female that balances up extremely well from there back. You know, a question on her would be, when you get right in on her, into her forerib or flank, and you take her and you study her from behind, is she quite stout enough? A little sharper in the angle of her hock, but I think structurally she's still built extremely well. She's just got a look of quality about her that I like. As soon as you throw your eyes on her, young lady does a good job showing. And that darker heifer there, really well built, a little flatter in terms of her makeup. And then our oldest class here we just got done with, bragged on a lot of things about this heifer and that won the class. She's wide-chested. She's wide when she leaves you. She's got body. She's got rib. She still fits together really smoothly in her makeup. There are probably other cattle in the lineup or that we've saw today that are a little freakier about their front end, or maybe that come just a little more dead level from hooks to pins. But all in all, she's an extremely well blending, high-performing, sound-structured, very smooth-made female that just brings a lot of good to the table. Second, we talked about her in class, one that is standing still, has that kind of smooth, well-blending look you like, very good in the turn to her hip. She's got muscle, she's got bone, she's got some nice balanced look when she's standing still. You get her on the move, she comes up just a little shorter in their stride. So that's how I kind of see these 8 cattle. As you can probably observe from my comments, I'm really high on all 8 of these individuals. I think they bring a lot of good to the table. Still a pretty big standout for me. That's going to be our oldest heifer. She's going to be your champion. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
And your division champion winner of class 10, that's entry 27,694, Mackenzie Joe Driver, the exhibitor, Winsboro FFA, will move up second place out of that class for reserve consideration.
I think it gets really, really close for reserve. I think it was kind of a no doubt for me, at least on the top end. I think you've got 3 or 4, all 4 of these cattle that could be reserve. It's just kind of a matter of where one of those critiques hits you harder, where you feel more strongly that needs to be changed. With that being said, in terms of quality, in terms of eye appeal, you first throw your eyes on one. I like this heifer right in front to be reserved. Congratulations.
Class 9. For class 13 gray Brahmins to staging area. They're about ready to move in your class. Final call, class 13. And final call for class 13 gray Brahmins to be at staging. We're about ready to move in your class.
These classes, when you start to get into individuals that are very different in terms of where they're at in production, sometimes it becomes a little more challenging to try to make things for, sense in your mind and what's happening physiologically with these females and what you just see right in front of you. But for me, the young man here, this one that's going to win this class, there's no doubt, she's going to calve here in a nice time frame as well. So even though she doesn't have a calf at side, I think this one is pretty good. She balances up good in terms of the type and kind that she is. She's one of those that I put in the power cow kind of section, in that she's got a lot of dimension. She's big top. She's exceptionally robust in terms of her body shape and design, and I like all those things. Now, if I could push that sternum back into her just a little bit, shave off just a little bit, crest crest on the top of that one's neck, that would be to her advantage. But I think this one, from a foot size standpoint, from a structure standpoint, and a balance standpoint, I think she's going to be a pretty impressive cow when she lays down and has a calf on the side of her. There's just a lot of product there. I like both the pairs that are standing here in second and third. I think the design of the mama cow here, I like just a little bit better. I think she's a little bit longer in her body. I think she has just a notch more natural shape. I like the extra length and dimension she has from hooks to pins. Calf quality I certainly see as similar, so that's a close pair in my mind, but there's no doubt both these females I think are off to a great start here in terms of first calf heifers. And what they have at side. I think I just like I say, the extra extension, the extra little bit of body shape in that female, and the extra length of hip that she has. Again, a good high quality female here. Again, starts to give up just a little bit of body compared to the cow standing directly above her. But that's a nice calf at side. That pair is certainly earning its keep around your place right now. Good luck to you with both of those in the future. A really extended, long-sided, good-looking one here with this red bald-faced female, really long-bodied, smooth in her overall makeup. She's one I'd like to see a little bit farther along in calf for sure. That would make her just a notch more competitive. But again, I think she's very structurally correct. I think she does the things that she needs to long-term. Young man has done an awfully nice job presenting his red heifer here. For me, this one just gets a little more awkward in the way she handles her rear two. She maybe doesn't have quite as much rear flank to her as some of the heifers above her, but yet he's done a really good job with her. This one too just gets a little bit bigger in her framework, gives up some balance when you look at her from the side, a little finer in her bone work, as is the case here. Here's one of the more attractive fronted ones in the class, but she just gets smaller footed, smaller bone. You can see that she doesn't have the comfortable stride and step off those rear two to get any higher. This young man's certainly close in production, and we give that female credit for that. She just gives up too much balance, and that she's really deep through her front end, and that just gives up that side profile balance that's so important, or that we're so attracted to in the show ring. So congratulations to those exhibitors as they start to get to the stage of their project where they're going to see the proof in the pudding, so to speak. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Well, another class with so many numbers, especially as the cattle start to get bigger, that we might need to excuse a few just to make room out here, but it's a tough call, and I don't take that lightly. I think there are several very close calls to try to make it here in the top 10. In my opinion, all three of these first three, I think young people that do an outstanding job. They've got depth, they've got natural Springer rib, they've got some performance. Maybe it's just that extra look or that first impression, or in the case of the young man right in front of me, just a little tighter as you watch that heifer move, but awfully close call here. We've got another big frame, dark gray female, really a nice female, maybe falls out of balance just a shade. Those are some things going through my mind in that one. Same thing for the young ladies right here, a long-bodied, sound-structured type female, just a little flatter maybe in her makeup, but I thought that was a really close call. When we can get this heifer put together from the profile, I think she's right there in the mix as well. At times maybe falls out of balance just a shade. So those are some close calls in my opinion. As we start to exit, please put your hands together and congratulate those young people who've done a great job bringing their projects to San Antonio.
last class, right? Excellent quality in the top end of this last class of your Simbra Division, and I think really 3 nice pairs to sort through. They're at the stage of life. They're doing what their purpose is, and I think they really are doing an excellent job here in terms of quality, both of the females themselves as well as the calves at side. But I think this pair that we're going to start the class with, that is a good looking duo right there in terms of the way that female looks. That's a pretty attractive cow in terms of the way she gets out and goes. You just love the front end that she has. I mean, she shows a lot of quality and dimension. It's not easy to show these pairs, and they've done a really, really good job in terms of presentation level on this pair. But they take the quality with that presentation, and the design and the way this one just looks through her front 1/3 and their levelness of top, her moderation of size, certainly with some udder quality to her. And then you look at that pretty impressive heifer calf at side. I think she just has to win this class. That's a really, really good calf. There's a lot of future there as well. Like I say, it's not easy to show these pairs, but they're doing an excellent job. I think that's a real good place to start. That's not to take away from this second place individual in this class. This female here, I'm guessing right before she calved, man, I'll bet she was good looking. I mean, she's fresh fronted. She is just beautiful in her design. I'm sure fully shaped out in her rib shape before this calf hit the ground. I'm guessing that one was very, very impressive. And she still is here with this bull calf at her side as well. I just like the quality of that, both on both the female as well as the calf standing at side. I think that's a really good pair. You just ran into an exceptional pair right there, but that one is extremely competitive. You're going to have a lot of fun with that one. I think you can breed that one a lot of different ways, and you've just got so much quality to work with. You have a lot of options in terms of deciding what you're going to do. Just excellent quality from end to end. This particular female too, just great udder quality on this one. This one to me is just going to be a cow that when you put her in the pasture in her working clothes, it's going to do you a great job every day. She maybe doesn't have the extra bells and whistles in terms of looks that the females ahead of her do, but she's plenty attractive enough for me. Calf maybe not quite as competitive as those two on the other individuals, but that's just an excellent pair right there. That's what this project is all about. There's a lot of future with a female like that. Congratulations to that exhibitor. This particular heifer here, we'd certainly like to see her farther along in the production phase of things. She just doesn't show a lot of being bred to her yet, but she's good in her design. You love the attractiveness, you love the straightness of top that she has, the flatness of her joints, just a lot of balance there. She's just not quite as stout in her overall feature of her makeup. I think she gets a little smaller in her foot and bone, doesn't get out and travel quite as well, but a very attractive kind of individual. The next 3 heifers they're all those kind of females that I talk about in terms of power cows, and that there's a lot of dimension, there's a lot of productivity in them. The black female just going out, I think this one's going to keep you in business all day long. She maybe gets just a little bit bigger in her framework than ideal for me. Maybe that's perfect for you, but again, she just outgrew herself just a notch for me. I think she's got a little more shape and dimension when you get around behind her than the red heifer that follows her up. This is a big, powerful individual. She gets a little sharper at her hock. She's got a little more swelling on her hock. She gets a little more round up her hip, just not quite as attractive. Kind of as is the case with the red one behind her. This one too has got a little more sternum, a little more navel. Just gives up that extra balance, probably carrying plenty of condition. We'd like to stouten this red one up here from the ground on up. Just give her a little more shape and dimension all the way through. Young lady here with this particular pair, she's just made too different for me right behind her shoulder. I don't know why her spine is made that way, but she's certainly just a little bit different. She gets a little tighter in her forerib. We'd like to see her designed a little bit different there. And the young lady we're going to finish the class with, this one, you just need to give a little more quality from end to end. She gets a little bigger and flatter in her design, just not the extra good things that we see in those top pair. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they finish up our last class in the Simbra Division.
Fifth goes to Hannah Wright, Banquet FFA. Our sixth place exhibitor, Alexandra Perez, Shadow Creek FFA. Seventh goes to Carlton Bauer, Bastrop County 4-H. Eighth place female, Antonia Martinez, Caldwell County 4-H. Ninth exhibited by Jarrett Williams, Half FFA. And our 10th place female exhibited by Kira Cantu, Alice FFA. We're now bringing our first and second place females from classes 13 through 14. From these females, our judge will select our senior and our reserve senior division champions.
Here we go in this class. A little bit of a difficult one for me to put together. Honestly, I think there are really good cattle in here. There's probably not one, at least for me, that jumps out and says they absolutely have to win. But I do like the young ladies in the black shirt, the heifer that we lead off with. And to me, she's the best combination of traits and some things that I like in cattle in 2, 3, 4, and 5. To me, she's got enough rib and body and dimension, but to me, where she really excels over the cattles in 2, 3, and 4 is just her extra look and her femininity. She's the one that sends her head and neck really high off the top of her shoulders. She's the one that stays a little more conservative in her shoulder, and then from there back, I still think she's got good shape to her forerib. She's not as deep-sided, so if you're just looking at which one's the deepest-sided, even of the top 4, she's probably not the deepest-sided, but when you get right in on her, you can tell that there's a lot of rib shape there. And then where I confirm that is down her top. She's still big over her top. A female that I think of these top 3 kind of has that class-winning look to go ahead and capitalize on. There are some things about this young man's heifer in second that I really like. And starting at the ground, she is big-footed, she's heavy-structured, she's ultra deep and bold and maternal in her rib. She's got a lot of power when you get right in behind her. I guess for me, and the young man does a heck of a job getting her showed, does she quite have that class-winning look? And for me, I couldn't quite convince myself that up through her front 1/3 that she was quite pretty enough, quite attractive enough to win this class. From her shoulder back, a lot of things I like. One that I think would just like to balance up, make a notch more feminine, maybe make a notch cleaner in terms of her condition as well. Nice female, though, that I love her rib and I love her density. Kind of the red tinge female coming out next, one of the bigger frame, longer bodied, higher performing females in the group. She kind of runs uphill all the way back out to her hip. She gets a little straighter in the angle to her hock, maybe just a notch more uncoordinated when you set this female on the move. But she's up-headed, she's deep-sided, she's maternal. There is a ton of female there. Young man does a really good job getting her showed. I think from a structure standpoint, particularly off her rear too, maybe not quite as attractive or useful when you set her out on the move, but great job getting that one presented. There were times in this class where I thought, maybe this is our class winner, the heifer here in the white female right in front of me. I think she's got rib, I think she's got muscle, she's got width. There are times where you catch her and you think, she's got a good enough look, let's go ahead and run with her. Then there are times where she gets her head down, she wants to get a little heavier in her chest. She never pops her rear pasterns, but she certainly kind of stays up on them as she gets around the ring. A nice female, certainly a harder one to interpret, but I do like the quality of her. Darker gray female here is one that's a little more moderate. She's good structured. Thought she ran out of gas. Didn't have quite the spread there to her forerib or the dimension when you get behind her. Red female there, beautifully designed heifer that I think needs just a shot more foot and bone. This heifer right here, the white one, is got a lot of ribs. She's got a lot of muscle. I certainly like them with that cushion down at the ground, but she's probably pushing the envelope in terms of her rear pastern. Like to pick her up in that regard. And we close the group of 10 here with some cattle that have some depth and some dimension to them. They maybe don't power up when you get right behind them, though. Maybe they need to be stoutened up just a shade in terms of foot and bone. So awesome class there. Let's put our hands together and congratulate the exhibitors in that particular lineup.
Final call for Gray Brahman females in Class 14. Last and final call for Gray Brahmans Class 14 to be in staging. This will be first call for Class 15.
As we start to here select our champion in our last division of Simbras, again, the quality just kind of stuck with us all day long. And I think it's impressive when we've got 4 of the 6 standing out here with calves at side to add that to the equation. And so just a very good division again, a lot of quality at the top end to be able to make my selections from. You know, the young lady who wins the first class here in this particular division, those are the kind, I think, that are just going to keep the cow business moving forward. I think that one is just very functional from every aspect that you want to look at it. Does she have quite the attractiveness up through her front end and maybe right through her lower navel as some of the other heifers in this class or in this division? Probably not. But she's so functional at the ground. She's so good in her foot. She's comfortable and just not awkward in her step whatsoever. Again, she's one of those that'll be fun to go out and look at with a calf at side in the pasture, because I think she just represents a lot of really things that are just in here for the long haul. Those kind have a lot of longevity, a lot of usefulness. Young man who wins the middle class, this one is a little bit different in that she's super, super stout in terms of her body features. Big top, big rib, big ended. Little shorter in her side. Like I say, carrying just a notch more condition than I think ideal right at this stage of the game, but a good high quality female, certainly one that deserved to win that class. And the young man and whoever his assistant here is showing this one, he's got a high quality project here. Not only is her quality exceptional and she's so attractive from her nose to her tail, there's just all those good things. She's got just an incredible heifer calf at her side. I don't think I can deny that kind of quality when they come at me in both packages. She will be your champion in this particular division. You know, when you come to the reserve here, again, I think you've got options depending on what kind of cattle you're drawn to. You've maybe got 1 or 2 that are a little more rugged in their features. If that's what you like and you can breed upon, you certainly go ahead and gravitate to that. When I've got the one that looks as good as she does and as attractive as she is and with a quality calf at side like that, I think there's no reason for this one not to follow into the reserve position in this division.
All previous division winners in our Simbra to the North Staging Arena. All previous division winners. We need our calf, our heifer, and we've got our seniors here. So bring your division winners up so we can select our overall champion Simbra female.
This will be final call for staging Class 15 Great Brahman.
Awesome class here, and I think especially here on the top end, probably as much quality as we've seen just in terms of depth and the way that these cattle present themselves. And especially within that, the top two. That to me, these top two are awfully good individuals, very, very, very high quality. I think to me, the deciding factor is when you take both these cattle at the ground, there's just a little more foot size, a little more stoutness, and a little more power in terms of you first throw your eyes on her. This gray, darker gray female, she's awfully good. You talk about a smooth made, well blending, high quality, eye appealing female. Head and neck set up there high, but balances up both standing and on the move. You get behind her, she's got enough dimension. There's probably actually more raw power and more, maybe just a shot more boldness in the lighter colored one right behind her. But when she balances up, throws her head up, gets loined, I think that thing comes together with a killer look. Like I said, her biggest advantage is her foot size, her bone work, maybe just a shade more extra length of body as you study her compared to the one right behind her. The one right behind her is picked up just a shade better in her chest floor. The one right behind her is as good bodied, as fresh, well presented as anything we've seen today. You've done an outstanding job showing her, taking care of her. She's big top, she's thick ended, she's very feminine up through her front end. Like I said, in a pair or in a class of this quality, in a pair of this quality, you first throw your eyes on her. I think maybe she needs to be just a little stouter in terms of her makeup, but I love the top side of this female. Those are two awfully high quality female that can run with anything in this particular division. I think you go into the red female coming out next, and there's as much density in that heifer as anything that we've seen today. She is huge out of her hip. She's very muscular. She's very bold in her rib design. She's very powerful. A lot of classes, this heifer is your lead-off female. I don't think she's quite as good when you get her on the move. She's not quite as loose structured, and with all that extra power, that mass, that substance, don't think she quite puts herself together with the smooth, well-blending feminine look of the two cattle that that are ahead of her. But in terms of what she brings to the table, combined with still how she manages to handle it and present herself, very high quality show heifer there. Young lady does an outstanding job with. And then we got a white heifer, and we can start walking her out. I think a really sound structured female. She fades off from hooks to pins just a bit, gets a little heavier down there to the base of her chest, but I like the way she goes. I like she's big footed. I think she moves her hock and her pastern awfully well. Didn't have quite the boldness, the turn, the spread, the expression of the one in front of her. Didn't have quite the look of the two cattle that precede or that start off this lineup. Really dark tinged females, as big a frame, long a bodied heifer as anything we have in the group. A little awkward in how she handles her rear too. Wants to funnel just a bit from hooks to pins as you study her from the profile, or from the rear view, excuse me. The heifer leading out there, probably as big a boned and stout structured as anything in the group. Gets a little coarser and bulky in her overall look. Heifer right here, the red tinged one, is one that she's a fresh fronted, good looking one on the stand. When you get her into motion, she kind of wants to rise up in her top line and needs to drop her in her flank just a bit. And then we close with two cattle that I think will make great cows. Probably just don't have the look, the eye appeal, or the extra stoutness when you get right behind them as some. That was a fun class to sort, particularly there on the top end. Let's congratulate them with a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Judge.
Back over here to the Simbra side of things, as we get ready to select our first big banner of the day, I cannot tell you with any more sincerity how excited this division got me. Now, if somebody had told me that before I drove down here, I didn't drive down here, but fly down here, and said, Deb, you are going to be so excited and happy with what you're going to have to work with and the quality that you're going to find in that Simbra division. And not that I didn't have good expectations. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, man, folks, this is taking it to a different level. I know you get to see this. Yeah, give them some credit. You get to see this breed of cattle and this composite makeup, every day when you go to a show. I don't get that. But what I could take is this set of cattle in here right now, the quality that I have standing in this row next to me and the one there. I could drop them back north with me, and every bit of quality, they're going to match that head for head. I just think they're really good. I'm not blowing smoke to anybody. I just said, this is as fun as I've had for an awfully long time. I just, to commend these exhibitors. Several years ago, I judged in Houston, and a phrase that I threw out there, and today I guess they call it goes viral. Okay? A phrase I put out there is, don't be afraid of competition, just be prepared for it. These 6 exhibitors have taken that phrase to a new level. They knew that they were going to have to really do their homework, and they were going to have to prepare for the level of competition that they were coming to get the banner that somebody's going to get here in a minute. So again, I give them all the credit in the world, and whoever is behind these cattle in terms of breeders, and whether it's ag teachers or whether it's family or it's friends. They're presented excellent, both the cattle themselves, the exhibitors on the halters have done just an exceptional job. So again, I have enjoyed it immensely. I hope you can tell that. I think the quality is excellent. Just going to say one brief thing about each one of these. Man, that heifer calf excites me. She really, really does. And you folks, you need to look out. This one's going to come after you every day here forward if she continues to grow the way she does. And there's always a question as a judge, do you reach out and do you use a calf that young when you got some other good-looking ones and some good big ones, It'll remain to be seen here. But nonetheless, that one I think is very, very exciting. There's just a tremendous amount of future. This heifer here in the middle, that whole division was just good. The quality was just excellent from top to bottom. This one surfaced for me in terms of the qualities that she has, the balance, the attractiveness, the look. She does all those things. I think that's a high quality female there. And certainly when this pair walked in, I says, wow, this just keeps going. This is just so good. It's just so much fun. And because that's just not easy to do. So again, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to judge your Simbra division. It has just been fun. Let's give these exhibitors one more round of applause. I'll pick you a champion and a reserve. I normally wouldn't probably come back and say anything after we pick our champion in our division, but as this red one comes in here, if you could tell there was another one that excited me through the day, it was this one. Because I think she's a unique individual. She just really has some pieces, I think, that are very, very exciting, as do all these 3 out here. So this one doesn't drop the quality of this front row lineup one bit. I think she's very, very competitive. Is she your kind? You decide that for yourself. Is she my kind? I'm going to decide that as well. But I think she's an incredible, unique breeding piece, as all these are. But I think she takes it to the next level. She will be a reserve in this division.
We just concluded our Simbra heifer show, so you Red Brangus exhibitors, we need classes 1 and 2 up to the north staging arena. Classes aren't that big, breed is not that big in terms of numbers, so we need to be on point and be ready. So let's start bringing our
Attention in the barn, Red Brangus exhibitors in classes 1 and 2. You need to report to the staging area in the north side of our judging arena. Red Brangus classes 1 and 2 to check in at staging, please. Reminder to you, Red Brahman exhibitors, you'll be the next show up, and we're completing the Class 15, final class of grays at this time. Have a senior championship and a grand champion drive, and we want to let you Red Brahman exhibitors know that we have two pretty small classes, 5 head in Class 1. And we'll be asking Class 2 to come up. There's only 2 heads, so we'll ask y'all to bring both those classes at one time.
Apologize for taking just a little extra time on this class. Awfully fun set of Brahman heifers to sort through. I think lots of challenges when you get this good, lots of different looks, and certainly some different thoughts that run through your head. I think at the end of the day, these top 2, top 3, they run to the top, for different reasons. To me, the top 2 pattern up together. The third one's the one that's a little different. You got to decide kind of where you want to be in that particular trio. To me, kind of sticking with what the theme for me has been all day, I like this young lady in the sparkly kind of blazer to win. I think that's an up-fronted, good structured, heavy boned, smooth made, really well patterned Brahman female. To me, I think that it's hard to put a big major hole in her. There are cattle behind her that are maybe a little stouter through their lower quarter. There are cattle behind her that maybe have just a notch more forerib or boldness, but there's probably not one, at least for me, that put that back leg, that cleanliness in terms of her joints, that upheadedness, that look, the presence, the eye appeal. I love her hip and her rear leg set. To me, she's the one that I tied to. The lighter colored one, maybe a rib longer in terms of her makeup. I love her in terms of the muscle and the dimension she has through her lower quarter and stifle. She too, up fronted. I didn't think she quite came into balance as good as our gray female from her chest floor back to her flank. Maybe a product of her being that extra rib longer. Didn't think she was quite as unique in her hip and her rear leg set, but a big legged, stout one that I think certainly an interesting pair there on the top end. The 1 and 3rd was a debate for me because she's the absolute boldest rib. She's the absolute deepest sided. Here's the maternal, moderate, all the things. You get in behind her. To me, I didn't expect her relative to her bone size to have quite as much dimension through her lower quarter and stifle. Didn't expect her to quite have as much power up high, but she has it. Like I said, compared to those top two, where my priority was just their extra look up through their front end, I think she falls short in that regard. I don't think from her hock to the ground she's quite as stout and powerful to match that extra mass, dimension, boldness, maternal rib shape that she has. Those top three I think are awfully good. If you want to flip them, I don't understand that, but at the end of the day, the way I see them, I think, in the priorities that you choose to put forth, I think you stick with those top two, and to me, this is a hard call for this particular class. Young lady does a fantastic job showing. Kind of switch gears here, the 1 and 4th, though, another one that's really got some frame, some extension, some length up to her front end. She, too, a big-footed, heavy-structured. When she has that advantage over the heifer that precedes her, she gets a little straighter in the angle of her hock, and she compensates by really kind of getting down there on her rear pastern. I'd like to drop her in her flank just a bit as well. Hard to know what to do with this female coming out next. She is the biggest, she's the longest, she's the widest, she's the boldest. At the same time, she's one that's starting to look a bit more mature in her overall look, a little coarser, a little not quite as attractive or smooth, well blending in terms of her makeup, but the dimension is certainly impressive. The boldness is certainly impressive. That is a nice high quality gray Brahman that's brought to the show. Here's a smooth, well blending, great shouldered female. She's absolutely tucked in nice at the top side of her shoulder. She balances up well from there back. The 3-dimension of view of this heifer in a quality lineup like this, I think, gets her beat. She's a little flatter in her rib. She's a little plainer from hooks to pins and down low. But if you're just taking them from the side view and you think, what would a good cow look like? To me, that's a picture of a really good cow for down the road. And you did an outstanding job showing as well. From there, I think we run into some cattle that, they get you excited, but probably not quite in the same league as those that we just described. Here's a female that you love her practicality. She gets a little plainer in her look up front, not quite the muscle and not quite the dimension as those that precede her. The red tinge female, she's got body, she's got rib. She comes in just a little bit of a wavier package in terms of her top line, gets off behind her shoulder and a little rounder out of her hip, like to stouten her up in her foot and bone just a shade. Female coming out next, tremendously long-bodied, really deep-sided, a little plainer in terms of her bone and her dimension, but still one that you have to appreciate for the practical pieces. She's sound, she's got body, she'll certainly make a functional cow down the road. And then we conclude with some cattle that I think have a lot of utility, just a little plainer in their overall makeup, maybe not quite that wow factor as you study them from the profile, but awesome class. If you don't mind congratulating those exhibitors with a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Ragland. Attention in the barn, we do need our calf champion in reserve and the junior champion in reserve to come to the staging area. We'll be doing grand champion gray Brahmans here shortly, so you don't want to miss that opportunity. You calf and junior champions and reserves, please return to the staging area.
Sydney, Kelly, Edgewood, FFA, and 10 And at this time in the arena, we have the senior championship.
As we begin your red Brangus division here, again, a good quality class with some differences. And calf classes, particularly this one, I think is a great example. Sometimes it's hard to sort out those differences when you have two calves that just really aren't excited to be in here this morning. As they get settled down and they get put in place, it's a little easier to evaluate them. But structure, trying to evaluate structure on ones that just aren't cooperating can be a little dicey sometimes. But nonetheless, I think the heifer that we need to start with does so in this class here. Young man's brought us a really nice one. I think from the side profile, this one is really good in terms of length of body. I think she's good in the way she handles her top line, her underline. I think all those things just fit together extremely well. She's really good in the way she's opened up right behind her shoulder, and as she continues to progress and mature, I think this one's going to have a good amount of body shape and a really, really good look to her. If I was to change her, I'd maybe give her a notch more bone, but I just kind of have to reset my eyes here a little bit when we move down to these calf classes. But I think that is a really, really solid place to go ahead and start. I think it's a close decision here between second and third, and there's some give and take. But I think as this particular young man with the second place heifer, if she was to settle down and if she was to move for us, I think she's just more right in her structure. I think she's more right in the angle of her shoulder. I think she's got a better set to her rear too as she gets out and goes. I think she handles her top line better. We want these cattle to be strong topped and level topped, but we don't want them to be hard topped. Just a little bit of flexibility I think is good. The flexibility of top line often goes with how they're built at the ground, and I think this one just does that better maybe than the young man standing in third. Here too, a long-bodied kind of female that when he gets her set up, I think there's a lot of longevity. I think there's a lot of future in this one. Hopefully she'll behave for you just a little better as she gets a little more experience under her belt. Young man, you've brought a unique one here to us. She is one as well that has some really unique pieces and that we really like. In terms of shape and dimension, when you get around behind him, there's no question that this one has the biggest hip, the stoutest stifle, and she's got all those things about her. But for me, she just gets a little more upright in her shoulder. She gets a little bit tighter and a little bit more restricted right behind her shoulder in terms of her top line. That makes her loin pop up. That makes her hip droop just a little bit. So if I could just change the top line in that one, free her up in the way she gets out and goes at the ground. That one has some unique pieces as well that need to be appreciated, and that's a high quality one as well. Young man, you brought us a good heifer here too. She just kind of gets outmassed by the one standing ahead of her in terms of muscle and bone, maybe at this size. But what a high quality young exhibitor. We're glad you came to the San Antonio Stock Show. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Our third place exhibitor is Banker Kulon. Our red Brangus females. So class 3, we need you to the north staging area. Class 3, red Brangus females, we need you to the north staging area. Again, you red Brangus exhibitors, the classes aren't that big. We don't have a whole lot of cattle in terms of total numbers, so you need to be aware of, you need to be ready pretty quick. So class 3, we need you to the north staging area. Class 8, be getting it on your mind.
Awesome division here in this particular set. I've had a lot of fun sorting all three of these classes. I think hopefully, and it doesn't always work out that way because Every class is different, and quality cattle come in all shapes and sizes, but I think it's hopefully easy to see on these class winners, the one standing next to us, the type and kind that I prefer. I think all three of these cattle come back and they look almost the same in terms of their makeup. There's certainly differences, and we'll talk about those here in just a sec. I think we've got second places over there that I think were really, really, really good, and then maybe fell short in just an area in terms of that look, the quality, the eye appeal, the profile that we find in the cattle that stand on my side of the lineup right here. So as we talk about them, you talk about the youngest heifer right here, and she was one of those in class that probably didn't have the EST of anything, but she was the most complete. That's the only thing she had in her favor, and she's an awfully nice female. I love the way that her feet and legs are placed. I like how smooth, blending she is, how feminine she is. In this particular lineup, are there cattle that stand behind her that are maybe just have a little bit more? Probably so, but I think she's certainly one to be commended. And then second place, a totally different type and kind of female, so massive, so powerful, so dimensional, maybe just a little plainer in her overall look. This second class and these top two in the second class, the middle class right here, they hit me awfully hard. The gray brindle one in front is one that I thought compared to the one in second, and just on her own, she's hard to put a big major hole in. She's got good feet, good structure, good balance, good shoulder, very, very feminine. She's probably the most feminine featured one in the whole lineup. She's cueing her cut out here. Obviously, she's been showed. She's been well presented. She's not scared of anything. I appreciate her disposition and how it complements her in terms of her look, because she just looks comfortable out here in all phases, and I certainly appreciate that. If we're going to pick on her, is she the widest, the boldest as she's going away? Does she need to be picked up in her chest floor just a shade relative to her flank? Maybe so, but that is a feminine, well-blending, smooth-made, awesome hip and hind leg gray Brahman female there. And our second, our yellow tinged, had as much body, rib, muscle shape up high and power from behind as anything. Maybe just didn't have quite that extra foot and bone and stoutness, but an awesome pair there. And then our oldest division there, that was a very tough class, and certainly one that could have gone a lot of different ways, but I'm very happy with the two that we have coming back out here. This oldest female, her hip and rear leg is phenomenal to me. It's stout, it's still smooth jointed. I think she gets around and handles herself extremely well. She's very square going away. Could she be a little wider maybe in terms of her makeup? Sure, but with that extra width, would we sacrifice what she's very good at, and that's the shoulder blend, the hip design, the joint work, the feet and leg placement, that view right there that the young lady gets her set up with, gets her loined. I think she comes together with just a phenomenal look. Is she quite as feminine right there in her throat latch as the heifer that's right in front of her? That's a question. Does she toe out just a little bit, ever so slightly up front? I think she does, but I think that's an awesome looking Brahman female there. And then second place, a rib longer, maybe a touch more massive in a place or two, maybe not the overall balance. So I'm going to put the mic down. I'm going to give them one more look and select you a champion in reserve out of this division, and then we'll move on to the overall. But it's been an awesome division here, and I think we need to compliment these exhibitors with a nice round of applause.
we'll be lining up our Grand Champion drive here shortly. This is final call for the calf champion in reserve and the junior champion in reserve to be in staging for that competition. This will also serve as the first call for our Red Brahman show, and those first two classes in the Red Brahman show are small, and we're going to ask that you bring up class 1 and 2 for staging in the Red Brahman show.
We're currently evaluating our second class of Red Brangus females on our North Judging Arena. We'll follow, obviously, with class 3. There is no class 4. So there's no class 4, so we'll go after class 3 into our heifer calf division. So you class 8 class 7 Red Brangus females need to start getting on your mind.
I will be the first to admit this class is challenging to put a placing on, and I wouldn't say if I came back here tomorrow afternoon and they brought these in to me again that I might not line it up differently, because I might. It just doesn't fit together in that we've got kind of 2 of similar kind here, 3 of similar kind here, but yet there's so much give and take and in between them. So no, this is probably the heifer we're going to start with. In my mind, when we put these cattle in motion, she is actually the one that holds herself together the best. Would I like to make her different in her front 1/3? I certainly would, for my taste. I'd like to clean her up and balance her up. But when we put these cattle in motion, in terms of the way she handles her top line, in the way she handles the extension of her step at the ground and holds her body together, and I truly believe, I think her in terms of robustness of rib, I think her spring is good. She maybe isn't as exceptionally deep looking maybe as the one standing right behind her, but I think she's got as much natural spread in terms of rib shape, hip, and design as any of them. And when I ask her to go, she just handles herself better. I think she's really good at the ground. I just would like to clean up that 1/3 there in order to make her a little more my particular style. And so therefore, then what do? This young man, I think he can fit here in second, and I can justify it, and I'm going to do that today. I think he most closely follows the type of our top heifer, and that he's got a little bit more rib shape. He's got a little more bone. When he gets out and steps, I just see a little more ruggedness and a little more stoutness to him. I'd like to make him a little longer bodied. I'd like to clean her up just a little bit in her sternum and in her navel to make her a little more balanced, but I think she fits into second for that particular reason. I could go ahead and run these 2 heifers together in second and third, and you can do that as well. Because this particular heifer here, I think she's got a little more look to her. I think she's a little more balanced just standing. But when we put these cattle in motion, she too just doesn't give me that extra ruggedness. She just doesn't give me that extra balance when she gets put in motion. I don't think she's got quite the natural rib shape. I think she's going to get just a little bit crustier in her neck. But yet there's some really positive things about it. I think this one's similar in type and kind. I just don't think she has quite as much rib shape, quite as much bone as that one there. I think they're very, very similar. And the young man we're gonna end the class with. Again, too, we appreciate, I think this one is made really good if you drop from the top of her shoulder down to her elbow pocket. I think she's good in terms of the shape she has there, but she is by far and away the most refined in her bone work and struggles the most in terms of a step compared to the heifers above her. Again, a challenging class. I think you can line it up different ways. That's just what I saw as these individuals were brought to me.
Well, I'm going to be honest, as we come to the conclusion of our Great Brahman show, I'll be a little vulnerable and say that when Dr. Ferris gave me the call to judge part of the San Antonio Stock Show Junior Heifer Show, number one, I was thrilled. Number two, I was a little nervous. If you don't live in the Brahman world, and for those that do, I'm sure you can understand when judges grab a microphone and they're a little hesitant with your breed. Brahman cattle, I think, are so unique in what they bring to the table. They have such a unique look about them, unique strengths, etc., that sometimes I'm sure from a sorting and a judging standpoint, that can go all over the board. And I hope today, as I thought about this breed, some things that I was going to try to keep in mind. I was going to try to stay true to what I like, no matter what breed or shape or form they come in, and that's ones that are built good at the ground, ones that offer a look and a presence and style about them from profile, ones that have enough muscle and enough natural thickness, but they don't have to blow me away in that regard, but certainly one that as soon as they hit the ring, I'm a big believer in first impressions, and all 6 of these cattle within their respective classes and then again within their division kind of had that for me. So I'm going to be comfortable in that regard. Like I said in my openings here, I wouldn't be surprised if there are a million different ways to line some of these classes up. You get in this part of the world and you start talking about Brahman cattle, you start talking about the best cattle in the world for that breed. Between here and about a 90-mile radius, you can find, I'm sure, some of the absolute best Brahman cattle in the entire world, and they all show up here in the junior show, and there's $10,000 at stake here, and I take a great deal of pride and responsibility to try to find the heifer in this particular group that I am extremely comfortable with because there's so much on the line. So with that being said, I'm extremely proud of our divisions. I'm extremely proud of the young people and the hard work that they put in to get these cattle out here and exhibit them. I'm going to give you just my opinion because I think when we get to this point, you kind of want to know, well, what was he seeing? What did he look? What was he looking for? And there in that $10,000 decision. Here in our youngest division, I was so happy that this was the first animal that walked through the ring today for me. I love that female at the ground. I think she's going to make a phenomenal cow down the road. She's got nothing but future ahead of her. Great structured, great boned, strong top, level hip, as level of a hip that we've seen, just all the future in the world. And then the reserve, big bodied, really massive female that just brings a lot of dimension to the table. Proud of you guys here in our youngest division. Our middle division here, I think we've got as much performance, as much mass, as much maternal look as anything in the whole show found in this young lady's heifer, and she does an outstanding job showing. One that's built right at the ground, one that's still good in her composition, deep-sided, one that really has just a lot of maternal qualities about her. You get her out here in this championship lineup, is she absolutely a showstopper in terms of her look from the profile? I think that's what's running through my head. But at the same time, to compliment that heifer and that young lady for putting that type of quality in one, I'm going to certainly do that because there's a lot of good in her. And then reserve, she's eye-catching, she's feminine, she's attractive. You know, is there quite enough density there in this lineup? Maybe not, but for what she is, she's going to make an awesome one down the road as she continues to body down and get mature as she goes to calf. And then our oldest division there, to me, carbon copy type females, built right at the ground, great looking, head and neck sets good in their hip and hind leg. Are they overwhelming in any one area? No. Could you pick them apart in a place or two? Probably. The heifer that's right in front of me, does she toe out just a shade? Maybe. Is she quite as chiseled up through her front end as some of the other cattle in the group? I don't know, but to me, she's very well blending. I love her hip and her rear leg set, so clean jointed, so good footed at the ground. And then reserve, maybe as feminine featured one in the entire group. Just a neat set to her hip and her rear leg as well. A little bit of extra chest floor, but don't want to falter too much on that. So that's at least how I see him. Hopefully we can see him the same even if we didn't line him up as such. I'm going to quit talking and select your champion in reserve, Gray Brahman female. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors that came to the table here today for an awesome show.
Thank you very much for the overview, Mr. Ragland.
I got it.
And ladies and gentlemen, your senior division champion selected as the grand champion grade female here in Basket. Leader, Brooks, and that's right. Taking grand champion honors.
As we move back over to the red Brangus side here, again, a class, the way I line them up, I think I start with the female that in my mind is certainly the most complete. I think she's the most rugged in her type, her body work, her bone, her foot size. I think she's the most bold and opened up in her rib. Again, just kind of like the one that won the last class. I'd like to clean her up and neaten her up just a little bit right through her front 1/3. But if I could do that, boy, from her shoulder back, I think that one's made really, really right. I think she surfaces for me relatively easy. Closer decision between second and third, but I chose to use the one that I think's a little more attractive. She's a little neater and cleaner through her throat and brisket, but I think where she begins to excel, she's made more right in her shoulder. She's definitely flatter in her shoulder, more elegant and refined, just a little bit more smoothness, I think, from end to end. Young man here in third hole again, maybe one that's got a little bit more stoutness to her, a little more ruggedness, but she just gets a little coarser in her makeup, in her shoulder, in the way she is in her joints as compared to the one that stands directly above her. Again, here we've got one that's a little more feminine. She's just a little more refined. She certainly gives up some bone work. She gives some rib shape and dimension at this stage of the game. Now, she's got time to catch up, you know, and maybe she will. And if she does, she's going to have a better look than some of them. But today, she just simply gives up too much, I think, to get around the 3 heifers ahead of her. But good job by all 4 exhibitors.
Class 7 Red Brangus females, we need you to the north staging area. So Class 8, be getting it on your mind. Again, not a huge number of entries in our Red Brangus show, so y'all all be ready if you're showing Red Brangus heifers. We're now selecting our division winners in our heifer classes. Also, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize our junior Red Brangus members that are assisting the superintendents and the interns in our North Judging Arena with our Red Brangus show. We've got Ms. Chloe Brooks, who is the American Junior Red Brangus Association Queen. Along with Chloe is Presley Jacob, who is the Princess of the American Junior Red Brangus Association. Certainly would like to recognize these young people for their assistance and efforts in our Red Brangus Junior Heifer Show this morning.
Not a huge division, but I think when we get the 6 back here, we can see that they maybe rose above the group in terms of quality, and I think there's just some good things there to draw from each one of these. Young man who wins the first class, here's the one that's designed like I like him to be. She's just got a bit more look to her. I think from the side, she's just more attractive in her front end. And when he gets her set up and he get those feet in the right position, her top line is good. Now, where I would change this one, when I put her, and it gets confusing for me because when I put her in motion, she handles herself at the ground extremely well. Those back feet are coming up and they're meeting the front feet good. They're setting flat, they're setting good. That's all good. But for some reason, she wants to get up in her top when you ask her to get out and go. And normally that doesn't happen when they're setting down square and good and flat on the ground. As you look at her right there, you'd never think when I ask her to go that she would get that way, but she does. And so for me, that's what I'd like to change about this one. But I think this one probably is the one in terms of just simply a design and a look. She's the one that probably has that advantage of the 3. My class winners from 2 and 3 are kind of similar in their type, even more so now that I get them out here together. Young lady with the heifer in the second class, this one, as I said, her advantage is when she gets out and goes, is when she holds herself together the best. I think the flexibility she has in her top line, the flexibility she has in her hip is all really good. I think her angles are really good. She just has a little more chest. She has a little more front end, a little more navel, probably than the heifer standing directly above her, but extremely functional. And the young lady who wins the third class, that heifer, I'd describe her a lot like this one. I don't think she's quite as extended in her body, quite as long in her overall makeup as maybe the heifer standing right ahead of her. But again, a good, useful, functional kind of individual. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. We'll get you first, and then we'll bring up a second to consider.
Not with the whole name. So that won't be our fault.
Yeah.
The young man that falls second in that division, there's a lot of more similarities, I think, between that one and that one. And as I said in class, as this heifer gets out here and gets more comfortable, I think you're going to start to really love the pieces that she brings to the table because when she just has the advantage to show those off. I think she, too, is good in her top line. I like the flexibility she has. I think she's good at the ground. I think there's just a lot of good in that heifer. I think it's close here between all 3 of these heifers who are going to be reserved. But to be honest with you, now when I get them out here and I get them lined up, to me, she follows in with the most future, the most quality. She'll be your reserve in this division.
To class number 7. We'll leave class 7 in the ring, so class 8. We need your effort to the north stage in the ring.
Well, as we turn our attention to the Red Brahman side, as a judge, I've got to continue to maintain the same level of intensity and focus there as our classes are maybe a little smaller, but the quality and the young people that have brought that high quality animals to the table, they've still worked just as hard. So I got to continue to ramp up that intensity and get these classes right. I think this class, to start us off here in our red division, kind of just falls together for me. This heifer here that we lead off with, she's a big one for her age, but I think there's still, not only is she the biggest one, I think she's also at this stage showing us the best. She's the best one. She's good at the ground. I like her bone work. I like her depth. I like her femininity. Her pieces just seem like they kind of fit together. She's at that right stage, that right condition. Like I said, I like her structure, both standing and on the move. In this particular lineup, she kind of overwhelms everything and then still gives us that extra look that we like from the profile. Now, I really like the heifer in second for the long run. She's in no way as massive or as dimensional as the one right in front of her, but I think she's built extremely good. I think she's got a neat feminine look to her front end, especially as it sits off the top of her shoulder. She's got some muscularity that you can already start to see working in her. Now, she doesn't have quite the foot and the bone and the feature found in the lighter red one that's in front of her, but long term, that's a good bet to be an awfully good Red Brahman female. I thought it was close between 3 and 4, totally different in their makeup. This kind of white spotted one here is the long, feminine, extended one that doesn't have quite the foot and the bone and the expression as the one behind her, but she does have that extra length. She's a little better in terms of her hip and her rear leg set. I thought she was maybe just a little more feminine, just a little more attractive as you study them from the profile. Now, the one that has more muscle and more dimension to her is in 4. She's got good body. She's got good top shape. She just seems like she's a little jammed up. Once she starts to relax in the show ring and we get her loined, I think we can really show herself off, because she does have femininity up front. She just comes in a little more of a compact package, not quite the length or the attractiveness. And then we've got one, probably the youngest heifer that we've seen today. The young lady's got about a 6-month-old here, built right, but still just so green in this lineup. But keep working with her. You got a nice project there. Let's congratulate the start of our Red Brahman show here with a nice round of applause.
I've just been informed that we will take no lunch break. We'll just kind of snack on the go. So you people that have not shown yet, as in the North Arena, will transition right into the Brangus following the completion of the Red Brangus show, and following the completion of the Black Brangus show, we'll transition and start our ARB. So on the south side, we get through with the Red Brahmans, we'll just go on into the Beefmasters, through with the Beefmasters, going into the Santa Gertrudis. So attention, there will be no lunch break. We'll keep showing cattle. No lunch break today. We're currently evaluating class number 7 in our Red Brangus show, so we need all class 8 females up to the north staging area. Class 8 Red Brangus females, we need your heifers to the north staging area. And again, all exhibitors that have not shown, no lunch break. We're going to keep judging cattle.
Disappointing news there, Mr. Pierce. I was looking forward to the stake that the committee is well known for, but we'll continue to roll on. We've got a good class here, 2 head. I think they're awfully good, so we just went ahead and spun them around and started them on the profile, as we've only got 2. But I think they're really, really good. To me, the young man's got kind of a standout, though. This female is built how I like them. I like the way that she's put together at the ground. I like the look and the eye appeal and the attractiveness that she hits us with from profile. He does a good job, head up, loined. She certainly looks the part. We'll see what she looks like out here in division with a little more competition, but I think a female that's awfully high quality. And then we got the one in second. Young lady, you've done a nice job with your red Brahman. She's one that's smooth-made, long-bodied, well-blending. She's not quite in the same league in terms of foot and bone or eye appeal as the one in front of you, but if we had a class of more of them, you'd certainly find your way near the top. You did a really good job. So congratulate both those 2 exhibitors on a job well done.
And thank you.
Brady, I'll pre-cut and hand deliver your ribeye to you. Along with, you want Bluebell ice cream on that peach cobbler? We got you covered. Take it easy. I don't want you to go down on us now.
We move. Final call for Class 3. Need Class 3 and 4 together. We got small classes, so let's have them both to staging, please. Red Brahman, Class 3 and 4. Class 3's entering the ring. We need to bring up Class 4. We'll have the calf division following that. That's Class 5 and 6. So you Class 6 red Bremer cattle, be ready to move up to the staging area.
Sorry about that.
Kind of a unique situation with the heifer that wins the class. I think we all realize she's pretty young in terms of how close she is to calving and what her age is. And young ladies, I asked her, I said, did you intend to calve at that young of an age? And she says, no, it was kind of an accident. And I get that's happened a time or two in a pasture. You get those big, growthy, aggressive bull calves. If those heifer calves are still out there, sometimes that happens. But guess what? That heifer she looks good. She looks good standing out here in terms of quality and the kind that she is. I think she's made really right. I love the angle to the shoulder of this one. And you can tell when she gets out, and the reason that shoulder becomes important because it affects how she's going to grab the ground. When this one gets out and walks, she grabs the ground and she kind of pulls it back at her. And to me, that's good function. That's good kind of skeletal design. I think she does that extremely well. I think she's really good in terms of the flex that she has to her knee. I think she just probably at the ground suits me better, particularly than the heifer that was going to stand in second hole. So a good big-bodied heifer. Again, design is good, body's good, front end is good. She just got, and she productivity-wise, you got to give her credit, I guess, for that as well. She's going to start making this young lady some money a little quicker than some of them. So nice place to start. The attractive, well-made one on the standstill is the young lady standing here in second in terms of the way she's made through her top, the way she's made through her hip when she stands. I think that's good. She's very attractive up through her front end. But the heifer, for me, when we put her in motion, she gets a little more awkward and just not quite as comfortable the way she pushes off on her rear too. She'll drop in her hip just a little bit. She's a little shorter made, maybe not as high of productivity in terms of weight per day of age as the heifers on either side of her. But I think that one, for me, the kind of design and lines I like to draw in one, that one falls into second hole. Young lady in third, here's the other big-bodied, functional, useful, practical kind of female, just probably not attractive enough for me to go ahead and get her above the ones ahead of her, and that she's just a little bit plainer through her front end. She's designed a little bit with a little bit more navel to her. But in terms of practicality in this world, in this country down here, again, she's the kind, I'm guessing, when you kick her out and you ask her to be a mama red Brangus cow, she does a really, really nice job. Here's another attractive one, but I think she gets more refined in her features in terms of bone work and depth of body, but she has the advantage in terms of look and design, but I'd like to see those rear two wheels go a little better. Here again, just kind of one that just slips in there for me in terms of quality. I think she fits in the top end of the class that way. I'd like to see her top line just a little bit different. This one here just gets a little more upright in her shoulder when we ask her to go. She gets a little more perpendicular so she doesn't take that nice long step. Presented extremely well. Young lady, you've done a nice job in terms of presentation, hair, that kind of quality. Again, a good quality heifer. She probably can slip up a couple notches if you think she's got just quite enough to her. Here's one of those big, high-performance kind of females, but just gets too masculine through her front end for me. This one as well gives up just a little bit of balance in terms of front end. We get one that has just not quite enough performance to go ahead and compete with this age of cattle. Young lady right here, I bet she wears a different kind of shoe the next time she shows. But that's all right. 10 years from now, that's what you're going to be talking about. And that's memories. Those are memories that we have, but I probably would recommend something different. This one is a very feminine heifer, just way, way too refined for me. We give up some balance in the young lady coming next, as well as the young lady that's going to finish the class. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Thank you, Ms. Ford, for those comments. FFA. Second place honors go to Reagan Drybrock from Smithson Valley FFA. Third heifer exhibited third place heifer exhibited by Cameron Hill, El Camino FFA. Fourth place honors go to Xavier Smith, Newton FFA. Placing fifth, Keely Raina, from George Ranch FFA. Our 6th place exhibitor is Rayleigh Weed from El Campo FFA. 7th place goes to Liliana Garcia, Pearsall FFA. Our 8th place exhibitor, Addison Wilkerson, Klein Oak FFA. Placing 9th is Megan Hansen from Pecos County 4-H. And our 10th place exhibitor is Elizabeth Wright from Kendall County 4-H. We're now evaluating Class 8 in our Red Brangus show. Only a single entry on our records in Class 9. So Class 10, you need to be ready. Class 10 Red Brangus Heifer.
Here in our Red Brahman show, a great class here, and a lot of differences would make a good livestock judging class because of all the differences, and I think still a pretty logical place to lead off with. The young lady here with to my far right has got one that I think from a balance, from an eye appeal, and really still a functionality standpoint, she kind of separates herself. There's nothing in this class that can touch her strength of top line, her levelness, and her attractiveness both standing and on the move out of her hip and her rear leg. I like the way her head and neck is feminine, and I like the way that it sits off the top of her shoulder. Now, if I'm going to be critical, I'd like to rock that knee back in just a little bit. She gets a little farther forward in her front knee and shoulder angle, but she still handles it, and I particularly, like I said, like her rear structure quite a bit. Just a nice female to lead off with. The one in second got a notch more frame, maybe a notch more length of body. She's a female that maybe even a shot deeper in terms of her body. I like her in terms of her front end quality and her front end structure, maybe even a shade better than the heifer that we lead off with, because I think she's set back just a notch in terms of her knee and her front pastern, but she's one that out of her hip, although it's functional, it's just a little off from a balance standpoint, maybe not quite just that look, that presence as our class winner. She's maybe fighting the ring just a little bit too, but a young lady's done a good job getting her presented, just a nice female. Pretty interesting one here in the white-footed one that comes in third. It's not often that you find one here in third that has generated that much rib and that much body. She's probably bodied down relative to her frame size as much as any cattle that we've seen here today. She just, when you start to get comparative, probably doesn't put her pieces together as attractive as the two that precede her. She's got a little extra shoulder and chest floor, maybe just a notch awkward in the way she handles her hip and rear leg on the move. But you have to commend the young man for his effort out here and the fact that you've got that heifer with that much body and rib and substance to her. Good job. Totally switching gears is the young man's heifer here coming out next. She's bigger frame. She's taller. She's longer. She's also a little flatter in terms of her makeup. She doesn't have quite the natural width as you watch her go away. She doesn't have quite the projection to her forerib and her rear rib and flank as the heifer that preceded her. But you did a good job with a nice up-fronted, long-bodied, high-performing female. And the young man we close with here, another one, big frame, long-bodied, and attractive. Just needs a shot more foot, bone, and overall mass to compete with those that precede her in class. So another outstanding lineup. Let's congratulate those exhibitors with a nice round of applause.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ratliff.
They came out the same class.
Mentioned in the barn, this is class call for Red Brahman Class 7 to the staging area. We're judging the Division Championship right now. Class 7 Red Brahmans to staging.
I tell you, yeah, he did it. Can't beat him. Hey, why don't, if you don't mind, next time you get a chance, come on, girl, with the lot there to talk about the cattle a little bit. These kids come a long way. Go ahead and.
Yeah, she ain't talking very much about him,
say a
is
little
she?
bit about it.
She's not talking much about him.
No, oh no.
She plays them quick, but she talks them long. Well, she averages out.
That is so funny.
Was your mic on for me?
Yeah, it was off.
They heard a wolf.
No,
You
it
could
was,
be, ma'am.
I had it off. I was just double checking. I thought
Karen texted me earlier.
I thought she might take it as hard and lengthen those speakers.
Hey, she's excited. I love it when they sound excited for being here. Makes the kids so excited.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I thought he
You know.
was going to go say and put that up in the boys' room.
You know, when you go to 1,000 of these things, 900.
You didn't tell her you were going to put that up in the boys' room.
That's what I told her.
Interesting class in your Red Brangus division, and certainly I think each of these heifers brings something to the table to get them to the top end of this class, and then there's certainly some things I change about each one of them. And I'm just gonna, you normally don't start with a criticism. Maybe I'm the one that wins the class, but so maybe this is in a criticism, it's just a statement. She's too fat. She's past where she needs to be in terms of, to her advantage, in terms of where she needs to be in terms of cover. But at the same time, I think even when you get under the extra condition that she's got, she's moderate in her frame. So go ahead and make your decision for yourself there. Is she big enough when you melt some of that fat off there? But I think for me, even when I get under the extra condition, I think this one shows me indications that she's made a little more right in terms of rib shape, in terms of how big and bold she is right behind her shoulder, the natural spring that she has in the lower part of her rib cage, the depth that she has through her flank. So those things, I think, tell me there still is probably more natural spring and dimension in that particular heifer, even when we melt off some of the extra condition that she has. So again, it would be to her advantage to lean her up just a little bit, but she handled herself good in terms of top line at the ground when she gets out and goes. We just like to stretch her out and lean her up. Young lady standing in second, she's got a heifer that's just more raw in her body type. She's big in her bones, she's big in her foot, she's just heavy in her overall construction. But she just gives up some extra rib and dimension, I think, to the heifer standing directly above her. And this heifer, too, you may not think she's got much condition on her, but you start to look at around her tail head. She's got just some evidence of some conditioning there as well, and she still doesn't have the body that this one does. So that's where I say, I think this one does have some more natural shape and dimension. This heifer has an advantage in length of body, I think, has some bigness and heaviness of structure as compared to the young man standing here in third. He does a very nice job putting that heifer together. I like the top line in this one. I like the way this one comes out from hooks to pins and the way she's built in around her tail head. I think she has that advantage over that heifer as well. She too just gets a little shorter in her construction, maybe just doesn't reach out and strive with enough authority from a structure standpoint to have me get her moved over that heifer there. Now this one is built in terms of body type more similar to the heifer that I start the class with, but she too, she is past where she needs to be in terms of extra condition. We just don't need to have them that. I just think they'll look better. It's to their advantage to be leaner. But the difference between this one and the one that starts the class is this one just doesn't get out and motor as good as the one that we started the class with. She gets a little tighter and more restricted and just not near as athletic off her her rear two as the one that wins the class. So I know I split body types between 1 and 4 and had 2 of them different in the middle, but this one just doesn't travel good enough for me to get her any higher. Next young man just comes with a real lean, green kind of made kind of heifer, just gives up too much overall dimension, a lot more refined in her overall skeleton. And that's just kind of the case here as compared to some of the other heifers. They just give up some balance, they give up some quality. This one, again, I'd like to stack more bone onto that skeleton. I'd like to see her handle her hip just a little bit different.
Thank you, Ms. Ford, for those comments on Class 8 and the Red Brangus Female Show. Winning the class, Isabel Coates from Hardin FFA.
Thank you.
Second place, Tabitha Rifle from Friendswood FFA. Placing third, Vaughn Wilkerson, Klein Oak FFA. Our fourth place, female exhibited by Emily Glacius, Conroe FFA. Fifth goes to Jaden Gilbert, Matagorda County 4-H. Sixth goes to Jessica Skelton, Conroe FFA, and seventh goes to Roel Morcata, Progresso FFA. Single entry in Class 9, so Class 10, be ready.
Here in our Red Brahman show, 4 head, 4 good cattle here. I think, the closest pair in my mind would be on top. I think standing still, there's some trade-offs. To me, when you put the cattle in motion, young lady to my right's got one that's just a bit more athletic, a bit easier in terms of her rear leg travel, if you will. And they both, come to us with plenty of width and dimension and power and muscularity. To me, she's got that advantage in the way that she sets down in her pastern. She's got that advantage in terms of being a little stouter in terms of her foot and her bone and her makeup, but a female that if you're going to get critical on her, I think it matches her body type, but she comes out just a little lower in terms of her head and neck placement off the top of her shoulder. She's probably, just not quite the most extreme from the side, but she's built right, she's good structured, she's heavy boned, she's got that extra density. I think makes her the combination female of the group. A really moderate, really stout, really bold, really dimensional female comes in second, and when they're just standing still, I love getting behind this female and reading all the power and the width and the dimension she has. I love her forehead shape. I like her bottom line balance. She's great in her depth to her heart and back to her rear rib and flank. I wish she matched it with the same amount of foot and bone and feature as you take her down to the ground. You set that female on the move and she gets just a little tighter and more restricted in terms of her rear leg travel. But nice female. You did a great job showing. Heifer in third really jumps up in terms of frame size. She's a big frame, long bodied, extended female. She's big in terms of her foot and her bone and her feature. I wish with her extra height and her frame, she came to us with a little more dimensional in her rib, particularly down there through her heart. But as you study her back through her mid-rib and flank, if she came to us and matched her frame with that extra body and that maternal look, I think you've got a really, really nice female there. And she gets it with her age, and maybe we get her bred, she might get that. She's got some neat pieces. And then clearly a female here that's just been outclassed and outmassed a little bit, but you've done a nice job with your project. She's got some muscle. She's got some length to her. Just needs a shot more bone and mass. But good job, great class. Let's put our hands together and show our support for those exhibitors.
Thank you, Mr. Ragland. And taking first place honors here in Class 4 is Avery Kolachek of the Lexington FFA.
I'm going to go back and forth. Everybody's standing right here.
Second in the class, going to Jolie Zimmerman, Brazos County 4-H. Third place went to Morgan Stanko, Rio Hondo FFA member. Fourth in the class to Aaron Watson of the Gladewater FFA. We're now moving in class, setting up for our division championship drive here in the calf division.
Riley brought us a nice quality kind of project here over on the Red Brangus side of things, and she tells me she's an 11th grader, so she's got more years behind her than she's got ahead of her yet, but she certainly does a nice job here. I often ask single entry exhibitors whether they like to be in a class by themselves or whether they'd like to have a few more in there. Her response was, I'd probably like to have a few more in there, but it's surprising. There's a lot of them, especially little kids. They go, oh no, I love it when I'm by myself. So they they know they're going to win their class that way. But Riley's brought us a good quality kind of heifer. On the stand, this one maybe puts things together as well as any of them we've seen here in the last couple of classes in terms of type and kind and design. And so I like those things about her, and that she's long through her front end, she's long in her top and hip. When we ask this heifer to go, I'd like to see her reach and have a little more flexibility on those rear two, but we'll go ahead and evaluate that a little more when we get a few more back in here with her. Let's give Riley a round of applause.
There's one.
That's near Banquetta.
Banquetti. I gave him too much information.
That microphone's going to catch this yet.
No.
You know, we always say in football, they're talking about a guy would call in and be like, oh, 30 years. Been around long. Been as far as you're there. Oh, yeah.
We need all the class winners from classes 7 through 10. We've got 10 right now, so class 7, 8, 9, we need to have it ready. We'll transition into our junior division drive here very quickly in the Red Brangus show. With that being said, class 13 Red Brangus, get it on your mind. Class 13 Red Brangus, be ready.
Here in our first division of Red Brahmins, I could not be more happy. I think we've got 8 really good representatives. I'm happy with the 4 that I've got closest to me on the first place side, and then you take them to their seconds and you start to compare, and you're just hoping as a judge they come back out in the same order that you felt strongly about in class, and I think they do. I think we started out here with a great class winner here in our youngest class of the day, one that has generated a lot of performance for this stage, but she's a nice female, especially like her hook bone forward. She's one that's got body and rib. She's got bone and foot. She maybe falls off more than some from her hooks to her pins, but that's a nice female now and going to make an even better one down the road. Second place in that class. Got a little ways to go in terms of maturity, but she's showing all the right signs and pieces, just a little green and skinny today. The second class, this is a product of momentum. Sometimes momentum's a real thing out here when you get here and you get out here in a championship lineup, because we only had 2 head in that particular class. So this first place class winner, she didn't have to go through a whole lot of them to rise to the top of her class, and I want to make sure I really get in and study that female, because as we studied with classes with more and more head in them, you start to remember all the little things that rose them to the top. A class of 2 heads, sometimes that doesn't happen. This is a nice female. She's really feminine and really refined up through her front end. Head and neck sets high off the top of her shoulder. Really neat hip and rear leg. Young man does a heck of a job getting her showed. What I like is for her maturity and for her weight and her frame, she still looks like she's got genuine width to her. She's pulled apart in her chest floor. She's got pin width. She comes really square right there from her down to her hock and down to the ground. I appreciate that for a skinny kind of green one to still have look and femininity, but also read with some dimension. And then second place, we talked about a long-bodied female, probably not quite the mass and the substance in this particular setting. The third class, these 2 rose to the top pretty quickly. I think shoulder back, an awfully balanced, awfully maternal female there. I like her bottom line balance. I like her hip. I like her rear leg set. To me, she's a little farther forward in her shoulder and knee that we like, but that's on the standstill. When you get her out and move, I don't notice anything that would hinder her travel as much. She's a nice female there. And then second place, her hook bone forward, you like a lot of things about too. She's deep-sided. She's got body. She's got some muscle when you get behind her. She falls off a little bit out of her hip, maybe just not quite the attractiveness as the one that stood in front of her in the lineup. And then finally, our last class, we've got 2 really big power females here. They kind of remind me of similar cattle. They both have a big rib design, a big hip. One of them I thought had just a little more foot and bone and was a nickel sounder, and that's the one we have in first. The one in second, a real moderate, chunky, bold, wide, productive type looking female. Maybe got a little tighter as you get her out here on the move. So I think this is probably one of the closer decisions that we've had going back to our gray show and now starting us off here in our red. I do think there's a lot of quality and a lot of different ways you can go. The one that hits me the hardest, though, this young man in the cowboy hat, he's going to be your champion in this division.
And ladies and gentlemen, your Class 2 winner taking the championship here, and that is entry 3588, Ryland Rao of Karnes County for age.
And Class 3.
Our Class 3 winner taking the reserve honors, and that is Hollis Decker, female of Angleton FFA, taking reserve honors here in the Calf Championship drive for the red breed.
Thank you from the grandstand.
Yeah.
A really good class here. I think particularly these top 5 or 6, I think they're good quality kind of cattle. Some differences in them, and maybe they're not all just that elite show heifer looking kind of cattle, but when we get to the middle of this class, I think there's good quality down the line quite a ways. But the young lady that's going to win this class, I think that's the one that says, I'm a pretty nice show heifer, and I'm going to be a pretty nice mama, too, when I get down to that stage of the game. She's starting to look a little calfy, so she's going to be fixing to do her job here in the right time frame as well. But this one just is made good from the look standpoint. She grabs your attention when she comes into the ring, in that I really like how she's made in her shoulder, in through her front end. I think she looks maternal. She looks like a female. When you get around behind this one, there's as much natural shape and spread in this one, I think, as any of them in the class. And so she just balances up so good. Yes, I'd like to push her sternum into her just a little bit. I'd like to clean up that navel just a little bit. But I think that one is just very, very good in the way she sets into her knee, the way she gets out and travels. That one is a pretty good package. But so is the young lady standing in second. She's certainly the most like the female that wins this class. This heifer just gets a little softer in her top. When you get her out here, she wants to get a little more ease in her top. I like flexibility in her top, don't get me wrong, but I'd like to see her just a little stronger in her top as well. But this is a good, nice, balanced kind of female. I think she gives up some heaviness of structure to the female that stands directly above her. But again, a very high quality one that really gives that one that wins the class some competition. I think 2, 3, and 4 are really good quality kind of females. They are so functional in their design. They're pretty good at the ground, enough to keep them, I think, from a longevity standpoint. They've got some length of body. They just don't have those extra bells and whistles in terms of a show heifer look as the 2 heifers that win this class. This heifer right here concerns me just a little bit. She may have some issues. Her teats are extremely close. I'd like to see them set out a little wider on the 4 corners as she moves a little closer to production. But again, like I say, all 3 of those females I think are really good and just very functional kind of cattle. This one here gets a little more restricted in the way she gets out and goes out of the ring on those rear 2. And the one we're going to finish up with just gets so refined in her bone structure. Me personally, I like to tie a bigger foot, a bigger leg to him at the ground.
And I got 1 scratch.
What do you got?
Scratch your second one.
Okay. We're still waiting.
Yeah, we don't have Lacey, just scratch the second one.
Or you want to eat right here?
I got time to walk over there.
All right, Wolf's going to eat there.
7 through 10. From these, we'll pick our junior division.
I don't know if I take yours.
Can you make an announcement for Class 8
Is
over
that
here
all
on
the
the
beef now?
Red Brangus?
Be happy to.
We only got 3 out of the 8.
Yeah, those are all beef now.
Final call for Class 8. I thought we were judging 8.
Yeah. I guess we're judging.
Class 9, you did be working your way up. This is 8 in the ring.
Oh, no, 7's in the ring.
Excuse me. Class 8, final call. Class 9, you need to be standing ready. Except Red Brahmans, final call for Class 8. Class 9, you need to be standing ready for moving to the staging area.
We're currently selecting our junior division winners in the North Judging Arena in our Red Brangus show. So class 13, 14, and 15 in our junior Red Brangus. Our senior classes, you need to make your way to the North staging area. Classes 13, 14, and 15. Our senior classes, make your way to the North staging area. Black Brangus, start getting it on your mind.
I sure think the division now, as we get these cattle back out here, started to fit together pretty well in terms of the kind and quality that we were able to bring to the surface. Starting with the young lady here that wins the first class in this division. As I said, that one is a really good kind of female. She gets her set up and she does a really nice job. That one is really nice through her head and through her neck, and she just gives you a very maternal kind of look, the way she reads through her head, through her body type. And then we talked about how she's entering production here at a young age, so we give her some credit for that as well. Young lady with the heifer in second. Here's a one that's a little bit different in type and kind. I'll just fully admit she's a little quick for me. I'd like to stretch her out. I'd like to lean her up. I think you do that. She's still moderate. You decide if she's too moderate for you. But I think in that particular class, she's surfaced for the reasons that I talked about. Riley's heifer, here you go. You got some other cattle in the ring with you. Yours gives us as good a look as any of them in here in terms of the way she's made through her front end and her top. I think she's competitive from that standpoint. When we ask them to get out and move around the ring, I think this heifer gives up some in terms of mobility. She doesn't want to get out and reach quite as good off either end, really. She's a notch straighter in her shoulder, maybe a little bit tighter in her hock. But again, a good looking one. Riley, you've done a nice job. And then the young lady that brings us the one that wins the last class. I don't think you have to be a rocket scientist just to know that that's a pretty good one when she comes in to look at you. She's just attractive. She's well presented. She is good at the ground. She brings a good look to me. Why wouldn't I go ahead and use one like that to win this division? You will be the champion in this particular drive.
And then we take you to our junior division.
Before I give Brady this mic back, again, like I say, I think this class division came together really well. We're not even going to give her time to let the paint dry. Young lady, I think you follow close enough. You need to be reserve in this division.
Attention in the barn. Rodeo police has informed us that there's an illegally parked Dodge Ram, red in color, year model 2013, SZX 9679. They know who the owner is. but if you got the keys to that vehicle, it needs to be moved. It's fixing to get towed. A 2013 red Dodge Ram needs to be moved immediately.
Good class here of red Brahman cattle. I think tough on the top end. These top two I like an awful lot. They were the two that hit me as soon as they walked in the ring. It's just kind of the differences between them is what you have to pick apart. This cherry red one to my right, I think, has an advantage in a few areas. We'll talk about that here in a second. But for what she is as on her own, she's a female that you like a lot of things about. I think starting at the ground, she's big-footed, she's heavy-structured. I particularly like the fact that she balances up just a shade better in terms of her top line. She comes stronger right behind her hump, just a little more gradual, or less gradual, I should say, out to her tail head, remains a little leveler in that regard. And then I think as you take her and you study her in there through her forerib and back to her rear rib and flank, she has a slight advantage there over the heifer that's in second. I like her color. I like her maternal look. I like her stoutness of structure. She does come to us on the move, just a little straighter in the angle to her hock, but she gets away with it because she's got good flex down there to her pastern, and I like the way that she's built up front. Just a nice female, been well shown and well presented to go ahead and lead off with. This kind of sandier colored heifer is one that you really have to get in and study. She doesn't have quite just the attractive first impression as our leadoff female, but when you do, you start to realize that's a nice female. She's feminine about her head and neck, and then with that comes with a lot of shape to her rib, a lot of expression when you get behind her. Don't know that she has quite the depth to her forerib or back to her flank. She may not have quite the foot and bone and substance found in the cherry red heifer right in front of us, or remain quite as level in her top line. Those are all very, very minor details on a female that I think is a lot of quality. A tough top pair, and certainly my compliments to both those exhibitors. Totally switching gears with a heifer that's pretty easy to read in terms of what she is, a little harder to know what to do with in terms of placing. She's a one that's got that extra skin and that extra bone and foot. Lower body, I think, is a female that's got some depth and to her heart and back to her rear rib and flank. Above that, she's a big frame, long-bodied, high-performing type female. I think just in terms of comparing her directly to the top two, she's one that comes to us a little coarser in terms of her overall makeup, maybe just not quite as smooth or eye-appealing as those top two cattle when you take them to the profile. But the young lady's doing a good job showing a nice, big, stout heifer there. The next heifer is a really well blending, smooth made type female that's just a little flatter in the projection of her rib. She kind of gets outmasked when you get right behind her, but nice job showing a female that brings us a lot of quality. Young lady here, I think from her hook bone forward, you like a lot of things about. She's got ribs, she's got some femininity. She wants to fall off just a little bit from hooks to pins, maybe not balance up quite the same as the cattle that precede her. One right here, I think, is a nice female, just really middle of the road in a lot of ways, and that's a good thing. At the same time, when you get comparative in a really good class, I don't think she comes to us with quite the foot and the bone and the feature, but I do appreciate that female for her practicality, her femininity. It's a nice heifer. And then we close with a big frame, long-bodied female. I think first impressions say she just needs to be a little deeper, needs to be a little fuller back to her rear rib and flank. But very nice class. Once again, my compliments to those exhibitors. Let's show them our support with a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Ragland. Attention in the barn. If there's a Wade Garrett barn hail that has lost an important item, we have it at the announcer's stand. If you can claim it, please. And our placings in Class 7, first place honor is going to entry 29861, exhibited by Bailey K. Bailey, Leon County 4-H member. Second in that class was Chloe Joyce, Bowling FFA. Your third place went to Ryan Vin of Union Grove FFA. Fourth in the class to Leslie Fuentes, Pasadena FFA member. Fifth place to Adeline Jenkins of Hooks FFA. Sixth in that class to Chloe Westbrook of Bladewater FFA. And your seventh place, FFA.
Looks.
Red Brahman female,
Looks like the ring stewards lined this class up for me behind there before they ever brought them into me. But it just so happens, as I look at these cattle, I do line them up just as how they came in. And again, boy, we've got a really nice handle to start with here on this end. You just know that heifer takes about 2 steps into the ring, and you know you've got a good one to go ahead and run with. So, you know, this one gives you all the look that you need, all the design that you want, all the really good in her condition. I think she's got enough on her to really be right in terms of showing one, but she doesn't have too much on her that it takes away from her. Extremely long bodied. Boy, I love the design of this one from hooks to pins and the way her tail head sits into her spine. That's a big deal for me. For someone that used to clip a lot of cattle in my younger days, one thing that it was always important to me is to have one that was nice in their tail, head, and hip, because that's a hard thing to clip into one. But this one does that so very, very naturally. Now, if I was to change this heifer, I would right through her front end just a little bit. She wants to stand just a little bit wide up front. When she comes right at you, she walks outside or just a little bit wider maybe than ideal. I also realize maybe she's not absolutely the most athletic on those rear two, but this one is starting to get pretty close to production. She's got a nice bag started. She's got a big old calf in there. Sometimes we start to give up some of that real athletic stride when they start to get to be that way. But everything about that one reads quality. I think she wins pretty handily. Young man with the heifer here in second. Here's one of those that's just very, very functional. You know, she does everything very adequately, I think, in terms of softness of structure, softness of top, rib shape and design, the way she goes at the ground. I love all those things. She maybe just doesn't have the extra special look and exquisiteness of front end and things that one that wins. But young man, you've done a nice job with this one. This one will keep you going all day long. Young lady coming in third, a very nicely designed one from her shoulder back. And I think when you look at the way she's made out her top and through her hip and her rib shape, you love all those things. She just gets a little distracted by that extra sternum and brisket that she has into her. So that just gives up that balance of the one that stands right ahead of you. Young man coming here next has a really long-bodied kind of one that's really lean in her condition. She just starts to give up too much rib shape. I kind of question how far along she is in calf as well. We just like to drop that rib, but she is exceptionally long-bodied. And then when you ask her to go, she wants to shuffle on those back legs. She just doesn't get out and really have that authoritative step to her. I just like to assemble her just a little bit different right there. And the young lady we're going to finish the class with, again, a good exhibitor who does a nice job showing one, just gives up some of that balance and those extra performances, that extra bone and foot to get any higher in the class today.
This will be final call for red Brahmins in Class 9, and Class 10 can begin bringing their red Brahmin heifers to the staging area. Final call, Class 9, move up 10.
Really a good class here, and I know we got a single entry over there, so I'll try to be brief but still give them the credit that they deserve for these young people coming all the way to San Antonio here. I think we have a pretty logical lead-off female, and there was never a time where I thought about not starting this particular heifer. First heifer in, I think, is one that comes to us with a lot of rib, a lot of natural dimension, a lot of freshness. When you study her out of her tail set, and you look at her up through her front end. I think a female that still hits it with just a good condition about her, and she just looks the part. The young man does a good job getting her showed. She's one that's kind of got those wrinkles down there in her legs. It maybe makes her look a little coarse, but after you get in and study her, I don't really think that she is. I think her shoulder still lays in on her right. I think her joint work still reads correctly. She's a smooth, well-blending female that, like I said, really not a debate for me to go ahead and lead off with that female. The darker tinged heifer is one you really have to get in on and study. She's long-bodied. She's high-performing. She's got some frame. She doesn't come to us with her extra length of body and match it with that fore-rib depth all the way back to her rear rib and flank. So because of that, I think it makes her look just a little off balance compared to our class winner. But that's a nice, long-bodied, high-performing, sound-structured female that the young lady's done a great job showing. Next one coming out I thought was just the third best in terms of providing some femininity up front, some quality in terms of her profile. She doesn't have quite the muscle or the bone or the width to run with those cattle that precede her, but she does present herself as a smooth, well-blending, eye-appealing type female. Totally different as the young lady's heifer next. She's deep-sided. She's maternal in her look, probably a little heavier in her condition than I'd like to see. Maybe we just like to freshen her up just a shade and give her that extra look. Next, the young man's heifer, like the back two-thirds of her quite a bit in terms of her length, her body. She gets just a little tighter in terms of her structure, but more than anything, got to pick her up in her chest floor to really help her balance up. Next young man's heifer's got some muscle and some width, just gets a little choppy in terms of her stride. Same can be said for this female. In terms of performance, width, muscle, rib, and body, I like all those things about that heifer. Just when you set her into motion, I'd like to just relax her in terms of her angles and let her go a bit more comfortably, particularly off her rear too. And young lady here, I think we've got one that's really got some muscle and bone and width to her. She just gets outpowered and outmassed a little bit. So good job there. Congratulations to that particular class.
This young lady, I give her the same credit as I did the young man there with that cow-calf pair in the Simbra division that won the last division. It's not easy to bring a lactating female to the show and have this kind of a look and this kind of presentation in terms of hair quality and the work that's done at home. So she certainly gets a lot of credit for doing a really great job with that. That's just a high quality pair right there. You look at the young lady's heifer she's got, and that one I think just reads right from all the pieces that she needs to be. I'm guessing right before she calved too, she looked awfully good. You'd maybe open her up just a little bit right in her forerib, but I'm guessing she's putting everything she's got into that calf at side, and she's doing a really good job. I really like her when we get out and move. That one hits the ground and reaches her stride and has a big foot. Maybe does it as well as almost any of them that we've seen in this particular drive. So I think that's an awfully good pair. Let's give her a round of applause.
Black Brangus exhibitors, we are selecting our senior division champions in our Red Brangus show. Following that, we'll pick our overall grand. So we'll be on the Black Brangus show very shortly. So Class 1, Black Brangus females, start getting on your mind.
Need Class 10 in the staging area, Red Brahman show.
A class that just kind of fits together here for me over in the Red Brahman side. A young lady that we're going to lead off with, I think a big, high-performing, long-bodied, extended female. I like performance. I think, for this particular heifer, he's probably got enough of it for me. I'd like to tone her down in her frame size just about a half a frame score, but I'm still not going to deny her the win because she's still so good to match her extra width and frame and mass. She still looks the part from the profile. She's got bone and foot in terms of substance. I still think she handles herself well on the move. It's tough when you get them that big and that massive to still look feminine up to their front end. Young lady looks like this is a good pair, and you got a good heifer there. You've probably shown her quite a bit, and so you can tell, and it shows out here. That's a nice female to go ahead and lead off with. The one in second, a little more raw in terms of her condition. You can see the extra muscle shape she has down her top line. You can see the power she has out of her hip. With that, without that extra condition, she looks a little harder in her makeup. She doesn't have quite the depth to her forerib, the softness back to her rear rib and flank. Other than that, though, I can appreciate the power that she brings to the table and still gives us a pretty good look. Just needs a little bit more body and rib to go along with extra power. Now, totally opposite end of the spectrum is the young man's heifer coming out next. That heifer is deep-sided. That heifer is pretty maternal in her look, but at the same time, I'd like to lean her up just a bit in terms of her condition. I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her bone work and her muscularity when you get right behind her compared to the cattle that precede her. And then we're going to flip gears again and go to the young man's tan heifer here. She's long-bodied, she's feminine, she's extended. It's just first impression. You throw your eyes on her. She needs to be a little softer in her makeup, a little deeper in terms of her side. So as she continues to go further in calf, maybe she'll drop down just a little bit, but at this stage, just a little harder in her makeup. So congratulations to those 4 exhibitors. Let's congratulate them with a nice round of applause.
Appreciate the overview, Mr. Tension in the barn. Tension in the barn. There's been a cell phone found in the restroom over on the east side, the ladies' restroom. Cell phone found there. We'd be happy to return it to you if you can claim it. Also, that red Dodge Ram truck 2013 that was illegally parked. If the owner, Fernando, gets out there and can't find it, ask where the impound lot is. It's been towed.
As we complete our red Brangus Division here, and the young man that's not back out here, he was giving it all he had when he was out here, and that's a tough place to be, and we give him credit for sticking with it, and so there'll be better days, I promise. I hope the parents can keep him engaged, and you just got to give them hope. It'll be better. It'll be better. We've all been there and done that. So when we get these individuals out here for champion in this division, again, I think really high quality represented by all three. Young lady that wins that first class, we talked about how that one's just so exquisite in her front end, and she's just so dimensional when you look down her top and the way she's made in her rib. We love all those things about her. Like I say, we tuck in her a little bit through her front end. She wants to stand just a little bit wide for me, but that's getting awfully critical on an awfully good one. And the young lady here too with the pair, again, high quality, high quality. I think she's going to start to get a little bit thin looking as she moves into lactation here, but she's doing a great job. I really appreciate this one at the surface. She gets out and moves really, really well. I think she's got a high quality calf on the side as well, so certainly an awfully good looking pair. Young man standing over on the other side. We talked about how that one maybe is just a little bit plainer in her kind compared to these other two, but extremely functional, very, very good kind of female. For me, there's one, though, that just reaches out and grabs your attention. This one here will be champion in this division. Young lady with your pair, you'll fall into reserve.
Well, this is a really good class of 4 here, and I think, as a judging contest or putting on a judging contest, when you've got 4 in a class, it's just kind of natural that, what would this class be like if it was in a judging contest? And this would provide a lot of challenge. Ultimately, I think it would test competitors to try to find the cattle that are the most complete, the most fault-free. And to me, as you take it to that mindset, there's one that needs to lead off, and that's the young lady to my right. I don't think that heifer blows you away in any one particular area, but as you start comparing her back to the cattle in 2, 3, and 4, to me, she's also the one that becomes the hardest to fault. I like her frame size compared to the one in second. I like that she blends that with some depth and boldness to her heart and back to her rear rib and flank. I like how level she is down her top and out of her hip. Although she's carrying just a little more chest too compared to the one in second, her bottom line balance is still more proportional. Her chest, fore rib, back to her flank. You get her on the move, and I think she handles herself good enough. Is she the absolute stoutest bone one? Is she the freakiest necked one? Is she the most out there in terms of her power? Obviously not. But like I said earlier, all of her parts fit together awfully smooth. She's a very well blending, very complete, very sound structured female that ultimately for me became the place to start. Now when they first walked in the ring, and I know this heifer in second's giving this young lady a little bit of fits, but I thought, man, that's the quality female of the group. She's the one that's got that neat look to her up through her front end, although she does carry that extra chest that we just talked about. She's got that extra performance. She's got that long, extended look to her all the way through. The more you break her down, and part of it probably is because she's not really wanting to be a show heifer out here today, but I think she comes out of balance just a shade in terms of... Oh. You all right? Just a little bit in terms of her bottom line. Maybe we tone her down in her frame size just a shade, but that young lady deserves to be commended. She did a good job staying with her heifer and working through a heifer that was giving her a hard time. The one in the third, this is a nice female. From her shoulder back, you like her depth, you like her smoothness. She's got some muscularity and some body to her. I think she comes a little too far forward in terms of her shoulder and her knee just a bit. I'd like to rock her back just a shade in that regard. If we could do that, I think she's certainly in contention with these top 3. I think you got a really high quality female that you presented extremely well. She gets just a little base wide on us up front, wants to get a little farther forward in our shoulder angle there. And then the spotted up female that we close with, this is one of the higher quality fourth place females that we've seen in terms of, there's only 4 in here, so somebody's got to go fourth. I hate that young lady had to, but with that female, she's got some length and extension to her. She doesn't have quite the balance or the eye appeal down her top line or out of her hip. She maybe is not blessed with the amount of foot and bone as some of the cattle that precede her. But a great class. My compliments to all 4 of those exhibitors. Let's congratulate them with a nice round of applause.
And we appreciate the overview.
Heifer exhibitors in Class 13, we need you to the staging area.
Black Brangus exhibitors. We're about to start your show. We're selecting our champions in our red Brangus at this time. So classes 1 and 2 in our Black Brangus show, you need to be ready.
Once again, as we got rolling here in the Red Brangus show, I think it started to come together. Every class, I think, just started to fit together, started to make some logic in terms of hopefully at the end having the kind of quality cattle that I was looking for in a champion drive. And once again, just like the Simbras, boy, you look at the 6 individuals that stand out here, and there's just a lot of quality. You know, a little bit different in kind, some of them, but again, quality can come, like I've heard Brady say on the other side, quality can come in bigs, it can come in littles, it can come very differently, but I think all these represent that extremely well. I think this young calf has got a lot of future in her. Again, we talked about she has the look, she has the length. I think she's good enough in her structure. The challenge is going to be to manage her top. You're never going to want to get her so full that her top continues to stand up on her when she gets out and moves, but yet you need to get her full enough to have some body. But that's an awfully attractive calf in this particular division. Young lady came in class here with a big blue ribbon in her hair, and man, you know, you just go, yeah, I really like that one. That's kind of fun when those kind come in, because she just carries all the parts and pieces that you need. Now, is she quite as clean and neat, maybe in her navel, as the heifer standing right behind her? Probably not. But yet, I think this one is similar in that she handles herself really good at the ground. I really like this one when I get around behind her. I think the kind of dimension and shape that she has is really good in that it's extra, but yet it's not too much for a female. So that one, to me, really exemplifies a lot of really, really good things, represents this breed really well. And then the young lady that wins the last class, we said she brings all the extra bells and whistles, extremely long-bodied. I love this heifer when the top of her shoulder out to her hip and tail head, that is just a long-spined female. But sometimes when you get long-bodied cattle, they start to give up some middle shape. This one does not do that. She is big in her ribs. She is bold in her ribs. She is really, really good from that perspective. I can't remember what year it was I judged here last. I think it was the last year you were in the old ring. So I think everybody was excited about the new barn that was coming this year. But what I do remember about that, judging that day, and I don't know the exhibitor's name, but I can still remember the red Brangus heifer that I had that day. I remember she was good. She was good. And again, I hadn't seen a lot of those cattle back then, but that one is that I remember years later. So I think this lineup matches that. I think that one was awfully good. I think we've got some individuals out here that represent that same kind of quality. Congratulations to you as exhibitors. Congratulations to you as breeders and fitters and feeders and ag teachers that stand behind these heifers. I hope your stomach is rumbling just a little bit, being nervous. It should be. That's what it's about. If it isn't doing that, you're missing something along the way. This is a big deal, folks. You know, you have such an incredible program with your scholarship program, so it's my honor, it's my privilege to go out and select that individual that's going to receive that scholarship. Congratulations. Let's give them all a round of applause.
It's on.
Okay, thank you. Very good cattle and very good kids and all good kids that showed in our Red Brangus show. Congratulations to all the youngsters that exhibited in this breed today.
Here we go in our intermediate division here in our Red Brahman show. I'm really happy with the quality that we've got. I'll talk them briefly and then we'll select the champion and reserve. First two out of that first class are the tightest pair that we've had in this particular four-class stretch here. I like both these cattle a great deal. I think it was close between them, but ultimately this cherry red female, I like her foot, her bone, her substance. I like her top line. I like that maybe she's just a little deeper and softer in her forerib back to her flank. A female that wanted to get just a little ouchie on her back left. I'm not sure there, but their angles read right, and she's a very high-quality female. Same can be said for the second place there. Got a lot of natural shape to her rib, an up-fronted female, an awfully nice one. Second class, I think we talked about in that class, never any doubt for me on starting this female right in front of me. She's feminine. She backs it up with a ton of rib. Her volume down low is impressive. You get behind her, she's a big hip female, and it all blends onto her body very smooth. Like I said, she's got that extra skin down there, and it maybe makes her look coarse. You get in on her, and you realize she's really not. She blends well together. She brings a lot of good to the table, one that hit me awfully hard. And then second place, really long-bodied female, maybe not quite that lower rib back to her flank, but awfully good in terms of providing extension with dimension. Heifer out of our third class, she's pretty grande in terms of her frame size, in terms of her length and extension, but with that, she still brings to us a lot of volume, a lot of dimension. She's big in terms of her structure. She's stout in terms of her build. She's one in this lineup maybe stands out for how big and wide she is. Maybe she doesn't put herself together quite as good from profile as some, but a nice female that certainly is in contention here for this champion honors of this division. And then we come to our final division, and we just our final class. We just talked about them in class. I think the heifer that won that division was just the hardest to put a big major hole in. She's good structured, she's good bodied, she's feminine, she's level. She doesn't have anything that absolutely has to be changed. At the same time, in a championship lineup, does she hit you with just that wow factor, that that eye-appealing look, that style, that extra bone and foot? That's the question that's going through my mind. But she's an awfully complete female that brings a lot of good to the table. And then second, another big frame, long-bodied, high-quality female, maybe fell out of balance just a shade in terms of her chest floor back to her flank. So once again, I'll reflect back on kind of my first impressions, how these cattle hit me as soon as they hit the ring. What did I think about their quality and their top end style, balance, all those things as they come out here in the championship lineup? For me, that was one that hit me awfully hard in class, and she comes back out here, will be our champion of this division, and that's the one right in front of me. Congratulate this young man with this champion in this division.
Thanks, sir. Good job.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking the championship in this division, your winner of Class 8, and that's Ryan Maxson of Lyford FFA, second in that class. This final call for Class 13 Red Brahmans need to be at staging. This will be first call for Class 14 to make their way to the staging area. Final call for 13. You need to be staged up there. Final call for Class 13 cattle. You need to be in the staging area. They're ready for your class. Last and final call, Class 13 cattle.
In the Red Brahman show, you need to be in staging. This is second call for Class 14 to work their way up.
Can you call for this guy for our first class of Brangus?
Okay. Over on the Brangus side, we need entry number 14488 to report to staging. Last call for 14488.
Oh, okay, okay.
Last call for, what's that class? What's that class number?
Class 1.
Class 1 in the Brangus show, Class 1, final call, 14888. Red Brahmans, Class 14 to staging area. You, Class 15, be standing ready. Only have 4 head in Class 14.
A good class, a lot of depth, probably a little more challenge in this one to find the top end on which one you're just totally comfortable with leading off this particular class. I think the young lady that we lead off with, specifically from her shoulder back, is the one that I tied to the most. She's one of the two, her and the one in second, the light kind of tan colored females that have that body, that mass, that overall volume that you like. I think that female, as you take her up front, has some femininity until you get to her chest floor. And I'd be the first to admit that that bothers me a little bit. I'd like to lean her up right there. I'd like to clean her up right there. But as you study her compared to the one that's going to come in second, I do think she takes a longer, kind of more athletic step off of her hip and her rear leg as you get her in motion. I do think from her shoulder and back, she's a really well-balanced female. Like I said, it's just her chest floor that we got to pick up and make her just a little more feminine and attractive in that regard. Now, the one in second, I think, is like her in terms of having that four-rib shape, that dimension back to her rear rib and flank. She's got muscularity from behind. She's a little plainer in her look from the side, not quite that extra look and attractiveness up through her front end. More than anything, though, you set her on the move, and although her angles read okay standing there, I think she gets a little more limited, particularly off her rear two, and you take her down to the pastern, she gets just a nickel shorter strided, but a nice female there. Certainly the one that reminds me the most of our class winner in terms of boldness, body, and dimension. This dark red heifer is a big, high-performing, big frame type female that's got a lot of length and a lot of femininity up front. I don't think from a rear view or a three-quarter view she comes to us with quite as much boldness and dimension as those two cattle that precede her, although I do appreciate the way that she can get out and handle herself on the move. The kind of the darker tinge female here, hook bone forward you like. I think she's feminine. I think she's got some depth aside. She's the one that of the top four gets the most off in her hip. She too comes up just a little shorter in her stride. This young lady's showing a nice female here that's giving her fits and just kind of trying to run her around the arena, but she's doing a good job staying with her. She's kind of a no holes type female that maybe doesn't have the extra to go ahead and get up any higher in class for me, but she is a good structured, kind of practical made type female. The one coming out next is another one that's deep sided and good structured, just a little too heavy in her condition. Unlike the ones there on the top in the class, I didn't think she came as wide or massive or bold in terms of her center. To me, she was maybe just a bit more exaggerated up through her chest than we'd like to see. As you work your way down, I think you've got a really good cattle here. Maybe it's just from a structure standpoint or that extra look and balance that we're looking for that slide these cattle down. But the young people have done a good job presenting their cattle here at San Antonio. Let's show them our support with a nice round of applause.
And we thank you, Mr. Ragland.
Another good class of 4 here. Certainly some calls you got to make, in particular on one from a structure standpoint, and then where you want to be here on the top end of this lineup. I think the leadoff kind of tan-colored female is one that I'm the most comfortable with. I think as you compare all 4 cattle, she's the one that comes to us with that class-leading look and eye appeal. And in particular, I think it's her top line, I think it's her hip, and I think it's her rear leg set. To me, compared to the one in second, that's where she has the most major advantages. She's not the deepest sided one in the world, and so I'll confirm that she has enough rib or enough body for me by stepping to a 3/4 view, and I think she does. I think she's got enough turn. She's really got a big top on her, female that's got some muscle and some width. She gets probably as base wide up front as I'd like to see. I'd like to pull her back in her shoulder angle just a shade, maybe deepen her back to her rear rib and flank. But like I said, she's the only one of the 4 that I'm comfortable with that extra look, that quality, in particular that hip and rear leg set that I'm after. I think that's a nice female to go ahead and lead off with. The one in second is deeper sided, no doubt. She's deeper in her heart. She's fuller back to her rear rib and flank. She's a female that's pretty sound structured, and I think she's aided by the fact that she's got just a little extra slope to her hip. It helps her be sound and functional on the move, but it maybe takes away from her balance just a shade as you study her. So ultimately, I think that was where that heifer got beat, was right in her rear third, and we could just level her out of her hip. This is a nice female that as soon as she hits the ring, you think, man, that's got the quality to go ahead and win. She's up fronted, she's well shown, she's feminine, she's got that performance, she's got some depth of side and some dimension to her. I love all those things about her. To me, she's the one I'm referencing earlier when I just wish when we got her out and traveled her, she was a bit more looser, she was a bit more athletic. She just gets a bit too choppy for me in terms of the way that she moves, but I appreciate that cattle and that young lady for bringing a really high quality one to the show here today. And then the one that's 4th, this deep cherry red one, got a lot of rib shape, got a lot of muscularity. Need to match that with the extra bone and stoutness at the ground. She maybe just doesn't quite balance up like the ones ahead of her. But nice class. Congratulations to all 4 of those exhibitors on a job well done.
Thank you, Mr. Ragland. Attention in the barn. We need our red Brahman calf and reserve calf champions and the junior champion and reserve junior to the staging area to get ready for the grand drive.
A big class over here on the Brangus side, and I will be the first one to say that, you know, these cattle are green, they're young, they're going to change around a lot, and there's a lot of give and take here at this particular time, and so you know, just keep that in mind as you go down the road into the next show and the next person has them sorted up a little bit different. I probably wouldn't disagree with them. And I've got some differences, you know, there's give and take. So let's go ahead and start here. Young man, your heifer, from her shoulder back, to me, she is the one that is the most correct in her design, combines all the extras to the highest degree. I think she's good in the angle of her shoulder. I think she's good in the way she's made, in the rib shape that she has, the depth that she has. I think she ties in extremely well from hooks to pins and through her tail head. At the ground, I really like this one. I mean, she's comfortable and she's soft and she's sound. She has the right angle to her knee. I'd like to change the front 1/3. If I could pretty her up through her front end, for me, she comes together really well. I'm also going to tell you, you need to work really hard. That heifer can look like 2 different heifers. Keep that head up and out, and she pulls herself together extremely well. So just keep that in mind the next time you come in. Work really hard at that because that changes that heifer immensely. But I think functionally, all the pieces in that one are really good. I just like to change her right here. So that's the advantage the young man has in second. I think this heifer's got a little more look through her front 1/3. She also comes at me with just a little bit more shoulder. I don't think she's quite as soft and comfortable in her step as the young man that wins the class. But this is a design and look that I like to have. I think she's long-bodied. I think she's bold in her rib shape. I think that one has got a lot of future. Young lady in third. This one too, I think, is designed extremely well. She's flat and angular up front like she needs to be. She's got a nice swoop to her top line. She's good in her bone and she's good in her foot. There's just not quite enough of her today. to get around the two heifers that are in front of her, but you're going to give them all they want. As this heifer continues to grow and develop, I think this one is going to have such a good look, and she's good at the ground. I think this one continues to become more and more and more competitive. Stay with her. You're going to have some fun. Young lady here, she does a really good job. This heifer, again, what detracts from her is her underline. I mean, she's just got more underline and navel and things. It just takes away from her balance just a little bit when I compare her to the heifers above her. But again, a good heifer that I think fits, and I think she's competitive in terms of quality to match up with those three that I placed ahead of her. For me, she just gives up a little balance because of her underline. But that lady does a nice job. Young girl here too, you've had your challenges. She's not wanted to be very cooperative with you today. But that one has got some performance and grow and things, and we appreciate all those things. We just hope that she acts just a notch better when she comes out, if you're wanting to take that one out. Young man here, you've got an awfully nice heifer. For me, I'd just like to design her differently right behind her shoulder. She breaks behind her shoulder, and it just takes away from that balance from the side when you look at that. And so whether that's, if that's the way she's made, but you can, if you can keep a little more hair in there, well, you can't use glue here, can you? So I guess you can't change that. But that one is what, for me, right there behind her shoulder, I'd like to make her just a little bit different. This young lady, too, does a very nice job presenting that heifer. Boy, she's got her put to good use right there, and that she draws herself together really well. I just thought when I got around behind her, there wasn't quite as much dimension as the other heifers. But she, too, is one of those, do not give up on one like that, because she will continue to get more competitive. She just matures a little bit and just bolds up. Young lady, you've got a big-bodied one that's got a lot of center shape. For me, where I'd like to change her is right up in her loin. When you ask this one to get out and go, she wants to get up in her top. She gets up in her tail head a little bit, and she's a little too round in her hip. But if you want one that's big and burly in terms of rib shape and muscle dimension from behind, that's her. Here's a high performing kind of female, one that's a little too far along in terms of maturity for me. You need to be careful there too on the amount of condition that she's got on her. But if you want a pounds heavy, weight per day of age one that maybe is going to raise you some bulls, that might be it. Next young lady, that one's just a little bigger and flatter for me. Next one, too, just starts to give up some balance. This young man's got an awfully long-sided female. She just gets a little tighter in her rib as she gets out from the side profile. And here again, we just give up some balance between the heifers above them. Maybe they don't handle their two rear wheels quite as well. This one that's going to finish the class, that's kind of the case, a little more refined. But let's give the exhibitors a round of applause. Not a bad class.
A lot of quality in this class, particularly in the leadoff female. I thought it was close between 2, 3, and 4 on down the line. But never a doubt for me to go ahead and lead off with this young lady in the black shirts heifer. I think standing still, she's a runaway winner in terms of eye appeal and profile. She's feminine about her head and neck. I like her body shape. I like her muscularity. I particularly like her hip and her rear leg standing still. You get her in motion, and I think she moves just good enough. I wish she took just a little longer step, but the angles read right. Her front angles read right. Like I said, her hip and her rear leg standing there is second to none in this lineup. Could we pick her up in her chest just a shade? Could we balance her out in her tail head just a bit? Probably so. But in this lineup, like I said, she's unrivaled for that combination of traits that she brings to the table. 2 and 3 and 4, like I said, are close. This is a big framed heifer here in second. Thought she had maybe just a little more, and this, given her chest floor, may sound a little weird, but I still think that she's one that's a little more feminine up through her front end. I think she's stronger and leveler down her top and out of her hip. I like the way way she sets her rear leg down to the surface. I would just like to pick her up in her chest floor. I'd like to lean her up in her condition to really freshen her up. And when you get right behind her, I wish we could base her just a little bit wider. The one coming out in third is a kind of an interesting beast. There's a lot of cow there, especially on top. She's got a lot of depth. She's got a lot of just natural width as you study her. I wish maybe we matched it, the amount of mass she has up high with the extra stoutness in terms of foot and bone. And she may be just of the top three, the plainest in just her overall look. Up front, a little rounder out of her hip, maybe just not quite the extra foot and bone, but nice female. The young lady's done a great job showing her, compliments to her in that regard. The one here in fourth, wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to slide her up, maybe as far as second, because she's moderate, she's deep-sided, she's practical in her kind. At the same time, I thought the cattle in 2 and 3 maybe had just more to them, and she didn't necessarily correct them in any the areas that they faulted in terms of the balance, the style, the eye appeal. She's a little plainer in her look, but that's not to fault a female that has a lot of practical pieces. She's going to have a lot of utility on down the road. The kind of the gray or the tan-colored female is an interesting one. You got to get in and study her. She's a female that got that extra set to her hock and her pastern. She just needs a shot more body and rib, but she's long-bodied. She's sound-structured. You did a good job showing her. And then we close with a female that big-framed, long, big-boned, maybe in this particular lineup just ran out of those quality pieces as you study her from the profile. A little heavier in her condition. I'd like to lean her up just a shade. But all in all, great class. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those young people for a nice job.
Well, thank you, Mr. Agnew, for those comments.
Red Brahman calf in reserve. You need to be in the staging area at this time. Final call for the calf champion and reserve calf champion to be in staging. We'll be moving to your championship drive here shortly. Please check in.
We're currently judging our second class of black Brangus females in the North Cattle Arena. So Class 3, Black Brangus, we need you to the north staging area. Class 4, get it on your mind.
chapter, 6-2 Coy Mackey of the Caldwell FFA. Congratulations to our ribbon winners in classes 14 and 15.
Well, as we get out here in our senior division drive, a lot of quality, kind of an interesting division to put through. I think there were some classes where I kept waiting on the one to just jump up and grab the class, and you got to work through some things, and then the depth and the quality is certainly there, so that makes it challenging. I think our first class in this division, two of the same type of color of cattle that also remind me of one another. They're both bold, they both got width, they both got dimension. One of them I thought was a little sounder and a little better in terms of her rear leg, and that's the one closest to me. I'd like to pick her up in her chest in the floor just a bit, and I guess in a championship lineup, does she just have that striking look? I think her hip and rear leg reads big time, but up front, maybe is she just quite good enough in that regard? And then second place, like I said, bold, got a lot of width, maybe comes up just a little short in her stride for this particular lineup. The second class in this division, kind of tan-colored heifer in front of me, she's really good and basic in her build. I like that about her. I like that she's clean-jointed and big-legged. I like that she's strong-topped and level out of her hip. In this group, especially compared to the cattle on either side of her, is she deep enough in her heart and full enough back to her rear rib and flank? I think that's the question. She'd like to rock her back and her front end just a shade, but compared to her contemporaries in that class, I thought she was the one that looked like a class winner in terms of balance and eye appeal and some kind of top-end pieces. Second, that dark red female, she's deep-sided, she's very practical, she's a little round out of her hip, got that extra set to her rear leg, but a nice high-quality female. And then our last class, we just got through talking them. Thought that was an easy class winner, and this particular young lady's female, she reads with a lot of quality. She's got a quality head on her. She's got a quality build about her. She's a female that been well shown, and you can just tell kind of has the look about her out here. Could we pick her up in her chest? Could we clean her up in her tail set just a shade? Maybe. Could we take her just a little longer stride? I think her angles read great, but for whatever reason comes up just a nickel short in her stride. Those are all nitpicky things on her, on a really high quality female. And then second, a big frame, long bodied female, maybe runs out of gas down low. Like to pick her up in her chest floor relative to her flank as well. So that's kind of how I see these cattle. As we get them back out here, there's certainly some debate, but to me it kind of falls together. This young lady is going to be our champion, and we'll follow her up with class 1 out of this division for reserve. Congratulations.
We need exhibitor 20225.
Again, it takes just a little while to get your eyes dialed in terms of, comparing traits and qualities and how they need to line up for that. But the one thing that was done very early in the class, and I have absolutely no question in my mind about the one that needs to win, and that's the young lady up here. This is an awfully nice one. I mean, she just does so many things so well. I just love her natural width and base that she has. I love her overall dimension. I like her bone work. I like her bigness of foot. Is she probably the rocket front of this one? We'll see today. Maybe she will be, maybe she won't be. But I think it's very appropriate for her because she just has so much mass, but yet she carries it in a very, very attractive package. I think that one is just so functional and so useful. I'm guessing your breed would like to generate a whole bunch of them that look just like that, and they would just serve your purpose extremely well. Nice job, young lady. Does a really good job. Young man coming here in second. This one from her shoulder back is made really well. I think she's long and extended in her spine. She's good and soft and flexible in her top line, and she is good at the ground. I love to watch this one walk around the ring. I think she's very, very comfortable. Would I like to make her just a notch prettier up front? I probably would for me. I'd like to make her a little longer face. I'd like to clean her up just a little bit, but I think that one sorts herself up in terms of there's a lot of heifer there. She's long, she's functional. The young lady coming next, here again too, one that I think is designed very nice in her shoulder. She's flat and angular, how she's made in through her shoulder and out through her hip. I don't think she comes with as much natural spread from end to end as the heifer standing directly above her. And her too, for me, my personal preference, I'd like to just see her a little bit cleaner, a little bit neater. If she could do that one puts together a really good side profile. Again, from her shoulder back, that one I think is very designed extremely well. This young man here, his heifer has an advantage in terms of cleanness and attractiveness up front. I just don't think she's as solid at the ground. She's just a little more hesitant about the way she gets out and goes. She's a little more restricted in her hip when she travels. So although she gives me that side profile that I like, I just need to have her wheel out her hip and her rear legs just a little better. This one is a big, deep body kind of heifer. She gives up a little bit of balance in her lower 1/3 as compared to the heifers above her. She drops behind her shoulder just a little bit, and those two things just throw her off in terms of an overall balance. The young man with the heifer there that's just not being cooperative again, kind of a high, big volume kind of female, just gets a little plainer up through her front end and her lower 1/3, but she's big and stout when you look at her from every dimension. We start to get into some heifers that just give up some balance. This one's just a notch shorter bodied. She rolls off her hip just a little bit. This one here too, she just doesn't have the natural spread and dimension to her rib when you look at her from any angle. This one probably does, but for me, she's a little low fronted. She's a little broke right behind her shoulder. We just need to design her differently in her front 1/3. This one here, she wants to scoot just a little bit off those rear two. And the young man we're going to finish with, we too just need to drop that rib, spread her out from end to end in order to get her a little higher up the class.
Well, as we come to the end of our Red Brahman show and we get ready to give away another $10,000, this is a tough decision, and this has been high quality from start to finish. I was impressed with the grays, and I'm impressed with the reds as we come out here in our championship lineup. Before we go any further, how about we congratulate the young people on a job well done? That's what it's all about. I know we've taken some time here today. We've got 2 big shows still left, so I'm going to refuel just a bit, hit the restroom, and get ready for a good Beefmaster and a good Gert show here in just a second. But I want to take just a second while we're in here and talk about the Red Brahman cattle and how good they are, how good they're getting in terms of the quality and the top-end features that these cattle provide. It started here in our youngest division, and this heifer the young man, the cowboy, had, I think, is big time. Is she quite ready today to win this show? Maybe not, but I think her pieces are pretty unique. One thing I love about that female, and I'll brag about her again, is how her pin bone comes out and how her hock stays square and how her pastern walks away. It's an awesome view of a young, skinny, green one. You do a great job showing that's a high-quality show calf. And then you got the reserve, shoulder back, love her balance, almost as level in her hip as we've had today. Great rear leg set, a little farther forward in her knee, but you do a good job showing and deserve to be out here in contention for things because of the quality of cattle that you brought to the table. Our middle division here, our intermediate division, I really like this one right in front. I think she's pretty fault-free in her kind. I think she's got body. I think she's got rib. I think she's got quality. She's got that extra neat look up through her front end. As you get directly comparative to the one right behind her, competitor in this group. Does she run downhill just a shade right to her hump? Is she quite as stout in terms of her foot and her bone and her feature? Those are some things going through my mind, but on her own, I think that's a high-quality show heifer here that the young man does a good job with. And then reserve, we talked about her in class, or Division 2, but stout structured, strong tops, maybe a little plainer up front in this particular lineup, but very high quality in terms of the pieces that she brings. And then our last division, I think one that's very well represented out here. I think a female that it's tough to take them to this size, weight, age, have them get a little deeper in terms of calf and hold them together for a big competitive show. I love this heifer in terms of the way that she reads in her angles. Above that, she's a long-bodied, extended, very high-quality, well-presented type female. I think she reads with a lot of quality up through her front end, and then behind her hump down her top line, she's strong, she's level, she's got a nice shape to her hip. I appreciate those things. For a bigger, older one, how much do you discount them or credit for if they're carrying a little extra chest floor, or maybe just a little extra in terms of condition? I think those are things that are going through my mind in her, but the quality's sure there. Certainly a female that's right in the thick of things. And then the reserve in that division, big, bold female. It's got a lot of dimension to her. In this particular grouping, maybe not quite good enough up through her front end, but the young lady did a nice job presenting a very high-quality heifer out here. This is a tough decision for me. I'm going to be very comfortable with the two that we land on. It's just kind of which order you want to get them on, or get them in. Let's congratulate them one more time. I'll select the champion in reserve.
Good class here in your Brangus show, and a nice place to start. I think this one probably does so, or for me, she caught my attention when she came in, and I don't know that I ever really doubted that she probably wouldn't win the class. I think that's a pretty nice one when the young man gets her put together on the side. You appreciate the extra profile and silhouette, but where she really kind of goes ahead and grabs the class is when you get around behind her. This heifer's got some dimension, and she's got some shape and some muscle. I think her rib shape is designed to match that. I think she's pulled apart down low and up high. I think all of that fits together extremely well. She gets just a notch more masculine, maybe in the front part of her shoulder and right through the crest of her neck. Not bad, but maybe just not as smooth and neat as a couple others. But I think that one is very, very solid at the ground. I think she'll be very competitive when she comes back here for the calf division drive. The young man in second, he does a really, really nice job showing. Now, is this one the stoutest featured one in here? No, she isn't. And she gets beat pretty bad in terms of muscle compared to the one ahead of her. But do I think she has enough? Yes, I do. She just doesn't have near as much as what that one does. This one is a really smooth-made kind of female. I think she's clean and flat in her joints. I think she's flat in her shoulder. I'd like to bold her up, maybe in the lower part of her rib shape, and stouten her up from that standpoint. But I think she has an advantage over the young man standing in third when we ask him to get out and go. I think this one sets more comfortably and more right on her foot. This heifer here tends to want to roll on her back feet just a little bit. I don't think she gets out with quite the nice and attractive stride that the one ahead of her. Beyond that, I think they're similar in terms of type and kind. Maybe a notch more stoutness and bigness here, but I think she also comes with just a little bit more coarseness of front end. But a good, solid kind of female that has a lot of productivity written into her. Young lady here who does an exceptional job of showing one. This one just gets a little plainer in terms of that side profile. The waist she has up front and the extra skin she's got in her underline just throws that off. But she's a big, burly kind of female from her shoulder back. We like that. I like her extra bone. Just starts to give up a little bit of balance to me for those two particular reasons. As is the case with the next heifer. This one's a little shorter made, but she's certainly got too much through her front 1/3 as compared to her rear 1/3. I'd like to change that about her. This one here, too, just gets a little smaller in her framework, gives us a little balance, just not the extra bells and whistles. And the last one just gets up too much in terms of pounds and performance to sneak up the road very far.
We need exhibitor 15336 and 25156 to the north staging area. Class 4 Brangus, exhibitor number 15336 and 25156 out of Class 4 to the north staging area in our Black Brangus show.
Adams Fab.
Class 7 Black Brangus females, we need you to the north staging area. Class 7 Black Brangus females, we need you to the north staging area.
It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Just like to make the announcement, if you were fortunate enough to be a breed champion or reserve breed champion, we need those bios back on you up to the announcer stand as soon as you possibly can. We'll need those bios during the Supreme Drive this evening. So if you are fortunate enough to be a champion in the gray or red Brahmins, or the Simbra, or the red Brangus thus far, we need you to get those bios up to the announcer stand here at the show arena as soon as you possibly can.
Beefmaster exhibitors in Class 1, need you to be checking into the staging area. See, we have most of them assembled. This will be our class call for Class 1 Beefmasters to staging.
Okay, folks, I burned some brain cells on that one. Whether I got them right in your mind or not, I know I've taken the time to evaluate each of these cattle, and I think I appreciate the good things that they bring. I think I also have identified things that I would like to change maybe about them. But I think the one that wins probably does so pretty handily. And, you know, she was about 5 steps into the gate, and you realize, man, that one's good at the ground, and that one just brings so much dimension to the table. You know, when you look at her from the side, I think she's really good in terms of rib shape, depth of body. When you get around behind her, she's really got a lot of shape, but yet it's very, very proportional to her body. It's very female-like. I just think she balances up the best. She brings the most stoutness in terms of from the ground up, but still does it in a very feminine package. I like how she gets and goes around the ring. I think that one's pretty doggone good. The heifer that probably causes me the most of what do I do with her is this young man here in second. Is she maybe the prettiest one up front of any of them here? Maybe so. But at the same time, she gets a little short in her front end. She starts to push forward in her shoulder just a little bit. But that's a really, really good top line in one. That's one that's made smooth in her joints. She's long-bodied, probably the longest-bodied heifer of our top 4. So I think that's a pretty good one. I just like to stretch out the front 1/3, and I think it would make her more proportional to the other ones. But for a slick heifer, who what you see is what you get, I think that one has some real good parts and pieces. This young man here in third, you have to make up your mind if she's too moderate for you. She is probably the most moderate quality one in the top end of this lineup, but she is made really well. When she came in, I certainly appreciated the way she's in at her groundwork. She's good and solid in her foot. She's good in her rib design. She brings all those things with her. I just need to stretch her out a little bit. I'd like to make her just a notch bigger in her kind, but that one is so solid that I think you have to appreciate the completeness and balance that she has. And I think she does give me just a little more balanced look than the young lady here, who you do an exceptional job of showing, one young lady. This one, she's got that head right where it needs to be, so that heifer draws her top line in good. She just does a really nice job there. This heifer just comes up with a little more in her lower underline that starts to throw her balance off a little bit. I'd like to just shave that tail head down a little bit too, and I think that would just draw that line and extend it just a little bit better. But that's a good solid one. I think she draws all the characters and qualities of the ones ahead of her, maybe just not to the degree enough that you can get it over the hump. Here's one that's just a little bit bigger framed. You decide where that fits for you. She's long-bodied. I think she starts to give up some forerib and some shape from that standpoint. She just gets a little more tubular, but she's extremely long-bodied. She's big in her bone work. This one, too, just comes up a little bit plainer, a little bit shorter from end to end, maybe carrying just a little more condition than we'd like, but she's big in her body, and we appreciate that about her. Again, a long-sided one here that just starts to give up some balance. She gets a little weaker in her top. She maybe doesn't handle her rear, too, as well. Again, balance and balance here in terms of giving up some muscle shape. This one, just not maybe enough of her compared to some of the other heifers. She gets a little shorter, a little finer in her bone. I'd like to just make her bigger and stouter in her features, as is the case with the heifer standing directly behind her. This heifer has probably got a few more pounds and go, and she's pretty good in terms of functionality and practicality. She, too, just gets a little bit plainer, breaks behind her shoulder a little bit, doesn't reel out and stretch in her step just quite as nicely. And we're just going to finish the class with cattle that are a little finer in their bone, a little smaller in their foot, just maybe not the extra bells and whistles to get up a ton higher.
Beefmaster heifers in Class 2. Need you to report to staging. Check in Beefmaster heifers Class 2, please.
class is Kinsley Van Wickle. Tomorrow, from Sweeney FFA, placing 8, Amory Perez, Clear Lake FFA. Our 9th place exhibitor is Sadie Blankenship, Anson FFA. In 10th place goes to Madison Hanson, Pecos County 4-H. We've now got our previous 4 class winners and 2nd places back into the North judging arena. From those females, our judge, Deb Core, will select our Heifer Division winners.
Well, this is a great way to start us off here in our Beefmaster show. This is the largest class of the show. So if you're competing in here today, just know that you've got the most competition of anyone in the whole show. And so for that reason, we basically need to cut the ring in about half. So we're going to have to excuse a few exhibitors. But I want to give a few compliments. Some of these younger cattle, you can tell they're just a little greener and a little immature. There's some cattle with just a lot more boldness to them at this stage of the game. But the quality is sure there. Looking at these cattle right here, they've certainly got a bright future ahead of them. They just need a little more time and just a little more groceries in order to really compete. These 2 cattle right here are close, deep-sided, dark red one here, maybe just a little plainer in terms of her look. Young man's got a nice female here that's built well, maybe just not quite enough to her. Young lady right there has got another deep red one that's got a lot of depth and a lot of body to her, just a little plainer up through her front end. A cool built one here this young man has. I like that heifer a lot in terms of just her makeup. Didn't know if there was quite enough to her to get over here on the other side. Black one right here, strong topped, really got a good set of feet and legs, particularly her rear leg. Maybe another one that we just need just a shot more body and rib. But a really competitive class. Let's go ahead and congratulate those young people as they exit the ring.
I certainly think the cattle standing out here are of quality that you have to appreciate, that they set themselves apart from the rest of the calves. And we had a lot of calves in this particular division, so I think these cattle have earned these spots particularly well. The young man, you remember when we talked about her in class, from her shoulder back, she's made as well as any one of them. I like her at the ground. I think she reaches, she's flexible, she's soft, she's comfortable from all those aspects. She's really immature in her body shape, maybe compared to some of these other heifers out here, but that's okay. She's still a calf. You got a lot of forward motion to go, and she'll be just fine. Does she give up a little bit in terms of look through her front 1/3? She probably does, for me. But I really, really like the design of that one in terms of how she's made at the ground and how she gets out and goes. Young lady with the calf here in the 2nd class, that one is just awfully pretty when you look at her. From the side profile, she's probably the most unique through her front 1/3. I like that extra length. I like the extra cleanness that she has. She just has an awful lot of balance. She is big in her bone work. She really, really is heavy boned, but yet it's feminine enough to me that doesn't make her coarse in her makeup at all. I just think that one is pretty balanced from end to end. Young man here in the 3rd class, a long-bodied female, but I think when we get out here with a couple of these others, she starts to give up just a little bit of rib shape. I think she's just a notch tighter right behind her shoulder. She maybe gives up just a little bit of flank, but that's a good, smooth-made, long-made, very, very functional one. And when the young man that wins the last class, sure, an awfully nice one here too. She comes at you with some of the extras. Extra good in the way she looks from the side, extra good in her rib. I like how she's designed from hooks to pins and tail head down to her dew claws. I don't think she's quite as pretty up front, maybe as one other one that we've got in this class, but at the same time, that's an awfully good one. There's a lot of good quality here, and you can come in and pick and choose what works for you. Let's give them all a round of applause, and I'll show you how I'm going to place them today. I think the one that most resembles our division winner is a young man from the 4th class. He'll be your reserve.
Final call for Class 2 Beefmasters. We need entry 19-695. Final call for lineup, South Staging Area, Beefmaster Class 2.
Class 8 Brangus females, we need you to the north staging area at this time. We're currently judging Class 7, so Classes 8 and 9, Black Brangus Show, start getting on your mind. We need Class 8 to the north staging area. We need exhibitor 13499. Class 8 Brangus, exhibitor 13499 to the north staging area.
Outstanding class. Fun way to start us off here in our Beefmaster show. This will certainly bring you back to life if the afternoon's gotten a little long and we've started to heat up outside. I think a class like this is just what the doctor ordered in terms of bringing back the excitement, the enthusiasm there after a little bit of a lunch break. So it's difficult. This is a tough class. You got green, skinny ones that if they were mine in my barn, I'd be thinking, you know, we're better than those that have some maturity to them, that have some body. But maybe as a judge out here with the microphone, sometimes if they're past a point or they just don't have enough to even get them to the cut line, you know, it becomes difficult to infer which one's a green one and which one simply just gets out-bodied. But as you start making your way up the lineup here, you know, I think there are some differences. To me, these two were always the two for me, and then from there on, I would listen to a lot of discussion between them. I think that, you know, they come to the top because they've got that extra extension, that extra show ring eye appeal. They've got that extra presence about them, and they combine it with some body and some dimension and some bone work and some muscularity. Between them, the more that you study them, to me, the hardest one to put a big major hole in, and the one that you fall in love with, the more that she's comfortable out here in the ring, is this dark, white-faced, white-legged one. I think compared to the one in second, she's longer and leveler in her hip design. I think she's a little squarer from her hock to the ground. I think a female that's extremely good at this stage in terms of her bottom line development, and then as you take her to the profile, she is striking in terms of still being a moderate type female, even for this young first class, but still having length of body and extension to her. But here, her hip and rear leg set is unique. At times, she maybe not quite as confident in the way she sets it down off her rear two, but the more that she's figuring out the show ring and this substance she's showing on, she's getting more comfortable. That's a heck of a good way to start this first class of Beefmasters. The one in second has all the quality quality in the world too. I think her head and neck set up high. She's a big back, thick-ended one. She's got a neat rear leg to her. She looks like she was brought here today to win this particular class because she's got quality. She's been fit up well in terms of just obviously I know we can't put adhesive in them, but just she looks the part. She looks like quality cattle. The more you break her down, I think she gets just a little off and a little shorter from hooks to pins. She doesn't have quite the flank set that our young one in front of her does, and then I'd like to square her up just a shade as you get right in behind her. But a unique looking one, round rib, muscular. That's why she's in this particular hole. The one in third, I think some could say, man, that one's a little plain in terms of her kind, and maybe she is in terms of not having just that absolute dead level hip or awesome rear leg set, but she is so functional in her basic kind, and you start thinking about cattle that come behind her that maybe don't have as much rib or body or dimension as she does. Maybe some of them have a structural issue which she doesn't have, so that's why she winds up in third place for me. She's not quite in the same league from the side view, particularly her hip and her rear leg design, but her body, her structure, young man does a heck of a good job showing her. I think he deserves what he got in this class in terms of being that high up with a really, really good heifer. The one in fourth, I think big boned, big footed, deep-sided. You get this one on the move, and she's just a little straighter in the angle to her hock. She's a little flatter at the top side of her body compared to those cattle that precede her. But she looks like quality. She's in this particular lineup, like I said, a deep-sided, big-footed, heavy-structured female with a nice rear leg set. The next cattle coming out, I think compared to each other, the tan heifer just has a little more to her today. Yeah, she's a long-bodied, level top, fairly sound-structured female. She's got base width. She's got more dimension when you get right behind her today than the red and white female. I think the red and white heifer is built for the long run. That's why she's worked up as high as she has. In terms of ones I would want to take home and continue feeding because I love the way that they're built, this might be the one. She just ran out of gas for me in this particular class. When you start to get behind her, she just looks a little greener yet here today. But in terms of the way that they're built and the way that I like them put together, I think that one's about as good as any. Really big-bodied female here with a lot of dimension to her. Gets a little plain up through her front 1/3. Gets a little general and plain in terms of her hind leg design, but I like her body and I like her rib and I like her substance. I'll talk the next two because I think that they've got some unique pieces, but I think that these two, this one right here in front of me, when you get right in on them, she is built like a show steer in terms of muscularity up high, roundness of rib design, huge hip. She's got a neat rear leg set to her. She's also one that the farther that you stand back out of her and you compare her to her contemporaries, she looks a little green today. She looks a little empty in terms of her forerib and flank. If she gets that down the road, she'll be way up in this particular class. That's a nice heifer. And then this young lady right here got a red heifer that's as deep-sided and bold as any. Took me a while to pull her because I just thought, is she quite neat enough up through her front end? At the end of the day, she's big-legged, she's good-bodied, she deserves to be this high, and you did a great job showing it. Heck of a class. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those exhibitors on a job well done.
And we thank you, Mr. Ragland. And here in this Class 1 of your Beefmaster show, first place honors and taking the blue ribbon is 29-97, Ashley Morgan. Cody Lasonica of Escalante from Somerset FFA. Our fourth place in the class, George Shackelford of Columbia FFA. Fifth place, Nate Scotland of Liberty FFA. Sixth in that class is the Rose Six Girls Bowling FFA member. Seventh place exhibitor, Addison Mangolini of Grapevine FFA. Eighth place going to Daniel Morris, member of the Sugarland Pioneer FFA chapter. Ninth, earned by Brown County Parade.
Over here on your Brangus side of things, I think we've got a nice quality set of cattle here from top to bottom. Had just a minute to visit with these young people as Brady was finishing up over there, and I think almost all of these kids told me they were going on to Houston, and that's awesome. You know, you guys have such an incredible system down here where they've got the opportunity to go to several shows this time of year. I'm not sure when they go to school, but that's all right. I'm all about it. Hey, my 5-year-old granddaughter already got her first slip from school that she's missed too many days because she's going to livestock shows with her mom and dad. And I'm proud of that. I think that's just all about it. So, you know, we don't learn everything sitting at a desk in school. And I know I just give these exhibitors credit for going on to Houston. That'll be a very positive experience. So the young lady that leads this class off with, I think this one is an awfully good one. She is really, really good at the ground. When I watch her get out and go on that big foot, she is so comfortable as she travels. I think that's just so solid. She comes at us with a tremendous amount of body. I think she's built good, both in terms of rib shape, robustness, and how pulled apart she is, as well as adequate in her depth of body from the side as well. You know, ideally, yeah, would we make her just a little bit sweeter, a little more feminine through her front end? Yeah, I probably would, you know, but at the same time, I think it's perfectly acceptable. She just does a lot of really, really good things. She's really solid from end to end. I think the young lady in second follows her most closely in type and kind. I think this one is maybe gives up just a little bit of that body shape and dimension that I talk about, but I think she's the next best one in terms of the way she meets the ground, in terms of bigness and foot. When she gets out on a stride, I think it's good. I think she's actually a notch prettier right up through her front end than the one that leads the class out with, but she gives up that extra body and dimension. But that's a close call. That's a good pair of heifers. Young man that comes next, I think he just kind of fits in terms of type and kind with the two that start the class. I mean, this one kind of moderates things for me in that he's sure good looking enough. I like the levelness of top, the levelness of hip. She too just begins up to give just a little bit of body and overall dimension compared to our class winner. This is the pretty fronted one, and this is the one that you're attracted to from that perspective. But as we ask these cattle to get out and go around the ring, of the top 4, she is the one that struggles the most to get out and go on those rear 2. She just gets shorter in her stride, a little more uncomfortable in her step. If she could do that, she could be up a notch or 2, because I think she has that advantage of attractiveness and overall design. I just need to see her step out just a notch differently. Young man here, I told him I give him credit for hanging in there. This heifer, she's kind of getting herself settled down here, but she was not about it earlier. That's tough, but he's a tough young man. This one actually has a really good design to her. I like her from the side. She's very up-headed. She's tall at the top of her shoulders. She's clean through her front end. This heifer just gets a little tighter made in her forerib. I think you can see she just doesn't have the fullness and bigness of body when you move from her shoulder to the center portion of her rib shape. But that one, if you just want design, if you just want one that draws a pretty silhouette on the side, you go ahead and attach yourself to this one and move her up just a little bit higher. I just need to make her a little bit stouter in her overall features. But I told the young man, don't give up on that one. She'll have her better days as well. Here's a big high volume heifer. This young man told me this is his first time to a major, right? First time to a major show. And that's really awesome. And he says it's a little bigger than some of the other ones that I've been to. And it certainly is, but he's done a nice job to be competitive here, to fall kind of in the middle of the class at the San Antonio Stock Show. His heifer just gets a little bit plainer in her kind. She's just not quite as pretty through her front end. Maybe just doesn't have the extra bells and whistles. Young lady there in the blue sweater has got a heifer again that's got a little bit of attitude to her today. She just starts to give up some rib shape. She gets pretty tight when you go from behind her shoulder into her forerib. I just like to make her bigger and bolder. Here we just get a little plainer in her type and kind. Here both these two young ones ahead of me. This young man here as well, one that's a little shorter, a little heavier in her condition, big-bodied for sure, but plainer in her kind.
Class number 9, we need you to the north staging area in our Black Brangus show. Class number 9 is only showing 3 entries, so class 10, be getting it on your mind. Classes 9 and 10, we need you to the north staging area, Black Brangus Heifer show.
Final call for Class 3 Beefmasters to staging. Beefmaster Heifers in Class 3 to staging in the south.
Okay, we need exhibitor 35624, Allie Tiemann. We need your heifer in Class 9, Black Brangus show.
I think a pretty logical place to start this class with the young man up here in the lead. This one does the things that you're looking for first in terms of attractiveness. That's a good top line in one. I really like the way that one goes from the top of her shoulder up to her pole. Really nice in terms of smoothness of crest. I think just from the side profile, she just balances up so very nicely. You know, she's sure adequate in the way she gets out and goes. Would I say she's the most athletic heifer that we've seen today? I probably think so. But I think at the ground, when you look at her right there like she is, the angle to her posturing is good. Her foot size is good. She just doesn't have that real athletic step to her when she travels out. But I think that one is very complete. I think that one takes quality to the next level. Young lady here in second, one that is a little bit plainer in her kind than the heifer that we start with. She certainly isn't as sweet through her front end. She's got a little bit more navel to her. That throws her balance off a little bit. But this is the next one in terms of bigness of foot, length of stride, comfort of stride, productivity. I think she needed to fall in second relatively easy. Certainly a sweet young gal here. When she comes in the ring, she looks at me and she smiles. And that's good. And I just love those dimples that she has. And she's just happy with what she's doing. And that's awesome. That's awesome. Her heifer, again, maybe gives up just a little bit in terms of balance and overall productivity to the heifers right above her. Just a little bit finer in her features, just not as stout all the way through. Young lady coming next has got a long-bodied, clean-made one that just gets a little too straight on her rear pasture. And when you ask her to get out and walk, she just gets a little shorter and straighter in her step. I need to give her more comfort and flexibility the way she travels off her rear two legs. As is the case with the young lady here, again, just not stout enough, not strong enough in the way she travels when I look at her on her rear two. This is a big, clean-made, lean-featured kind of one, but for me, the proportion isn't right. She doesn't match up for being as tall and long as she is. She doesn't match up in terms of body shape, body rib, and overall capacity. So does she have some features and traits you like in terms of cleanness, levelness, femininity? Sure enough. But I need to bring the rest of that with her in order to make her a little more complete.
Second place exhibitor, Brooklyn Wiley, thanking the Brangus FFA. Placing third, Bailey Sanders from Robinson County 4-H. Our fourth place heifer exhibited by Blaine Sessengood from Wilson County 4-H. Our fifth place exhibitor, Rihanna Crocker, Fulshire FFA. And placing sixth is Sophie Craig from Team FFA. Now bringing in class number 9. Books show 3 entries in this class, so class 10, we need you at the North Staging Arena. Class 10 Black Beefmaster females, we need you to the North Staging Arena. Class 10 Black Brangus females, we need you to the North Staging Arena.
Another deep class, a big class. I think we just placed 16, 17 head. And I think getting these top 3 for me was always going to be the end game. It was just a matter of how do we get there. I think the leadoff female, I think, puts together a lot of things that I like in 2 and 3. And she does so in just such a high quality package. I don't think she's rivaled in this group in the way that she sets her head and neck off the top of her shoulder. I think she's got a beautiful hip and a rear leg set standing still. I think a female that when we get her loin, she comes together with easily just this, the most attractive, highest quality look. Now, she's not perfect. I'd tweak her just a shade if I could. I'd like to tone her down in her top line just a bit, both standing and on the move. I'd like to give her just a bit more reach and flex off of her hock as you see her travel. But she's fresh, she's well designed, she's good bodied, and she just leads the class in so many areas. I think that it's close between the red heifers in second and third. Ultimately, you get behind the cattle, and I think the red heifer we landed on in second's bigger hipped. I think she's bigger down her top, a little more genuine and bold in terms of her rib design. I think she stays raised right behind her shoulders just a little leveler, and that helps her balance from the profile. Now, she's probably not in the same league as the black female that leads off with in terms of foot and bone and feature, but I like the way that she's natural and bold in her shape. I like the way she has some real dimension when you get right behind her, and that's why she sits in second. The one in third, you'd think, based off just how massive she is in her foot and her bone and her stoutness, that maybe she would have a notch more to her up high. But when you get really in on this female and you study her down her top, you're just a little more disappointed. She looks like she's going to have that boldness. She gets a little flatter, a little plainer in that regard. Like to pick her up right behind her shoulder, but she's so long-bodied. She's probably the biggest footed, heaviest structured one in the whole group. There are times where I really like that hip and rear leg. There are times, even though I like a good pastern set, that I might want to pick her up just a shade off her rear too. So neat female. She deserves to be this high in class, but you can start to pick her apart just a shade, and that's why she falls in third. A little bit different type and kind comes to us here in fourth, is one that's really round ribbed, one that's got some extension up through her front end. She gets a little straighter off both ends of her skeleton. She's maybe not got that extra length and levelness out of her hip, or carry it down low through her lower quarter and stifle like some. Throws off her balance just a shade, but I like the center portion of her body a great deal. You do a really good job showing her. We got this one up as high as we could. She just starts to run out of gas in terms of height. She's all there for what she is relative to her frame size. She's big bodied. She's wide. She's got a good look to her and a good feet and leg set. She's starting to fight in the show ring a little bit, and then more than anything, you back off the cattle, she kind of stands out for being a little compact. Deep red one right here's got some bone and some body. Starts to get a little heavier chest, not quite just the level hip and the attractive set to her hip and rear leg. Same can be said for the next red one. Long-bodied female that's got some rib shape and some muscularity to her. A little plainer in her design as you study her to the cattle in front of her. So as you work your way down, I think we've got cattle that have a lot of good to them. We've got cattle that are good structured, that maybe need a little shot more muscle and body. We've got cattle that maybe we'd like to change them up and how they handle themselves on the move. But all in all, another big class and a deep class. Let's congratulate them with a nice hand.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the comments here.
This is the last class in this division. I believe so. I'll double check.
Seventh in the class at Amy Harvard, Brangus Hill, and eighth place to Bailey Landry of the Brangus County 4A, and to Sophie Hickman from the Territorial Panel, and 10th place in the class to Billy Wilson, College Station, and congratulations to the exhibitors.
A really nice place to start in the Brangus Division over here. This young lady does a great job for no older than she is. This is not the first time she's shown this one, and she knows how to put this one together. She's got that head right where it's supposed to be. I love the stick speed that she has. You're a good showman, young lady. You'll have several buckles before your career is over, I can tell. This one you just certainly have to love when you look at her from the side. You talk about one that's long from the point of her shoulder to her nose, that's this one. She's long and she's clean, and that just gives her that extra look. For sure. She's long in her body as well. You know, as she stands out here, would I change her just a little bit? Yeah, I'd pull her shoulder in a little. She's got just a little bit wider up front. I just tighten her up there just a notch. You know, and maybe she isn't quite as sappy bodied as some of them that we've seen, but at the same time, I think she's got enough rib shape, enough dimension. There's just some cool things in terms of stoutness of feature, cleanness of front end. I think that one's a pretty logical place to start in this class. I also think our second place fits there very nicely. She doesn't have that extra uniqueness in her front 1/3 that the heifer does that leads out first, in that she's just a little coarser, a little crestier in her neck, carries just a little bit more sternum. But at the same time, she is basically very, very functional. I think this one is good at the ground. I think she's got some overall dimension. Very good heifer. You just got kind of behind one that's a pretty unique individual. But this one, I'm sure, has probably gathered up some really good placings for you and done extremely well. She's a nice, functional, good, complete kind of female. And young man, you bring us one that's got some body shape and dimension. She too just continues to get a little plainer up through her front 1/3 as compared to the 2 heifers above her. We'd just like to clean her up, neaten her up there a little bit, level her out from hooks to pins, but a good bodied, easy fleshing kind of heifer. You appreciate those qualities.
Class 10 Black Brangus females, we need you to the north staging area. Class 10 Black Brangus females. Last call, Class 10 Black Brangus females. Mr. Wolf says we got to roll. We're now leading in Class 10 in our Black Brangus Heifer Show. Following the conclusion of this class, we will pick our Junior Division champions. Then we'll move on to Class 13. So Class 13, Black Brangus Heifers. Start getting it on your mind. Class 13, Black Brangus females. We won't be too long.
Beefmaster Heifers, Class 4, this is your final call for staging. Final call, Class 4 Beefmasters.
Definitely sound like a broken record here on our first couple classes of Beefmasters, but I think we've got tons of quality, lots of high quality heifers out here shown by high quality individuals. I think in this particular class there may have been a little bit more of a struggle for me here on the top end to kind of get those ones that you that really fire you up. And with that being said, we do have a ton of quality up here. It's just a matter of kind of how you want to arrange your priorities. I like the female that we lead off with, this dark red tinged heifer at the ground. She's big footed, she's heavy structured, she's a little longer bodied and bigger and stretchier than the one right behind her. You get behind her and she's one that's got some rib and some dimension up high, muscularity, body, hip, lower quarter, and stifle. Is she the absolute, dead level, most level one we've seen from the profile here today? Probably not. But I think when we can get her loined and she kind of walks into herself like that look right there, we get her loined right there, and I think she comes together with a really nice look. She's just a female that I think was kind of no holes, yet still brought some uniqueness to the table. This kind of cream colored and white one is one that I love standing still. I think she's really maternal yet feminine in her look, up through her front end, her shoulder angle, and then backs it up with the huge body design. I know we've left a little bit of hair back there through her flank, but I think naturally she's just a good body type female. You get behind her and you like just the spread that she has, even though she's still young and green. I like her feet and legs standing still. You get her on the move and she wants to get a little wide walking as we study her from behind. She's a female that, relative to our class winner, not quite the length, not quite the height, just the overall stretch found in our class winner. But all in all, I think the quality's sure there to be in the second place position in this particular class. Red and white heifer coming out next, comes to us in just a little more pieces from the profile, but the basics are there. Good footed, heavy structured, big bodied, long necked, a female that wants to get a little up and down in her top line as you study her, but she can come together and will have a good look on down the road once we kind of get her dialed in there from the profile. But the basics are sure there, and the young man does a good job showing. I thought we got this red heifer about as high as we could without there being just that extra bell or whistle to take her to the top three. She runs out of gas just a little bit in terms of femininity and attractiveness. You get behind her, not quite as much to mention, but what she is a good structured, good bodied, really level made type female. Like I said, she kind of got just a nickel plane looking on us as we compare her to the cattle that precede her in the lineup. Next heifer coming out, I think bigger frame, longer bodied, good structured, gets just a little narrow and flatter as you take her to a 3/4 view or get behind her. Not quite that extra boldness or stoutness that you find in some others. Great job staying with it on this particular female. Young lady gave it all she had. She's got one that's deep-sided, high-performing, just a little plainer in her overall makeup. As we run down the lineup, I think we've got cattle like this one right here that's made really good in terms of her top line and out of her hip. She's one that's just a little too plain up front, wants to bring those hocks in from behind. This is a high-quality female here that's just not quite ready today in terms of her body and rib. All the way down, I think we've had high-quality cattle, but even better showmen. Let's show them our support with a nice round of applause.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. And ladies and gentlemen, taking first place honors in this class is Ty McInnes of Brown County 4-H. Your second place, Camden Schadenberg, the shooter from Columbia. FFA, third in the class, went for 4-H. Hubbard, first with
I think it's really close on the top end of this class, and I wouldn't argue with somebody that swapped these top two around. It's a give and take situation, at least for me. So I'm going to go ahead and take the extra freshness of front end, the extra length of front end, and prettiness that the young man's heifer has here that I started the class with. Does she give up some body to the second one? I think she does. But does she have enough body? I think she does. So therefore, when I have to land on my priorities, I'm going to go ahead and take the one that's just got a nicer look through her front 1/3. I think that one does a pretty nice job from all aspects. I'd lengthen out her stride just a little bit. She's just lazy in the way she gets out and goes. It's not that she's not sound. She is. She's just lazy in the way that she wants to travel. So young lady, you're the one that's got the big, huge, high volume type female in the class. She's just humongous in the way she comes out behind her shoulder and into her rib shape in her rear flank. I like that about her. I also think she's carrying a notch more condition maybe than the heifer right ahead of her. And you just probably need to be careful there in terms of pushing her any harder. But that is a big bodied one, really broody, just gets a little shorter fronted, just gets a little more masculine fronted maybe than the heifer I start with. Young lady here in third, you've got the flat designed one that's solid from every other perspective. She's flatter in her shoulder. I think she's leaner in her makeup. She meets the surface pretty good, but she starts to give up some of that bigness of body. I don't think she's pulled apart near as wide, particularly as the one right ahead of her. I don't think she shows me near the amount of flank as the one right ahead of her, but that one is solid. She's solid at the ground. She's solid in her femininity. You can be very comfortable with that kind of mama cow. Young lady that comes here in the next class, she's a little shorter in her makeup. She's not as extended as the heifers on either side of her. She too is starting to carry plenty condition. I'd like to neaten her and clean her up through her front end. At the same time, she balances pretty well in that she's strong and level in her top and out through her hip. I think she's relatively level in her underline. She just gets a little bit plainer, a little bit shorter from end to end. Young lady, you've got a big, high-performing female here for sure. She just gets a little coarser through her front end. She has a little more shoulder in her. She's got a little more crest in her. And she, too, is probably carrying plenty of extra condition for this stage of the game. Young lady here has got a nice, strong topped kind of female, just not quite enough of her as compared to the heifers ahead of her. She runs out of a little gas in terms of rear flank. Next young lady, her heifer just doesn't want to get out and wheel on those rear two very well, as is kind of the case with the young man that's going to finish the class with. Just gives up some quality in terms of that footwork, bone work, and leg work. But let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for their efforts here today.
Class 13, Black Brangus females, we need you to the north staging arena. We're selecting our division winners in our junior division at this time. So after that's over, we'll start with Class 13, Black Brangus females. Class 13, we need you to the north staging arena.
Attention Beefmaster heifer exhibitors. We'll be moving into our calf champion judging following the placings in this class. So Class 7 Beefmasters will be next to staging.
Well, once again, another really deep class in terms of numbers, and so we're going to be forced to excuse some of these exhibitors, but I just want to say my compliments on a really high-quality class, another one that I think leads to a lot of challenges. This heifer right here, I think shoulder back, you love her. It just question, is she quite good enough up through her front end? I'd like to lay her back in her shoulder, but that one's an awful close call. Same can be said for this one right here, a female that I think at times can give us a good look. There are times where maybe you get her on the move and she wants to come apart just a bit, but I like that female. She was certainly a close call. As you work your way down, a lot of red cattle here that certainly have their differences and then sometimes can kind of all run together, but this one's one I want to highlight. Really strong top, level made type female. Another one that is she just quite good enough up through her front end? Is she quite good enough in the way she handles her rear too? So some really tough calls. Certainly one that as a judge you never want to excuse anyone out the ring, but to make use of the ring for those that we've got saved back, we're going to have to. Let's put our hands together and show our support for these young people that came all the way here to San Antonio.
Thank you, sir.
Folks, this is a challenging division for me. I think you can do a lot of different things and be just dead on with what you were thinking and why you're doing what you're doing. Because I think particularly our 4 class winners, I think all bring some exceptional things to the table. They're a little bit different in their kind. And to be quite honest, maybe when I get them all out here together on an individual basis, 1 or 2 of them looks just a little different to me than they did when they were in class. And that happens sometimes, because you just got to compare what you got in class, and then when you get out, you got a new class. That's essentially what we've got here. We've got a new class. That just happens it's going to be one of your division winners. Young lady with the heifer up here in first. In terms of front end look, she's probably the one that gives up the most. I mean, she just doesn't have that real uniqueness and that real specialness about how clean and neat she is in her front end. but I'm not so sure she's not the best one at the ground. When she gets out and steps and when she gets out and goes, that one is just super, super comfortable, and I like that. Structure is important to me. You know, I'm not going to single trait selection on anything. It has to become a combination of factors, but if that's what you want to do, maybe that one wins the division just on foot shape alone. That's a good female there. Like I say, maybe just not that exceptional up through her front end as compared to the others. The young man with here, the heifer in second, you know, before they came back in here, I thought maybe she easily gave me the best front end look. I still think she's awfully good in that particular area, but I think there's one out here that starts to give her a run for her money in that respect. If you look at one that's just totally balanced from front to rear, this is the one that you're probably attracted to because she has that attractive front end. She's nice in her shoulders. She's certainly laid in good in her top line. I think she begins to give up just a little bit of natural rib shape and dimension and how she's blown apart in her rib as compared to maybe the other three heifers in the class. So you have to decide there, are you willing to give up some of that to give the extra look that she has, the extra flatness that she has? When you ask her to go, I think she's certainly acceptable, but do I think she has that real athletic walk to her like the one right ahead of her? I think she gives up just a little bit there. But certainly I am not going to deny that I get attracted to one that is really cool through their front end. The pieces all blend together. So that's the thoughts I have on her. Young lady here in third, this heifer I think just continues to grow on me, and maybe it's just because you're such a good showman, you get her put together so well, you know how to draw out her features. She's the one that I think starts to become competitive with the young man in second in terms of how she is through her front end design. That one is sweet from the top of her shoulder to her pole. She's long enough in her front 1/3. Yeah, maybe she draws just a little more attention to her sternum than the heifer standing right here in front of me. But I think that's a long-fronted one. I think she's super stout in her foot and her bone work and her makeup. When you get down and you look down her top, that's a big top in one, that's a big end in one when you get around behind her. I think she's got a real unique curvature to her rib. Does she have quite the sappiness of rib shape as compared to the heifer standing behind her? Maybe she gives up a little bit of that in her forerib. But I think that is a really strong individual that just continues to grow on a person when you're out here. She's got some unique pieces that I think will be really fun to breed on. And then the young man who finishes this division with this big high volume kind of female, I thought in that class she too just put together maybe the extra front end, a little nicer look to her than the heifer that stood second. I think she's just a really complete, solid kind of individual. This division is tough for me. I could go a couple ways and sleep at night really well. So, but it's my job today to go ahead and do this division. You guys decide on your own, and I sure wouldn't argue with you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm going to take one more look, and I got to decide.
Your junior champions in our Black Brangus show, coming to us out of class number 9, exhibited by Allie Renee Tiemann, Washington County 4-H.
Another really good class here, a deep class, certainly one that has some top-end quality here, especially these top two. As soon as they hit the ring, they were the two that I think, to me, rose to the top in terms of the unique pieces they bring to the table. But with that being said, to me, the one I'm the most comfortable with is the red and white one that we start off with. I think, comparatively speaking, she's just a little better in terms of the way that she handles herself on the move. And then above that, from a structure standpoint, and take her above that, she's a good-bodied, muscular female that balances up extremely well from the side. Now, is she the absolute stoutest bone one that we've seen or the freakiest up to her front end? No. But in this lineup, I think she does the best combination of providing some structural integrity with some real body and rib shape and muscle shape, and she does so with a high degree of attractiveness as you study her from the profile. Now, probably the one that's the most out there in terms of some of her pieces is the one in second. If they're standing back in the beds or if they're just standing still out here, she's the one that you kind of gravitate towards because she's got some out there pieces. She's big-footed. She's heavy-structured. Her head and neck set high off the top of her shoulders. She's definitely got those extremes covered over the red one. Problem is when you set this female on the move, she wants to get a little too tight for me compared to the one right in front of her in terms of how she handles her hock and her pastern. But body shape's there, bone is there, freshness is there, muscle is there, and the front end quality is there. It's simply when you get that heifer on the move where she slides second for me. 3 and 4, just two red heifers that I think fit really nicely into where they were positioned. The third heifer is one that there's not a whole lot of holes in her, probably not that top end bone or stoutness or look up front, but she's a tall fronted, big frame female that's got some depth to her rib. She's one that when you get behind her, maybe runs out of power just a shade, but I do prefer her hock design and the way that she handles herself on the move compared to the red one behind her. Red one behind her is a stout structured female. She's got some depth to her side, gets a little plainer up front, maybe gets just a little sharper in the angle to her hock and a little uncoordinated in that regard. I missed this heifer at first, but one that I think is still a little skinny and a little green, but her pieces are there. I like the way that she's built. I like her head neck design. I think she just needs a little more time. She needs a little more maturity to go ahead and really body down. Black brindle female is probably the longest bodied one of the whole group. Gets a little uncoordinated in how she handles herself on the move, and I'd like to drop her down in her rear rib and flank. This female is kind of deceiving. She can give us an awesome look. She's got an awesome showman at the halter, and then there are times where maybe she looks a little plainer about her front end, not quite the bone, not quite the muscle. So she can go back and forth in my mind on where you want to place her. That's why she's kind of right there in the middle of the class, and because there are times where you catch her in a really good look, and there are times where maybe you think she's just a little plain. Little red here is a little lower to the ground. Her shoulder back, she's big-bodied, a neat hip and rear leg design. There are times maybe she gets a little plainer up through that front end, and as you step farther back off the class, maybe she looks a little smaller and lower to the ground. Black female there is really good structure, just doesn't quite balance up out of her hip. Same can be said for the red heifer here. She's one that's good-bodied and ribbed, just times you don't catch her as good from the profile, and then the young man's probably got as big a higher performing female as any. She just doesn't quite use her hock and rear pastern like we'd like to see, but all in all, a really nice class. Did a good job showing. Congratulate these young people, if you don't mind, with a nice round of applause.
Final call for staging Beefmaster Class 7. Final call, Class 7 Beefmasters.
Need exhibitor. Class 14, Brangus females. We need you to the north staging area. We're missing some heifers, so Class 14, we need all exhibitors to the north staging area. We're missing some heifers.
Awesome set of Beefmasters here in our youngest division. I think all four classes had 15, 16 head, and certainly made this guy work for each and every placing. I think, and I knew the show was going to be good, but the quality starts off here awfully hot here in the middle of the afternoon. That youngest division, youngest class, I should say, that was the biggest class of the show, and I think these two representatives do a good job doing that class justice. To me, this red, white-footed one is pretty unique in a lot of ways. Her foot, her bone, her length of body, for being a young kind of green one, to still have the depth to her heart and back to her flank and balance up like she does. I mean, standing there, she's just perfect structured. You get her on the move, and like I said in class, she's still kind of trying to figure out how to be comfortable on this turf, but that's a nice female, and the young lady does a good job. Second place in that class, hip bone forward. There's a lot of real cow power there, big top, thick-ended. Like to square her up just a shade from hock to ground, lengthen her hip just a notch. Second class, I think this brindle female is probably the most striking from the profile when we get her loined. There's not one in here that rivals her head and neck set off the top of her shoulder. She's still really good bodied. You get behind her, she's got enough muscle to her. You know, there are things you could nitpick her for right there in the center portion of her back, both standing and in the move. On the move, I wish was a little more relaxed. Maybe pull her down in her tail head just a shot and give her a shot more flex to her hock on the move. But awesome female, and just in terms of sheer quality, she's certainly in the mix. Second place female there, above her legs, everything above it, the top 2/3 of her. I love her body. I like her muscle. I like her width. She gets a little frailer in terms of her feature as you study her down low, but an awesome female. The one coming out next is interesting. She's in that third class. She's one that's huge-footed, big structured, good bodied, got muscle. She's really cowy in terms of her look. She's one that, what's going through my mind on her is, did she just quite put herself together with that picture look from profile? There are times we need to get her loined and really kind of pick those pin bones up. Is she quite neat enough? Although she's extremely long up through her front end, does she quite take that picture in terms of a division championship with this much quality? And then second place on that group, love her body shape, love just her smooth, well-blending look. Maybe gets a little wide walking as you study her from behind. And then our last division yielded two really high-quality ones in that particular class. This red one, I sure think looks and fits the part. She's a female that doesn't have a whole lot of major holes. She's a female that's good structured. She's good bodied. She's good muscled. I like the way her tail head sits on her top line. Same kind of story with her is in this championship lineup, what is the level, the top-end level that she can hit us with from the profile? She's not the biggest fastest footed one in the world, but she's good enough. She's got a good hind leg, but maybe not the most attractive set compared to some. So those are all things that go through my mind on her, debating the champion and reserve champion, junior Beefmaster. And then our second place, neat pieces is the way I would describe her. Neat-necked, huge boned, just like to see her a little sounder when you get her on the move. So this particular division is tough for me. Every division has a story. What's the story? What's the two that ended up in your mind, and how do they fit together? I'm struggling to kind of put these story together, but at the end of the day, I'll go back to my first impressions. I'll figure out which ones hit me the hardest, and when they hit the ring, I thought, man, that one's big time. In this particular division, it's this youngest one's going to be champion. The one right behind her is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, your division championship goes to the winner of Class 1. That's 29,293.
I like your coat.
Champion and reserve division champion in that division.
Brady, I didn't see that division, but I know you made a group of people there kind of in the middle of the stands awfully happy. You know, and that's what's fun about coming down here. Mark and I have often commented about the environment, you know. You guys aren't afraid to get excited about, you know, a big moment, and that's what it should be, because you've worked darn hard to get there. And so, you know, it may not happen that way tomorrow, and maybe it didn't happen next week, so you're exceptionally excited that it happened today. So I am all about that rewarding these young exhibitors for the efforts that they've put in. In this particular class, there's one I think that surfaced to me, you know, pretty handily, but then at the same time, the longer they're out here, you know, that second one, she does an awful lot of nice things as well. But this is the one, just like Brady talked, sometimes you got to go back to which one hits you the hardest early on when you're trying to figure out the right thing to do, and that was this one. When she came in and I saw the extra big foot that she has, the extra stoutness of skeletal structure that she has, the comfort that she has when she walks around the ring, and she's adequate in terms of attractiveness through her front end, she just hit me pretty hard. And even though this second one starts to push her just a little bit the longer she's out here, I think I've got to go back to that initial impression and say that's a pretty complete one. That one's awfully good from a lot of features things. She's just burly and she's stout, but she still looks like a good female. Young lady's heifer in second is a notch bigger in her outline, and maybe she's designed just a little bit nicer right behind her shoulder. But I just don't think she's quite as burly as the one that wins. I don't think she's got quite the extra bone size that this one has. I think she might be just a little flatter in some areas in terms of her shoulder workup, and maybe even a little joints just a notch. But I just don't think she gives me that extra that one does there. But that's a good, solid female. That young lady knows how to show one. You kept yourself in the running there, young lady. Nice job. Young lady we're going to bring here in third just gives up some extras. She gets a little more waist in her sternum, a little more waist right there in her navel. She just doesn't have that extra bigness of body as compared to the heifers that stand directly above her, but a really good, solid female. When she gets her head up like that, she can get her to come together pretty well. That's a good, solid one. It's just that her sternum stands out there for me a little too much to give me the overall balance that I like. Young lady coming here's got a big bodied one that's carrying some extra condition. I'd sure like to freshen her up from end to end, but we have to appreciate the extra body and dimension that she has. The young man coming here, his heifer was in the running there for the top 3 or 4 spots for a while, but when I asked him to go one more time, I think this one begins to sift herself out from the logistics of moving. She just gets shorter in her stride. She's a little more restricted in her hip and her hock. I just need to change that in order to get her up to that third position like I thought about. Young lady coming here has got a nice heifer, just a little bit smaller version. She's a little shorter in her overall makeup. She, again, too, has just got a little more lack of balance in her lower 1/3, but a good, solid kind of female. Just like to stretch her out a bit. This heifer, I'd like to make her different right behind her shoulder. You can see she really breaks behind her shoulder. She also gets a little bit lighter in her features in terms of bone and foot. Young lady coming here, it's a little bit of the same story, just not enough of her compared to those bigger, high-volume females that stand directly above her. She just gets a little more tubular in her rib shape, just not the overall sappiness that I see in the heifers above her. As we get into the next couple heifers, they're just heifers that get a little bit plainer in their kind. This one's got plenty of condition on her for me as well. I'd like to stouten her up in her bone work. I'd like to clean that one up through her front end. This heifer too, she's just a little bit greener in her kind to compete. She doesn't have the extra profile and extra balance, as is the case with the young man that finishes the class. But a nice one there for sure to start with. She'll be competitive, I'm sure, as we move through the drive.
Class 15, Black Brangus Heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Class 15, Black Brangus Heifers to the north staging area. After 15, we'll move into our senior division drive.
Beefmaster Heifers, Class 8, you need to report to staging. Final call for Class 8 to staging.
Solid red, the whole class. Some white mixed in, but a class of kind of similar characteristics all the way through. With that being said, this young lady's female, the dark red female we're going to lead off with, kind of a no doubt winner for me. She was about the only thing in class that I felt truly confident in terms of exactly where it needed to go. I think at the ground she's built the most appropriately. I think she's a moderate female compared to the one behind her, and then with that she comes to us bold and wide and opened up in her forerib back to her rear rib and flank. Her top line is consistent, she's level, she's sound. Is she the absolute freakiest one in the front end or the top side of her crest? Probably not. Is she the biggest bone we've seen? Probably not. But in this particular lineup, I think she puts the most good together, and it's kind of a runaway winner for me. I spent the most time out of those top three debating 2 and 3, and I wouldn't fight you too hard if you flipped this pair. I think ultimately there was just a little more upside in the red and white faced female coming out in second in terms of her top end features, and to me she brings bone and foot and stoutness really over first and third in this particular class. She's the leader in that regard. She's neat up through her front end. She's, like I said, a big frame, long-bodied female with that extra height. I wish we saw just a bit more curvature to her forerib, a bit more dimension up high, and as you take her from behind and look at her down low in terms of her twist and her stifle, I wish there was more dimension there. But neat female, has a lot of neat pieces. The one coming out next is a little bit more moderate, really fresh-haired. You've done a good job with that female. There's no really, what you see is what you get, but her skin has been well taken care of. She's moderate, she's level-made, she runs just a little heavy up to her front end relative to her flank, not near the bone and foot of the one right in front of her. But if you wanted to say that there was just a little more rib shape there, a little more moderation, and flip that pair, wouldn't argue with you too bad. You did a nice job showing a good female. Red and white female coming out next, a little raw in terms of her center rib. She's big-footed, she's heavy-structured. Wish she was just a little more feminine in her look. She looks just a bit more masculine, a little stouter in her build. But if we can make that female just look a little more like a lady, I think she's got some neat parts. Like I said, love her foot, love her bone. Think she's got some pieces to pass on to the next generation. Next one coming out's got some body and some rib to her, a little frailer in her makeup, a little heavier in her chest floor and around her tailhead. Next one this young lady's got in front of me right here is another one that I think a nice female. She's practical, she's deep-sided, she's got some rib and some body to her, a little plainer in terms of her look and her overall design. I do want to comment, this young lady has probably one of the more unique ones of the group. She's neat up through her front end, she draws back really level, she just runs out of gas from a muscle and a power, and then most evidently a bonework standpoint. She's still a little frail, but you got one that's pretty unique out here in terms of her front end quality and her overall body. So from that point on, I think you got cattle that have rib, maybe just not quite enough look, or maybe we run into some structure issues. So my compliments to this deep set of cattle and an even better set of kids. If you could, put your hands together and let's show them our support with a nice round of applause. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ragland. Taking first.
Beefmaster exhibitors with entries in Class 9. You need to check in at the staging area. This is a small class, so we're going to ask Class 10 Beefmasters to come up in a few minutes. Class 9 is only a 4-head class, so it'll go real quick. And Class 10, you need to be ready to stage right behind Class 9.
In the class we have on the Brangus side, I sure think an awfully nice place to start. This one, she just really creates a really beautiful picture when the young lady gets her put together. She's got her head out there at the top of her shoulder and extended upward and forward like you like it to be. I think she's just super feminine in the front 1/3 of her body, and that's probably what reached out and grabbed me to begin with. Yet she's strong in her top line. I think she's nice and clean in her underline as well. I think that's just a really, really good place to start. I think that one is just solid as a rock. Young lady that comes in second, here one, I think she most closely follows the type and kind of the heifer that we start with. Although she's not as extended, she's not as extreme in terms of uniqueness of front end. I think this one puts her parts together pretty well. She blends from front and forward to rear really well. I think she's moderate in her kind, so you choose whether she's too moderate for you. But I think she puts together all the good things that she needs to for me to fall into second hole. I think this is a good pair here to fill into third hole. When you look at that female, I think she's very good at the ground. She's big in her foot. She's not as heavy in her bone work as some of them that we've got in here, but I think she's ultra feminine through her front end and the way that she's made. She's doing a nice job with this calf here at side. I think for me, she was a pretty logical third. Here we've got a huge bodied one that really is dimensional from all aspects when you look at how she puts her rib shape together. She's just a little shorter fronted, a little more conventional in her front end, just a little more masculine. Like to neat and clean her up from all aspects, and then when you do that, she becomes very competitive because she is big boned, she's big footed. You know, she's one of those that sometimes maybe somebody thinks they're a little too squishy in their foot. I haven't gotten on board that boat yet. I just as soon have them that way as the other way. But that one from her shoulder back is made extremely well. I just like to clean her up front. Big high volume one that starts to give up some balance and quality, I think, compared to the heifers above her. We probably like to space out those teats just a little bit on that one. This one that comes in here, just a good, solid kind of pair. I think got nice udder quality on that one. She too, again, just gets a little shoulder, or gets a little more shoulder in her, just not as tweaked up through her front end. This one, again, a big-bodied one, really functional, useful, doing a good job with that heifer calf at side, just plainer from end to end. And that's just kind of how we're going to finish the class with cattle that maybe don't have the extra balance, the extra look, than those that are at the very top of the class. But certainly, these kids all get an A for effort, and let's show them we appreciate that.
Okay, because yeah.
I think a great way to start this class with this pair up front. You know, that's a pretty good looking factory there. I mean, she does some things really well, and I think what she does most exceptionally well is when you ask her to get out and go around the ring. That one is really good in her foot and the way she likes to travel. I think she's very, very comfortable from that aspect. She draws you a really pretty picture as I stand here and look at her as well. I think she does those things good, and she's got a pretty fancy heifer calf here on side. That's doing a good job. I'm guessing you're happy every day when you go out and look at that calf. And I'm sure you had some fun showing that high quality female as well. That's not to take a lot away from this good pair standing in second. I just don't think she gives me the extra bells and whistles as the one that starts the class with. But she too is doing a nice job of raising a high quality calf inside. Just not the extra sweetness through her front end. She gives up some shape and dimension when you get around behind her. She's not as wide from stifle to stifle. Just doesn't give you the top shape as the one that just left the class. And the young man we're going to finish this class with, this one too is certainly not a bad female, and she's getting after it, and she's raising a good calf there. Her udder quality, her teats are maybe a little more blunt, than what we think is ideal, but she seems to be getting along at this point okay. I just don't think she's quite as attractive and neat as the cow factories that were standing above her. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause and appreciate them rounding out your Brangus show.
All right, you Black Brangus exhibitors, we are about to lead in our contestants in our senior division drive. So you CAF winners and you junior division winners need to start making your way to the north staging area. We're about to select our senior division winners, so our division winners in our heifer calf and junior divisions, we need to start making your way to the north staging arena.
Just a reminder, Class 9, real small class, Class 10, you need to be at the gate ready to check in the Beefmaster show.
Really a tough class to sort through. I think here on the top end, there's a lot of give and take. Ultimately, this young lady's female. She's a little smaller than the rest of them, but at the end of the day, she combines a lot of things that I like in the cattle that come right behind her. I think, compared to the one that is in second, I like the way she handles her hip and her hock and her rear leg. She's not perfect in that regard, but I think she has the advantage compared to the one in third. When you get right around to a three-quarter view or you get behind the cattle, she's got real genuine rib shape. She's got muscle shape up high. She's still fresh and good up through her front end. She runs downhill just a shade. She's not as big as some of the cattle that go behind her, but at the end of the day, to me, she's the best combination female in terms of having that extra width, the extra dimension, the structural integrity, and the extra balance. So nice female to go ahead and lead off with. From the profile, I think there are things about either the ones in second or third that you say, that's my class winner. The one in second, you'd say, that's the deepest bodied, boldest rib, most maternal looking one here in the whole lineup. And then at times you get her on the move and you think, man, is she just a little plain up through that front end? Is she just a little straighter and tighter in the way that she handles her rear two? Those are enough to get her beat in a class of 18 for me, but she is one that when the young lady can stop and get her set up, she can give us that balanced, maternal, ultra, just a practical look, and then you get her on the move and maybe those things start to fall apart, so she slides second. If you're taking her from the profile and you like this deep red, white-footed one, it's because you think that's the best looking one of the whole group. And from ringside, I said, man, why do you not start one like that? She's big-footed, she's heavy-structured, she's neat up through her front end, she's good-shouldered. The problem is when you get right around on this one, she's not three-dimensional enough for me. She's not bold enough up high. She doesn't come quite stout enough out of her hip, and I'd like to see her go with just a little more base width. They don't have to be massive. They're not show steers. I get that, but I'd like to see her just a little bolder to kind of match her depth and her look from the side. But like I said, if you're just drawing a picture from the profile, she's the one you start with. Black and red coming out 4 and 5, I think are similar cattle. To me, they're moderate. To me, they're bold. To me, they've got good structural integrity. To me, they're a little plainer center up through their front end, not quite the look and the design and just the out there type pieces found in our top three. But I do want to commend both those two young men on doing an outstanding job with cattle that I think have a lot of practicality to them. Next heifer coming out next, the front 2/3 of her I like a great deal. She gets just a little off from hooks to pins, gets a little tighter. When we walk them around, it's kind of when I put you in the lineup, it's because I wish she handled her rear two just a little better. But you've got her in good shape, you got her bold, and that's why she is where she is. You know, you come down the lineup, and I think we got all cattle that we could talk all the way down in terms of their quality. That heifer wasn't a fan of where she ended up in the lineup, but I think he did a good job staying with her. We've got cattle here that I think, you know, they've got some rib and some utility to them. They probably just don't balance up with the best of them in terms of just overall look and eye appeal. But that's another deep class. I think we had 18 or so ahead in that class. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those young people for bringing their projects to San Antonio.
Thanks, sir.
And we thank you very much.
Here we are in another drive in your Brangus show, and another good one. As I say, I've just been really pleased how things kind of come together in the end in terms of the quality that I have the options to pick from. You know, in this breed, you know, I think your strengths have always been the mother cow, and I think these females all bring those kind of qualities to the table in terms of selection. Young man who you won the first class in this particular division, man, this one is monster-footed. She's big bone and monster-footed. As I said, maybe for some people she's almost a little too squishy in her pasture when she moves around the ring, but I still think that's a pretty good, solid, structured one that I really appreciate when she's in motion. She's got a lot of dimension to her. Do I think she's maybe as sweet and neat through her front end as the heifer standing right behind her? I don't think so. I don't think she just has the extra attractiveness in her sternum. She gets just a little bit more coarseness right up through her crest, a little wider at the top of her shoulder. But don't get me wrong, I like that one. I think, ma'am, that kind of female, when she goes out and she's got a cast animal beside her in a field of grass, I think you're going to like that one awfully, awfully well. Here's the one that's probably an outlier in terms of the extra bells and whistles. When you look at one that's going to take a pretty picture at the banner, that's this one. She's just so ultra feminine through her front end. I love her head shape. I love her ear shape. I think she's just really neat. As I said, she ties into the top of her shoulder better than the heifer standing directly above her. She doesn't have the extra mass of bone that one has, but at the same time, I think what she has is perfectly proportional to the rest of her body. I think that one is really, really nicely designed. And then we had a nice pair to run with in the third class. Maybe, again, doesn't go over the top in any one particular area, but does all the things really well. And I think maybe the best part about that one is I think this calf is kind of extra special. I think that one's going to grow up and be a really nice project for you. You know, that's the goal, is that we can go and improve on to the next generation. So I think that one has done her job already and will continue to do so. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause, and we'll find you another champion and a reserve in this division.
Final call for Class 10 to staging in the Beefmaster show.
young lady brings a quality one in line here to be in contention for reserve. And she's designed really well as the one that was right ahead of her. Again, not as sweet through her front end, maybe just doesn't take you over to the edge. But maybe what I like about that project right there as much as anything, that little girl's stomach jumped when I picked the one ahead of her, because she says, now I get to go have my chance at it. You can just read that on some exhibitors, and she's after it. She's a competitor. I love competitive little girls on the end of a halter, and that is sure one to be reckoned with. But again, a high-quality division. I'm happy with the ones we've had out here, but for me, I can't deny the extra bone, the extra foot, the extra stoutness right here. He will be your reserve champion.
Champion in reserve, our junior champion in reserve division, and then bring right back in our senior winners. And we'll select our champion overall black Brangus female.
Well, I didn't quite know what to do with myself when only 4 heifers walked through the ring compared to what we've been through, but I think we've got 4 really good ones here on this particular lineup. I think it class just kind of fits together, and some challenge there between 2 and 3, but kind of no doubt here on the top end for me. Young lady, you bring us a really nice black and white female. She's really long-bodied for as moderate as she is. She's good structured. She's genuine in terms of her width, her muscle shape. Is she the absolute flashiest one we might have seen yet, in terms of her front end? No, but she does have length. She does have femininity, and she just looks the part. You've done a good job keeping her fresh. You've done a good job getting her showed. You deserve to be on the top end here at San Antonio. Nice job. Like I said, I thought the top 2 got off, or the middle 2 got awfully close. There's clearly a size difference, and I get that. In terms of freshness, in terms of the way that they're put together, and maybe even in terms of just width when you get right behind them, the red and white female is the one that I favored. I think she's a little better in her neck set. I think she's a little better in her foundation, and you get behind her, she's got just a notch more genuine width and natural rib shape. The red heifer, the solid red heifer that's there in third, you did a great job showing. She's a female that's bigger in her kind. She's stouter structured. She gets just a bit awkward in how she handles her hip and her rear two. You get behind the cattle, at least in that pair, I thought she wanted to close up just a bit in her pin set and narrow up at her hocks as you watch her go away. It's black heifer here. You've done a great job showing. I think the female is deep-sided. I think she's practical. She's going to make a nice cow. Problem is here in the show ring, I don't know if she's just quite neat enough to look at up to her front end. It gets a little weak in her top and a little off in her hip, but that's being pretty picky of a really nice female. Like I said, you did a great job showing. Only 4 head in that class, but let's show them our support with a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Ragland. Final call for Class 10 Beefmasters. We're moving them into the arena. Last and final call, Beefmasters. Class 10, moving in the arena. First call for Class 13. We are doing champion drive after 10.
Once again, exceptional quality standing out here in the middle of the ring with all 6 of these individuals. But you don't plan on coming to San Antonio or Houston or Fort Worth or any of your majors, and you'd expect nothing less than to have incredible competition. incredible quality. You have to win these days, folks. It's gotten so good. Our exhibitors, our feeders, our fitters, our genetic people that are putting sires out there, just even our genetic technology in terms of all the options we have from embryo transfer and everything else. I mean, we just have all the tools that are at access to us to try to create the best ones that we can. And I'm really pleased with the 3 that I have out here in this line, as well as the one standing next to them. If you can see a pattern a little bit in the terms of the kind of cattle I like one that's going to take a good picture. I like one that is pretty and balanced. Now, I'm not going to give up the other stuff to go along with it just to give one that's freaky fronted. That's not going to happen. They've got to have the right structure. They've got to have the right ridge shape. And you just hope that you can get all that in one package. I think these 3 class winners do a really, really good job of bringing all those things to the table. That calf is pretty special. I think she becomes even more competitive when I bring her out here now than I would have anticipated potentially. But I think that one does balance about as well as anything. I think for her size and her maturity, her pattern and balance, the rib shape that she ties onto her skeleton is just right. Her bone and her footwork for her skeleton is just right. There's a lot of future in that one, young lady. You're going to have a lot of fun. That middle division was close and it was tough, and I wouldn't have any problem with switching those 2, and maybe would do it tomorrow if I had the chance to do it again. But I went with the one that I thought just gave me a little more foot size, a little more total power and dimension, I think, than the young man that stood right behind it. But that was a really competitive division, and that was a close call. But I like this one. I like the extra length that she has. I think she's really sweet through the front 1/3 of her body. I think that one's a pretty neat breeding piece that you'll be able to do lots of different things with. And then the young lady that brings us the one out of the last class. Here again, as I talked about, I like one that's neat and clean and sexy through her front end, and that's this one. She's really good and smooth. I just think it all fits. You can start with her head. She's got so much quality about her head and her between her eyes, and just everything is good. It's not coarse in any way, shape, or form. I think she really ties from the top of her neck forward really, really well. And that just really is appealing to me. I think she blends extremely well from one part to the next. I think she's just solid at the ground. In fact, I think she's so solid, she needs to be your division winner, or she needs to be your champion female in your Brangus show. Congratulations. This is a really good female that comes in second as well, and you just appreciate so many good things about her, and we talked about her in class. She just ran up against a really exceptional one in terms of type and design. I don't reach very often to this end of the class for my champion banners, but I need to today. I like this one, and she's your reserve Brangus.
Okay, you ARB heifer exhibitors, we've just concluded our Black Brangus show. We'll now start our ARBs. So Class 1 ARBs, we need you to the north staging area. Class 1 ARBs. I'm getting ahead of myself, Harvey. Class 1 ARBs to the north staging area.
Reminder to you Beefmaster exhibitors, we'll be moving right into our junior championship, classes 11 and 12. So you exhibitors in class 13, y'all can be thinking about heading to the staging area when we wrap this class up.
Well, we turned the heat up just a little bit here in this particular class, and especially up here on the front end. Young lady brings us a really nice red heifer to go ahead and lead off with. So many things about this female I like. Starts at the ground with her big feet and heavy structured, but then above that, she's good bodied, she's deep bodied, she's really well balanced. She's got that neat, cute head and neck that sets off the top of her shoulder. Maybe we pick her up in her chest floor just a shade, but behind that, it's going to be pretty tough to put a big major hole in that female. I think she wins for fun in this particular class. Second place, I thought, was just the next most like her in some ways to me, that she's quite a bit better in her shoulder design. She's one that's a little smoother made. She's still got some foot and bone to her. She's one that balances up okay. She's refined about her teats. I like that. She's not overwhelming in terms of either performance like the one in fourth or muscle like the one in third, but she's a nice solid female. Probably more than anything, I'd like to darken her color just a little bit. She's kind of got that light brindle color, and it takes you just a minute to dive right into her, but I like her structure, I like her femininity, I like her conservativeness in some ways compared to the cattle in 3 and 4, so that's why she sits in second place in this particular class. The brindle and white one coming out next is one that there's probably not a wider one in this class. She's huge hipped, she's long bodied, she's very muscular, she carries that muscle down through her twist and her lower stifle. She just needs to come together a little better in her shoulder angle. She needs to be a little bit more refined in terms of her look and femininity compared to the cattle that precede her, in my opinion, but she brings an awful lot of good to the table. Big, high-performing, long-bodied, extended, deep-sided one that comes next. She actually has a pretty neat set to her hip and her rear leg. Don't think she's quite as attractive as some of those cattle that precede her up through her front end, though. I'd like to tone her down just a shade in terms of her frame size. She's just a big female, kind of stands out. How do you interpret her in this particular group? But for me, for being a big one, she's still got body and she's still got some neat pieces in how she's put together. The red and white one coming out next is deep-sided and just a little off in terms of her hip and her rear leg design. I'd like to make her a bit more attractive in that regard. The brindle one right here has got some frame and some length. Like to see her have just a little more depth. Maybe like to see her take her rear two just a bit more appropriately off of her as she gets out and handles herself on the move. Red one coming out next is deep-sided, a little heavy in her chest floor, throws off her balance just a shade. This young lady's got one that's strong top, but maybe just a little plainer in terms of her design. Young lady right here has got a deep-sided, practical one, a little plainer about her face and her chest floor. Like to lean her up just a shade, and same can be said for the young man's black female. She's a nice, deep-sided, high-performing female, a little gathered in her teats, a little heavy in terms of her condition. I'd tone her down just a bit in that regard. And then the red heifer that we close with is a nice, feminine, kind of refined looking one. Just needs to have a little bit more expansion to her rib, maybe a little stouter in terms of her features. So great class there, certainly a high-quality top end. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And we thank you, Mr. Ragland, for the overview in Class 10 of our Beefmaster show. First place honors going to Maddox.
Attention ARB exhibitors, we are about to start our show. So I hope we've got Class 1 in the north staging area at this time, so Class 2 start getting on your mind. Also, I'd like to make the announcement to all the youngsters that were fortunate enough to be champion or reserve in your respective breed. Be sure and get those bios back to the announcing stand as soon as you can. We'll need those tonight during the Supreme Drive. So if you were a breed or reserve breed champion previously here today, be sure and get your bios to the announcer's stand.
Great division here, lots of quality. Once again, sound like a broken record, but at the same time, I just want to give compliments to these exhibitors as they come in a different division than we've seen, obviously, all day, and I want to make sure that they get recognized for the quality of cattle that they're bringing to the table. That first class, I think we got kind of a runaway winner in that division, or that class. Young lady's deep red female there is one that I love at her structural base. She's so good in terms of the way she handles herself around the ring. She's good bodied. I think she's good muscled. The question on her in a championship setting is, what about right there at the top of her crest? Is she just unique enough about her head shape? But other than that, a female that I think from there back has a lot of good features. And then second was a big frame, heavy structured female. Maybe gives up just a little in terms of body and dimension to some. That next class had an interesting trio there on the top end, but I went ahead and used the young lady's female, who was a little smaller in her makeup, but she does have some out there pieces. She's a little more refined than the one in front of her at the top side of her neck. I like the way it sends off the top of her shoulder. She's great in terms of her center rib. She's got muscle up high. She's thick from behind. She's a female that runs downhill ever so slightly. We've got her pulled together right there, and that's great. There are times where maybe she looks just a little straighter in the angle to her shoulder and knee. Once again, though, I think right now a female that's pulled together and certainly looks awfully competitive out here. The one that was behind her, deep-sided female, one that I think, got a little tired on us in the way she handled her rear too, but balances up and certainly looks very maternal. The class of 4, the random small class that we've had here, I think still brought us a lot of quality. Young lady had a good cheering section for her, and she brings us a really good black and white female that's right in the middle of things out here. She's, for her moderate frame size, extremely long-bodied. She's still good and genuine in her ribs design. She's good in terms of her muscularity. You get her out here in the championship lineup, does she put herself together with just enough look and presence up through her front end in combination with her hip and rear leg set? Those are questions I have to ask myself. But at the same time, with only a class of 4 head, you never know what you're going to get, and I'm very proud to have that one up here in the lineup. Second place was a little more moderate, featured one deep-sided, maybe not quite the bells and whistles in this grouping. And then we ran into our last class where we had just a kind of a runaway winner in my mind with this young lady's red female, and it starts at the ground. She's big-footed, she's heavy-structured, she's good in her body shape, she's feminine and maternal up front, she's good in her shoulder angle. She's a female, if you're going to get ultra critical, you pick her up in her chest floor just a shade. When you get right behind her, is she the absolute biggest pinned one and the widest walking? Probably not, but the rest of her reads stout, and she sure has enough boldness, I think, for me. And then the second place was just the second best one in my mind on being smooth made, moderate, really sound structured, probably not one that has that extra feature, that extra gear out here in this particular lineup, but I think certainly a high quality individual. So before we go any further, let's congratulate the exhibitors in this division, and I'll select the champion in reserve.
They tell me we've got some big classes here in this particular division. So in those classes, we're going to go ahead and pull 10 to the center and excuse the other exhibitors. And just like Brady said, we as the judge for the day, we hate to do that, but there's also some logistics when you have as many cattle to go through as we do. That's not to say these aren't quality young people, they are, but maybe their cattle just are giving up a little bit of balance, a little bit of look, or a little bit of structure for me to make that initial pull today. But let's go ahead and give all these exhibitors a round of applause and thank them for coming out.
Attention in the barn, Class 14, Beefmasters. You can bring them up to staging, please. Class 14, Beefmasters, first call.
Fun class to sort here. I think a lot of quality in the 10 head that we remained in the ring here. And for me, I really like this one that starts the class with. She just kind of, like Brady said, you know, you go with those first impressions. And she hit me pretty hard when she came in that I think she gives me that look. She gives me that balance. She just gives me the extra in terms of the heaviness of bone and just a really good look. I think she's just really balanced young female for this stage of the game to go ahead and start with. I think the young lady here in second follows kind of the type and kind. This one for me maybe just doesn't handle her top quite as well when we ask her to go in motion. She gets just a little more rigid, just a hair more round off her hip, and she kind of handles her rear too like that. But here on the stand, on the profile, that one is really good. She's really nice. I think she's very, very competitive. Gives me a nice profile. This is really a soft-made kind of female. I really love the top structure in this one. And, you know, throughout the day, a couple times I've said, we want them to be strong-topped and level-topped, but we want them to have a flexible spine. And I think this one does that. And I think she does that because she's made pretty good at the ground. Now, I think she gets just a little plainer in her front end, just a little more navel. And when you get around behind her, she's not spread as naturally wide as the heifers that go directly above her. But that one is a solid one that's going to keep you competitive every time you go out. Young man, you've got a nice one there. This one's best look is on the stand. When the young lady gets her put together and gets her top down, I appreciate the extra extension of front end. I appreciate the extra mass that she has. I will be the first one to say I'd like to design her differently on her rear too. When you ask her to get out and go, she's definitely more rigid in her posture than I'd like her to be. That also starts to look in her hips. She gets just a little rounder. But on the stand, that one is really good looking. The next one comes to us with a big foot and a big leg, big ribs, big bodied. She gives up just a little bit of balance to these cattle that are directly above her, and that she's just got a little more trash up there through the front end, gets just a little rounder in her hip. But that one initially gave me a good impression in terms of rib shape, body shape, and how she's made at the ground. This one gives you the nice side profile look, very attractive, very straight in her lines, very clean and neat from end to end. But she too gets just a little smaller in her foot. She doesn't reach out and she doesn't have that soft, cushy structure at the ground that I need to have. If we cut her off at her hock up, that one becomes as competitive as anybody. I just need to make her with a little more stoutness right at the ground. Here's a big-bodied, burly one, and you like that about her. The trick with this one's going to how to keep her fresh enough. This one looks like she's taken to the feed bucket really well. You're going to need to moderate how much energy you put into that one just to keep her fresh. If you can keep her fresh, she becomes competitive because she's good at the ground, she's big-bodied, she's got dimension. She's not as pretty fronted as some of them, but there's some value in that kind of female. This big brindle, tiger striped one, she hit me because she too is big at the ground. She's got big feet, she's long bodied. I think she's just going to start to get a little more coarse in her overall makeup. Her tail head's going to get a little bit coarser. Her hook boons are going to get just a little coarser. But she's long bodied, big bone kind of female. The next individual just starts to tighten up in her rib a little bit. She doesn't have the natural spread and expression and bigness of body as the heifers above her. This heifer, again, one that gives you an attractive kind of look from the side, but she begins to get a little piecey. I kind of see shoulder, then I see metal, then I see hip. I just like it to blend together just a little bit nicer, but at the same time, young lady's done an excellent job in presentation. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
We're missing some exhibitors in class number 2 in our ARB show. You're about to miss the show. So if you're in class 2 and you're not in the staging area, we're walking in class 2. If you're not here, you're going to miss the show. ARB heifers, if you're in class 2, get in here. Class 3, make your way on down. Go ahead, Brady.
Just like we've done all day, I wanted to make sure that we took some time to acknowledge these exhibitors that are going to be walking out the ring. Everyone wants to make the top 10, and I get that. It's awfully tough right here at San Antonio, so I tried to go down and when Deb grabbed the mic there and talked to these exhibitors and make sure they kind of knew where they stood, I got to about right here, so we'll talk a few more as they start to head out. You can open the gate. We got a dapple one right there the young man has. Really got a good top shape to her. Maybe just doesn't blend herself together quite as well. Long-bodied one here, young lady, maybe just not quite as much body and rib. Tons of body and rib in that one, maybe just a little plainer in terms of her makeup. And I got to about right here with one that's a moderate frame, big-bodied female, just needs to be a way more feminine in terms of her look. So from there back, got a chance to visit with each of these young people. They've come all the way to San Antonio with their projects. I respect that. I take this 10 cut seriously. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Class 3, ARB Heifers, we need you to the North Staging Arena. Class 3, ARB Heifers, we need you to the North Staging Area. Class 4 ARBs, be getting it on your mind.
A good class, certainly a lot of challenge to it. Probably on the top end here for me, it's tough to find one to just totally fall in love with. At the same time, the quality's there. It's just kind of how you want to put it together. This one caught my attention as soon as she walked in. I like this female. There are a few I probably missed. I've always been under the mindset that doesn't matter how you get to where you get on your placing, you just need to feel comfortable with it after you grab the microphone. And I think that to me, this dark red female is a good place to lead off with. I like her at the ground, big-footed, heavy structured. She combines that with a neat look up through her front end. She's big back. She's got muscle shape. She's got turn to her ribs. She's got dimension from behind. I think she's just got a little more upside in terms of her look and some of her pieces than the heifer that falls in second. One in second's a little bigger frame. She's a little longer bodied. She's sound structured. I think she's one that's maybe just a bit more conservative in terms of her the angles of her skeleton, the angle of her shoulder blade compared to the one that's in third. She's a really smooth-made, well-blending type female. There are also times when you're not on the stick, which you're an awesome stick, sometimes she looks a little plainer about her head and her chest floor. She maybe doesn't come to us quite as stout or square as she leaves us compared to our class winner, but deep-sided and certainly one that's very maternal in her look. These are two that are in totally opposite ends of the spectrum right here in 3 or 4. We got this kind of tan-colored one that's huge-footed, stout-structured, still got a pretty neat neck set on her, got a lot of dimension. She's carrying a bit more chest floor than I would like, and there are times where I think she just falls out of balance just a shade. But at the end of the day, I have to appreciate ones that bring that much stoutness, that much power to the table. Wanted to continue to work her up as far as we could in this particular lineup. Same can be said in terms of quality and wanting to work one up in the lineup as this black and white one, just for totally different reasons. She's the feminine, neat-necked, smooth-shouldered, good-looking one. She's already starting to bag up clearly, and so we're going to get a little extra early cash flow there. I like her hip and her rear leg set. Problem is, to me, when you step right in around in the front or around in the back to that female, I just like to open her up, and her chest floor and her forerib and her pin width, and as you watch her go away, she just got a little narrow gauge for me down low, but love that female from the side. That young lady, again, does an awesome job showing. Red one coming out next, a little more moderate in her frame size. She's good structured, shoulder back. You like a lot of things about her. Wants to run downhill and get a little plane on us up through her front end. Huge-footed, big structured type female coming out next. It's really deep-sided, pretty massive. She comes to us a little coarse in her bone work and in her joint work. Like to loosen her up in her structural build just a notch. Young lady coming out next with the white underlined female is a nice structured one, gets a little plain in terms of her overall makeup, and we round out the top 10 with cattle that I think just need a shot more bone or a shot more look as you study them from the profile. Let's congratulate these top 10 in a really deep class on a job well done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ragland. First place honors here in Class 13 going to Logan Mason of the class.
Over here on this side of the ring, again, a lot of variation in type and kind, a lot of variation in maturity, and I think that's, you can see that extremely well in the 4 that I have standing out here. I've got 2, one on either end, that are both a lot more mature than the 2 that are standing in the middle. So why did I divide them up like that? I don't think you can always just keep the similar kind ones together. I think you have to look at the big picture and you have to sort them accordingly. But for me, the young lady that's going to win this class, this is the biggest bodied, this is the heaviest boned, this is the biggest footed one of our top end. Now, would I like to clean her up in her front end? I sure would. I would like to change her maturity pattern just a little bit. She's going to get a little quick. You're going to have to be really careful in terms of keeping that one fresh, trying to keep her growing and not letting her stall out on you. If you do that, she will always be appreciated for the extra mass and dimension that she has, and that's why she wins the class today. I think she just puts together the most quality, the most traits that I find admirable in a female, so she wins. I think this young lady here in second, both second and third, they're a little more refined in their bone work and their overall structure for me than I ideally like. I'd like to stouten up both these heifers at the ground, but I think the young lady here in second, if this is one, can continue to bring body shape to her. I think she's got a really good look. She comes out the top of her shoulder, up her neck really nicely. She's good in her top line. I think her lines are just good enough that as she grows, that she matures in body type and just doesn't grow away. I think this one will be a very, very good looking heifer for me. I'd just like to make her bigger in her overall heaviness and ruggedness of structure. Young man coming here in third, this may be the most ideal one in terms of femininity and cleanness, but she pays a price with that in that she is just finer in her bone and smaller in her foot. I just need to make her more rugged from end to end, but I like the extra femininity. I like the smoothness and cleanness that she has. Here's the other big burly one in the class, and this one's going to have the same challenge as a young lady that wins the class, to keep this one fresh. But at the same time, the show is today, and I appreciated the extra mass, dimension, and performance that this one brings to the plate. I think she's pretty good from those dimensions. She just gets a little coarser in her makeup, a little less fresh in her overall appearance. Young lady that comes next has one that's got some depth of body and some size and rib shape to her. She just gets a little plainer in her front end, a little more waist there in the lower 1/3 of her body. At the same time, you look past that and you begin to appreciate some squareness of rib shape, some squareness of hip. I think she fits nicely into that hole. This heifer here, cleaner through her front end, again, just doesn't handle those rear two near good enough for me to feel comfortable getting her a lot higher, even though I appreciate the extra cleanliness that she has. Young lady leaving here with the yellow ribbon, she too just gives up some balance, She's just got too much there, right there in her throat and in her lower 1/3 to get her placed any higher. This one here is just super, super green. It'll be to her advantage if you start to really pour the coals to her. I think she's got some room to improve and get bigger bodied and be more competitive. Some pieces are there, they just haven't started to blossom yet. Young lady coming next, here one too, that just gives up some balance, gets a little more refined. Young man with the big dark red heifer, a little bigger frame kind of female, just doesn't put together the quality. And the young lady we're going to finish the class with, same scenario. I just need to have them made a little different through their front end, a little bit bigger in their overall bone work.
Beefmaster exhibitors, class 15, final call. Only have 3 head in there. We're short 1. Let's make it to the arena and check in, please. Or notify the lineup crew that you are scratching.
Good class here, and I think kind of a no-doubt winner for me here on the top end of the lineup. A young lady in the red sweater vest has got awfully good female to go ahead and lead off with. To me, at the ground, she's really big-footed and heavy-structured. Above that, I think she's got body and rib and dimension. She's really long-fronted, got a good head and neck set up high off the top of her shoulder. I think a female in this particular group, you know, there may be a little times on the move where she gets a bit awkward in how she handles her hawk, but it's going to be interesting to see what she looks like back out here for division. Just an awfully nice class winner. Now from there, I wouldn't fight you too hard if you wanted to switch things around just a bit. I thought the dark red white female was just the next best, the next most consistent, the next most hardest to put a major hole in, I should say. I think this particular female is good at the ground. I think she's a little more conservative in terms of her shoulder angle and design compared to the one behind her. I think she balances up from her shoulder back. Now, she's not the flashiest in her head and her neck, but a female that I think, like I said, has got some ribs, some structural integrity. Young lady does a really good job getting her showed. One of the stouter featured ones in third. I think big-footed, heavy-structured, wide base, bold rib, muscular, and then all of that kind of comes at a cost where she comes just a bit more apart at her shoulder. She's not quite as feminine at the top of her crest or at the bottom of her chest floor. Like to clean her up in her joint work just a shade, but it's impressive when one gets that stout, that wide, that powerful. Appreciate that female. Just wish she could blend it together a little smoother in terms of her makeup. Probably trim her toes down just a little bit as well. Black female looks better on the move than she does standing still. I think she can handle herself fairly well. She's big-footed and good structured. She's deep-sided. She's one that, from a balance standpoint, is probably falls out in terms of look and eye appeal through her chest floor and out of her hip. Just need to clean her up in that regard. This heifer kept working up in class to me. I don't think there's anything that says wow factor when you first throw your eyes on her. The more you study her, the more you like her. She's good-bodied. She's moderate. She's sound. Is she the flashiest one out here? Obviously, no. But I think that female has a lot of good practical parts, and that's why I kept working her up in my lineup there, studying her and for what she is. The black and white female coming out next is big-footed. She's really moderate. She's deep-sided. She runs out of power and dimension when you get right behind her. She, too, maybe just a little planer up through her front end. The cow-calf pair have to give credit, obviously, to what this is all about. Commend this cow for having a good calf. You know, I think, obviously, it takes a toll on them, but this particular female, I think, is still strong top. She's still got some femininity to her. You know, I think it's probably taken a little out of her down low and in terms of her rib design, but you've done a good job raising two good projects now, so good job, and good job getting them showed. We run into some red heifers as we close here that I think have some body. They have some rib and dimension to them. I think it's just the look, the style, the balance as you study them from the profile is what separates this class. Awesome class. Let's continue to congratulate these exhibitors with a nice round of applause.
Sammy, thank you for the opening.
In this class, we certainly have a lot of variation in kind from top to bottom, and we're going to find that through this whole division because you kind of have a mix of a lot of different breeding programs going on here and things. But in this particular class, I don't think there's any question that this one puts the best lines and pieces together from one end to the next. When she gets her set up like that, she is definitely the one that you really are attracted through her front end and down her top line, outer hip. She's big in her bone work. I'd like to sappy her up in her rib shape a little bit, particularly when I notice that when I get her out and move. I think she's a little more tight and restricted than she needs to be. I'm not sure what's going on with that front teat, why it's a little bit inflated and it's a little bit coarse. I'm not sure what's going on there, but they'll need to keep an eye on that. So if I could soften that one up through her rib shape, maybe just have her be a little bit more flexible when she gets out and goes. That one draws as nice a picture as any of them. Young man coming next. This one is the best footed one at the ground. When you look at her foot size, I think it's really good. And when you ask her to get out and go around the ring, she puts those feet down with the authority that she needs to. She's square and she's comfortable in all those dimensions. I'd like to pull her apart in her rib shape a little bit. I think she gives up some dimension in terms of actual boldness of rib to the heifer that wins the class. But when you ask to find the one that's the best at the ground in this class, I think it's that one. She just narrows up too much. I changed my decision here between these two. I really do think this red brindle heifer, she's just much, much better in her top line. She holds herself together quite a bit better behind her shoulder. I think she's made nicer throughout her hip. She's a little longer and more extended in her overall kind. I think for me, now I feel very comfortable. She needed to be third in this class. This heifer here, she's more attractive than the three heifers that are standing directly behind her. I think she just has a little more look to her when she gets out and goes. I'd still like to clean her up just a little bit, level her in her hooks to pins, but I just was more drawn to her from look. This young man has a long-bodied one that's got some stoutness and structure when you get around behind her. He needs to make sure he keeps that head up on that heifer. It changes her entirely when he gets the head up. She wants to dog it a little bit and get her head down like this. When you drop that head like that, she's going to drop her hips, she's going to drop her rear feet. So that all goes together. So you kind of got to get that working in your favor. And the two big tiger stripe females that we're going to finish the class with, they just lack the balance. They just don't have the attractiveness for me, for my kind. They certainly have a place doing things in the beef business out there. But for me in the show ring, I just need to have them a little more attractive, a little more balanced than the two big tiger stripes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to have in the holding pens over on the Beefmaster side our champion calf and reserve champion calf and the division champion in reserve for the juniors. Please check them into staging.
Washington County 4-H. Our third place heifer was exhibited by Caleb Matusa from Magnolia West FFA. Fourth place honors goes to Oscar Escarino from Jacksonville FFA. Fifth goes to Royce Silvas, Fremont. Exhibitor is Kaylee Kuta from Wharton FFA. And seventh was exhibited by Jada Jones, Crockett FFA. Last call, Class 4 ARB heifers. Last call, Class 4 ARB heifers. If you want to show, you need to have your heifer in the staging area. We're walking your class in. If you're not here, you're going to miss your class. Class 4 ARB heifers. We're leading into the show arena.
Awesome class here of cow-calf pairs. If you're not from the show or the show industry and you're just a visitor here, you've walked in and get to witness a treat, because every class isn't like this in terms of the moms showing with the babies, and you guys get to see kind of what it's all about right here. I'm really impressed with the trio of pairs that we have out here. Obviously, the cows are getting out and doing their job, but the quality of the calves by their side is really, really neat to look at. This painted up pair to me is an awfully good pair. I think that this cow is doing everything that she's been asked to do and more. I think she looks good in her own right. A female that's handled the trip well. Her offspring there, little bull calf, is a heck of a good bull calf. Neat fronted, awesome hip and rear leg. I guess he gets it, from his mom in that regard. She's so fundamentally correct. I appreciate that about her. Maybe a little uneven in her teat design, but it's obviously not bothering the bull calf there. Good, fresh, big-bodied, sound-structured, cool-colored one. Is she the absolute stoutest from hock to ground? Maybe not, but I think think, a female that when she walks in, she just reads with quality. You look at her side, and she shows off her quality there. Just a nice pair to lead off with. Taking nothing away from the ones in second, because this is a heck of a good pair too. A bull calf that has quite a bit of growth and performance. Obviously has the age advantage. Want to commend the young lady for her cow that she's lead-footed, heavy structured, has that advantage over the one in front. I think a long-bodied female that, like I said, bull calf, shoulder back, you love him. I think maybe a little forward in his shoulder and knee, kind of the same with her, just maybe a little flatter up high, but hey, she's getting older, she's doing her job, she's doing the best she can. Maybe like to refine her in her teat design just a shade, goes along with the rest of her body. She's stout. She's a powerful female, and she's passed that on to her offspring there. Heck of a good job, you guys. Y'all brought a nice pair to the show. And then we end with another nice pair, too, one that's probably the closest to calving. Congratulations on getting her. That's a hard thing to do, to bring these pairs to the show and to keep the cow fresh and the calf all right. You guys have done an awesome job. She's a sound-structured female, maybe a little uneven in terms of her teat design. A female maybe not quite the stoutness or the neat look found in the cattle that precede her in terms of the cow side of things, but that's a heck of a good pair that would be competitive at a lot of shows. How about congratulate all 6 of those exhibitors breeding that pair in? That's a pretty neat class.
Thank you very much.
Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, I'd like to advise you that we are staging for our senior heifer drive in the Beefmaster show. Move right into the grand jive as soon as the seniors are named, and then we'll be making class call for your first class of Santa Gertrudis, so it won't be long.
really a high-quality trio of classes here in our senior division for our Beefmaster show. I can't say enough about the depth, how hard that they make a judge work when you bring that much quality and you bring that many numbers. It's just a lot to work through. Starting with here in our youngest class in this division, I thought we had one that as soon as he walked through the gate, we pull him and he just go ahead and lead the class with this young man's dark red heifer, a big-footed, heavy-structured female, one that has a lot of natural rib shape, one that has a lot of natural top shape. In this particular lineup, there's probably two that stand behind her that bring just some uniqueness to the table in a lot of ways, but I want to commend you on doing a great job and a great job showing. Second place there, a little bigger frame, a little deeper sided, maybe just a notch plainer in her overall look. We turned up the heat in the next class, and certainly I think this one that the young lady in the red sweater is dragging it is certainly in contention here. She is, as an individual, she is the most unique animal out here. She is extremely neat up through her front 1/3. She backs that up with also having a pretty cool set to her hip and her rear leg. She's got a good body shape to her, probably because of her extra frame and length of body right up behind her shoulder. She may be not quite as bold as some. There are times where you catch her on the move, although she's very comfortable at the ground. Maybe her hock angle compared to the one right behind her, not quite that extra soft curvature, but on her own, like I said, that female has as much upside as an individual as anything in this entire lineup. The dark red heifer that was second in that class was just the next best one in that lineup for me. She was moderate, she's level, she's sound, she's got body. Probably not one that has quite the extra bells and whistles as anything in this group, but I think the female with a lot of good. And then we get to our cow-calf pair, and I just knew the way that things were going to go after the middle class there, and then we bring a pair like this in and kind of changes the game for me, or at least gives me a lot to think about. This is the goal of the program, to make the next generation better, and this cow on her own, we'll talk her first, is extremely comfortable at the ground. She's great body, she's fresh, she's got a great bull calf at her side. I'm telling you, sometimes it's never really a negative to lead the next generation into the show ring, or at least it usually doesn't end up being a negative. Sometimes it's kind of a net neutral, and in this case, I think it's an extreme positive to see a calf like that on one side, to see what she's been capable of doing is something that's pretty intriguing. Now, she's got a little extra set to her rear leg. She's not quite as stout in terms of her foot and bone as the one that's right in front of us. She's not quite as maybe jazzed up into the front end of her skeleton, but at what she is and what she represents is something that's weighing heavily on my mind, because, like I said, that's kind of the goal of what we're doing here, an awfully good pair. And then the second place in that class, raising a big, huge, stout bull calf, just like her mother. She's that bull calf stout, her mom stout, powerful, exceptionally good in that regard. Maybe one that not quite in the same league as the other pair that I just described in this lineup are, but at the same time deserve to be commended for bringing a good pair of cattle here to the show. So that's kind of the way that I see them. I think you can tell it's down to two. It's just a matter of which order you're going to put them in. In my opinion, I'm going to stick with the pair, and they're going to be your champion. The one right in front is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
I think two real high-quality heifers here standing at the front end of this class. And, I mean, I think you could tell that I was was trying to argue with myself one way or another on what I should do, because I think you very easily can swap these two heifers, and I'm good with that. They're just that much extra quality, I think, in these two as compared to the rest of the class that they surface. And the reason I'm going to go with the cream-colored heifer on top, I think she's just a stouter-made heifer. I think there's just simply more of her. She's bigger at the ground. She's bigger in her foot, bigger in her bone work. I think she's longer in her side. I think she's made longer and leveler out through her hip. I just think there's more total dimension in that heifer than I see in the dark red heifer. Now, will I give up that this heifer, I'd like to see her move out a little freer and easier? I sure would. I'd like to see her just be a little more comfortable off her front step. I'd like to see her just a little bit looser when she goes behind. But standing here, I think she's deadly. She's good in her top. You look at that hip and how the tail head sits in there. You look at the way she's made in her forerib. She really blends very, very nicely from her sternum into her forerib, through the middle section of her rib and out through her flank. I just think there's a lot of heifer there. I think there's a lot of quality. I'll give that I'd like to see her move a little easier, but I think that's a pretty good one. But don't get me wrong, when I saw this red one come into the ring, I thought, there she is. That's the one that I'm going to go ahead and grab onto and run with. And young lady, a lot of people are going to, and they're for doggone good reasons. That one gives you just a great look. She is so attractive, and they have just presented her so well. But as I said, I just don't think there's as much heifer there. She's shorter in her makeup. She's a little bit rounder in her hip, and she too isn't just lightning fast on the way she handles those rear two. She'll pound just a little bit when she goes. I'd like to free her up on that one. But that is a very, very nicely shown one. That's a very nicely presented one. You are always going to be in the hunt, young lady. Young man coming here with this one. I think her type and design is similar to the red heifer in that she's good and strong in her lines. I think she's good and level in her underline, all those things. She's just a little bit shorter made for me, a little more coupled up, so to speak. I'd like to pull her chest floor in just a little bit. But when I get one that's designed like that has a good line, strong top, strong hip, I think she needs to deserve to move her way up the class. The young lady with the kind of yellowish colored heifer here, this one is just green. Man, she is just skinny, and I think that one, with some time and some feed and some management, I think she'll become very competitive. I like her design. She's good and long through her front end. She has some shape when you get around behind her. She's got some foot size. She sets it down there square the way it's supposed to be. Like I say, I think she's just green. I just think as you move her along, and I would just do that, I'd start to give her just a little bit more to make her competitive. I think she will be. I'd level up her hip just a little bit, probably to make her more ideal. But that one has a lot of future. She's high quality. Young man coming here, this one too is good at the ground. I like the way this heifer travels around the ring. She meets her front step with her back step. I think that's all good. She just gets a little more refined in her overall body, not quite as pulled apart as much in her rib shape. You get around behind her, she starts to give up some in terms of dimension. Now, if you want dimension, you go ahead and grab onto this one here, and you'd be right. She's big ribbed, she's big-ended when you get around behind her. For me, she's just a little too coupled up through her front end, a little coarser in her shoulder, not near the femininity and flatness and smoothness through her upper front end, but from her shoulder back, she's made pretty well. This one just gets a little quick for me in design, a little shorter bodied. This one here, and just doesn't have the quality when you get around behind her in terms of dimension and bone work, and balance on this one in front of me here starts to be a struggle as well. Young man here, you've got a bigger outline kind of female. Again, gets a little finer in her bone. Her tail head wants to sit up there a little bit. We'd like to design that just a little bit differently. We got a big-bodied, high-performance kind of female here. Again, the front 1/3 on that one just makes it difficult for me to get her any higher. And we're just going to end with two heifers that just give up too much balance compared to the quality we have at the top end of the class.
Attention in the barn, Santa Gertrudis heifers in Class 1. You can be making your way to the staging area, please.
Well, as we come to the conclusion of our Beefmaster show, I believe this was the largest breed of the junior heifer show. I guess we don't know the Continentals or the British, but I would venture to say that's going to be the case. And the quality is certainly representative of a breed that would bring that many total head to the table. I knew this breed would be outstanding. I always look forward to judging the Beefmaster cattle. I think they've come such a long way. The quality is so out there good. And when you're competing for $10,000 in scholarships, you're going to get everybody's best shot, and I think we've done that today. Before we go any further, and I should have done this in our Brahman show, but we had a group of young people that helped give out ribbons, that helped work the ring, and they helped organize things out here, and I want to compliment them for both the Brahman Association and our Beefmaster representatives. If we could, let's give them a big round of applause and show their support. There is a young man over here that I'm about to give a lot of money to for his tennis shoes here in just a second, because these dogs are barking after several hours here on this. Luckily, we've got this turf, and it's an awesome setting here to judge cattle on, but we're going to get right to it and go right into our GERT show, but I think we need to talk these cattle because they're that good, and the exhibitors have worked that hard. They brought high-quality livestock here to the San Antonio Stock Show. Our youngest division, I like this red and white one more and more that she comes out here. I would love to have that one in the barn and be feeding and working with her. She's my kind in a lot of ways. She's neat colored. I love her socks, and I like how awesome she is in terms of her lines. She's so out there without being out there. She's not chiseled up through her front end. She's not a structural liability. She's just so long and extended and smooth and stout all at the same time. You got a good one there. Probably not in contention here today, but for down the road, that one's awfully good. The reserve there, the brindle one, so neat, so much quality in that female up through her front end. To back it up with a look up front with that much body and rib is pretty incredible. Female that I just think has a world of future in her. Then we really step up to me in terms of what's in contention here in our middle division, our intermediate division. Young lady here in the blue shirt. That female, as soon as she strikes the ring, and if you've heard me today, I'm big on first impressions, and that one's hard not to give you a big first impression because of how she walks in the ring. She's got presence about her. She's stout at the ground. She's big-footed. She's clean-jointed. She's got good rib shape. She's got a lot of just natural smoothness and dimension. That's two things that don't really go together. If you get dimension, you don't really get smoothness. You get smoothness, you don't really get dimension, and she's got both of those things pretty awesome. Now, is she the biggest out of her hip? No. Could she be picked up in the floor of her chest a little bit? Sure, but good at the ground, and young lady deserves to be commended for an awesome Beefmaster show heifer. Reserve in that division, shoulder back, you love the body, you love the dimension. You've done a great job showing that particular female. And then we got to our senior division and presented two, or at least for me, a challenging pair. I think this cow-calf pair, I just said it about 10 minutes ago, but this is what it's all about. The structure on the cow, she is so smooth. If you watch her travel to have just had a calf, to be going through the stress of coming to a show and to still plant and push and flex and still have some dimension and some freshness and some boldness to her. Pretty impressive. You've done a great job. And then look at this bull calf right there. The way he cocks off, I don't know if that one's for sale or not, but I'm sure you're going to have some offers after the end of this show because that guy's out there. He's so unique. I'd be proud if I was leading that heifer just because of what she's already produced. And then reserve in that particular division, I'd said she has the most out there pieces of anything in this whole lineup. She's a female that sends her head and neck so high off the top of her shoulder, and yet still to have that extra foot, bone, feature, stoutness. I thought you could pick her apart in a few areas right behind her shoulder. You get her out here, is she just comfortable enough on the go? I think those are questions you have to ask yourself. But in terms of just out there pieces to pass on, I think no matter what she has, she's going to have a good one, and you've done a great job showing her as well. So that's kind of how I see this group of 6. If we could, one more time, let's put our hands together, congratulate the individuals, and we'll get a champion in reserve.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have your reserve at the standing tag at mention number 13752. That is Elizabeth McCone, the exhibit from Long Bay County 4-H. Her senior champion taking reserve grade honor. Thanks, Mr. Brady Rackman, for I know that he did working our Beefmaster show. Mr. David Wolf, the first superintendent, will be ready to roll into our Saturday show.
Thank you for indulging us to wait for them to, picking these supreme breed champions at San Antonio. They deserve the respect to have your attention while you're doing that. Brady's worked really hard over there. He deserves to have your attention when he's picking his champions there as well. So congratulations to them. It sounds like Brady really enjoyed that division. There must be some good ones over there. I guess I'll get the chance to look at least 2 of them tonight when we gather back up for a supreme drive. In this particular division, again, I think we sorted the ones that had the most quality in each class to the top. That first class was pretty doggone good. It was a big class. We had to sort it up and cut it up, and I think the one that starts this class is really nice. I think that one's a very complete heifer calf that has an awful lot of future. If I was to change this one just a little bit, right in her front end, I'd like to just even clean her up at her top of her neck. If I may be so bold to say, maybe even just trim that and clip that a little bit tighter right at the top of her neck. And then she's got just a little waddle right here, kind of right in her chin, that just detracts just a little bit from her. But I think that one, from a balance standpoint, from her shoulder back and things, is really good. I think she kind of set herself apart in that first particular class. Young lady we talked about in that class, yours is the big-bodied, high-volume, big, broody kind of female, a little more mature than I would probably like at this stage of the game, particularly in her front end, but you have to appreciate the good things she brings to the table. The silver-colored heifer, remember, she was the good-looking one in that class, and she's still a good-looking one when you get out here. In terms of one that's feminine and flat and really good in the way she looks from her shoulder forward, this one may be as exceptional as any of them standing out here for this champion drive. I still would like to soften her and her rib just a little bit. I'd still like to make her just a little bit different when she gets out and travels. The big old gold female here, she is just rugged in her makeup. She's big-footed, she's big-boned. I love the extra length body that she has, and I think she brings a really beautiful rib shape and design to her. Her lower 1/3 is just so balanced and so proportional. It's dead level with her top, and I think she just gives us a really, really good pattern there from so many perspectives. We talked about in class how I'd like to see her get out and travel just a little bit freer and easier, and I sure think that still is the case now. But at the same time, I think that one does an awful lot of good things. I think she's big, she's bold, she's rugged, she is cool to look at. She will be your champion in this particular division. I think it gets really close between the young man at this end and the young lady with the cherry red heifer here. You know, we talked about that one too initially when she came into class. She's the one that grabbed me, and I said, that one I think is probably going to win. And then the big gold one came in. But this one, I think, too, is designed extremely well. I think there's just a lot of positives. There's a lot of future in that one. Again, a close decision here, and I wouldn't argue with you whichever way you want to go. For me today, I'm going to follow in with the dark cherry red one.
Class 8 ARB Heifers, we need you to the north judging arena. Class 7 ARB Heifers, if you're not here, you're going to miss your class. Class 7 ARB Heifers, you need to be at the north staging area, ready to walk in. Class 8 ARB Heifers, so bring your heifers on down. We're currently exhibiting Class 1 in our Gert show on the south side, so if you're in Class 2, Santa Gertrudis females, you need to be in the south staging area. Class 2, Santa Gertrudis females, we need you to the south staging area.
Well, now it's a challenge here late in the evening to dial back in and get focused. Certainly a sea of red coming forth over the next hour, an hour and a half or more as we sort through our girts. Go through and pick up the microphone, and it looks like I definitely don't want to be on that side of the fence right now. So I'll take where we're at right here on the girt side. I think we've got awfully good way to start us off. These top five, really, to me, as soon as they hit the ring, it was all five of them I instinctively liked. To me, I guess, as you start sorting through the differences, what you find here is a female that, to me, is the best combination of traits. Just like we've done all day, we normally start at the ground, and then we build up from the side, and then we make sure and confirm that they've got enough to them when we get right in. And I think this young lady's heifer does all those checklist type items. You start her at the ground, and I think she's a good structured female. You take her above that, a female that balances up well. She's got length and extension up through her front end. She's got smoothness to her appearance. I think when you get her on the move, she remains just as collected. Now, when you get right in on her, and one of my hesitations as we went to a rear view is how much does she have up high? I think she has enough. She doesn't quite overwhelm you in that regard. There are some cattle behind her that come really a lot bolder right behind their shoulders. But those combination of traits, when you talk about structure, when you talk about balance, and you back it up with enough dimension, not to mention she's one of the higher performing, longer bodied cattle in the group, she becomes the place to start for me. Real middle of the road type female coming out in second, and I say that in the most loving, positive way possible. To me, that female has not a whole lot of holes to her. She's really sound structured. She's great bodied. She's one that's really level out of her hip. I think she goes just a notch more comfortably and secure than the one that sits right behind her. She's not nearly as flashy as the one right in front of her up through her front 1/3. That's why she falls in second, but you did a good job with your female there. The heifer there in third is one that when we were on a rear view, when they were parked and set up, I thought that's probably our class winner. She's so genuine in her rib shape. She does have that extra expression up high. She's wide from behind. She just gets a little tighter out on the move. I thought the top two cattle outmoved her in terms of structure. That's why she slides down 3 for me. The 1 and 4, I think, is a nice calf. One that has some bone and some foot and some feature to her. She's got rib design. She gets off behind her shoulder, a little lower in her front end quality, I think. But a female that she's one that if you catch her with the right look, she probably needs to work up a spot or two. If you catch her with the other look, she might need to work her way down just a bit. The 1 in 5th is one that I love just for what she is. You take a step back and you evaluate this class, she kind of immediately stands out as being a little smaller, a little more compact. Don't want to hold that too much against her. Obviously, we got a long ways to go. I think she'll always be a moderately framed, good-bodied, easy fleshing type female. In this particular group, though, with high-quality cattle in front of her, I thought she was just a little more compact in her makeup. We totally switched gears. We got one of the larger, higher-performing females coming out next. She's really deep-sided. She gets a little awkward in how she handles her rear two, not quite as attractive from the side. Strong topped one here that just needs a little bit more body and rib. Really massive stout one here that I think you could argue maybe needs to work up a little bit. She just gets a little plainer, a little more mature and masculine about her head. I'd like to make her more feminine up through her front end to work her up. Then we work our way down to some cattle that I think are really not a bad structured one in the group. They just have differing in terms, or different right now in terms of where they're at condition, where they present themselves from the profile, kind of being young, skinny, green show heifers. But a lot to start off with here in our first class of Santa Gertrudis females. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Raggett. And that results for you.
Who's going to talk these coming out?
With up class 3, Santa Gertrudis State. And ladies and gentlemen, first place honor here in your Santa Gertrudis first class going to the 16 through 55 entry. Our second place class to Christina Reyes.
I'm good.
Reyes of the Apple County 4-H Logan Harley Alpha FFA. Shelby County 4-H, your 5th place award went to Indra into the Victoria County 4-H.
He needs to pay attention when not to talk and let
Royal SSA. Your 8th place award, Sean Lafferty, a Mountain County 4A, Brangus Class, going to Dawson Pritchard at Liberty SSA, and your 10th place award to Annalena Gonzalez, Brangus County 4A.
Over here on your ARB side, again, a huge class. We're going to go ahead and dismiss some without getting a lineup on them. Again, and I don't want this to reflect on the quality of our young exhibitors at all, because I could imagine if you counted up the hours that these young people have put in on their project, it's a lot. And we give them credit for that. We're just glad they came on to San Antonio. They just got in an awful big class. And so most of the obvious reasons for me that maybe something's going to get dismissed today is probably structure and balance. I got to have kind of a good look in them. I got to have them watch and see them move around the ring with some real fluidity and some real get up and go. And so that's the reason that most of these cattle were maybe sorted to this side of the ring. But let's go ahead and give every one of these exhibitors a big round of applause. They deserve our respect as well.
Class 8 ARB Heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Class 8 ARB Heifers, we need you to the north staging area.
Sometimes a class of 5 just comes through the gate and they just kind of sort themselves, and that's what happened right here. I was happy to see all 5 of these cattle. They're all really good. There's not a whole lot of them compared to some of the other classes we've seen. But I think the quality is certainly there. And to me, that's no doubt. This young lady here on with the blue shirt, you got a nice female. To me, in this particular breed, she does a lot of things. As soon as she hit the gate, that's it. I like that one. And that's something I'm big on. She's good at the ground. She's got good body. She's really balanced, just dead level in her top and out of her hip, things I really appreciate. You got a good disposition on her, certainly one that likes to be out in the show ring. She's hard to criticize. If I was going to say one thing, you know, she gets around and she glides when she moves. Now, she is a little awkward in the way she kind of handles her rear too, just a shade, but it's still flexible. She still reaches. She still maintains her balance, but the way she kind of maybe pulls in her rear hock just a bit. Awesome female to go ahead and lead off with. I thought the biggest debate might be between 2 and 3. 2's got that extra style and presence about her. Love her head and neck. You got that advantage over the class winner. It's so elegant up through her front end, level down her top. She too is pretty big boned and big footed. Problem is with her extra frame size, maybe not quite that deep sweeping rib. Now I know they're young and they're going to get it. She's got the balance. She's got the eye appeal that I'd certainly want to take on down the road, bring her back to San Antonio next year. But for now, she probably gets outmassed and outpowered by the class winner. That's why she sends in second. Now, the 1 and 3rd, to me, a little more moderate in her frame size. She's got bone, she's got foot. She's got probably a shot more center rib and body. Her forerib back to her flank is a little bolder than the one right in front of her. Not quite the uniqueness this up through her front end in terms of her head and neck carriage. Maybe just a bit awkward in terms of when you get her in motion, but nice, moderate, easy doing type female. You got a nice heifer there. One coming out in fourth, a little bigger frame, a little stretchier in terms of her makeup, a sound structured female that just needs a bit more rib. She needs a bit more stoutness. She needs a bit more power. You did a good job with her. And then we'll close with one that's strong top, level hip, got a neat hip and rear leg set. That's why I said this class is just really good. Out of just 5, you get to the center portion of her body. We just need to see her a little bolder in terms of her overall makeup. But you did an awesome job showing. Great class. Let's congratulate all 5 of those exhibitors. They did a nice job with their projects.
And we thank you, Mr. Ragland, for the overview of your places here in Class 2 and taking the blue ribbon as well as the buckle donated.
Santa Gertrudis exhibitors in Class 4. This is your staging call. Let's bring your heifers and check them into the staging area. Reminder to Santa Gertrudis exhibitors that classes 5 and 6 are your calf champion class, so you exhibitors in Class 7, be standing ready. Once we move in our calf champion classes, you be ready to move into staging.
Again, quite a bit of variation in this class, you know, in addition to the ones we already released, even this top 10, 12 or so that we kept in here. There's a lot of different types and kinds, and we would expect that with the different breed ingredients that we've got going here and things. So again, you choose what fits for you, what you like to go ahead and do. But for me, in my top 4 that I've got standing out here, I do believe that I am pretty comfortable that I'm using the one that I like the best at the ground. When we get him out and I asked him to go there again those last couple times, this is the one that has the best reach off her front end. Now she gets her feet underneath her just a little bit, but I think she plants that pastern and that foot at the ground more solidly and more correctly than the 3 heifers standing directly behind her. When the young man gets her put together, she gives you a nice look from this side. She's not overwhelming in terms of look, but yet she puts it together in a nice enough package. He does an exceptional job of getting one together. So here I'm going to go with one I think that shows me the most balance and ties the most correct feet and leg structure on her to go ahead and win the class. I like this one from a dimension standpoint. Man, she's got some shape. If you want to make some steers and you want to raise some cattle with some power and muscle in them, you got to like this one when you look down her top and when you get around behind her. She is also huge in her bone work, but when I ask her to get around the ring, she just gets shorter and more. It just struggles more for her to get out and go with the ease and flexibility of the one that was right ahead of her. I think she has an advantage of length of body. I think she has an advantage maybe in overall muscle. If this one could move just a little bit better, a little bit freer and easier for me, she probably wins the class. This one here, again, she too has got her challenges in terms of movement. From the hock down, this is where I need to change this one. She's definitely smaller in her foot. She sits up on her pastern more ideally than I'd like. From her hock up, that may be the one that I like best in the class, in that she's feminine and she looks like a heifer. I like the flatness of joints that she has. I just need to change her from the hock down. The red heifer here, again, too, a really good-looking one from the side, and you appreciate that about her. For me, she gets a little straight and upright in her front end. I need to drop back that shoulder into her skeleton just a little bit to give her a little more comfort as she reaches and she gets out and goes in the front end. This one here is kind of a unique beast. For me, what I need to change about her is her head. She's just a little bit ugly. She's really bold in her forehead up there, and she just looks kind of too steery and too masculine for me. I'd like to change that about her. I think she's really green. I think that heifer's body, and I think she'll continue to improve from that standpoint as she goes. Again, she's just a little too masculine for me up through that head. Here's one that has all the performance in the world. And you got to appreciate that, and I'm going to go ahead and give her credit for that, where she finds herself in this particular class. Huge-bodied, big from behind, big in every element you want to look at. Just a little bit plainer, not as fresh as she needs to be in my mind to go ahead and move on up the class. This one has got good lines and that she's good in her top. However, when she gets out and moves, she wants to roach in her top just a little bit. I'd like to see that a little more comfortable as she goes. I think she runs out of some rear flank compared to heifers above her. This is a nice, smooth-made kind of one, really flat and good-looking, angular, just doesn't get out and travel good enough. This one starts to get a little smaller in her framework. Tried to drop her in her rear flank as well. This one is a little coarse-necked and up through her crest, out through her tail head. I'd like to change that. These are big, long-bodied female here. Just gives up a little bit of balance. This one gets a little more refined in her bone work, but the young lady's done a nice job. And we're going to finish the class with one, like I say, that just gets a little more refined in her bone work. I'd like to drop her tail head down a little bit, but she does have some femininity and refinement about her front.
Lucy from Greenwood FFA. Fourth goes to Kara McKee. Fifth, Madison Elliott, Wise County 4-H. Sixth, Gracie McBee, Wilson County 4-H. Seventh, Carly Manning, Nordheim FFA. Eighth place goes to Sincere Denman, Pearland FFA. Ninth place, Mallory Caveton, Needville FFA. And 10th goes to Hayden Meyer, Needville FFA.
Really a good class here. 5 that think that provide some challenges and some trade-offs. Excuse me. I think the one that just brings the most good to the table is the young man right here. I think a female that you talk about having some performance in this class. having some balance, having some depth of body inside, having some natural dimension when you get behind her. I think your female does that to the highest degree. Is she perfect in the way that she sends her head and neck high off the top of her shoulder? Does she have the most dead level hip? I think we could nitpick this female to death, but at the end of the day, she's a good female that's good structured, good bodied. You've done a good job presenting her, and congratulations on winning a class here at San Antonio. The next heifer we got coming in the lineup is probably the smallest one of the group. She gets outperformed. You're one that I think is still a little green in the makeup, not one that I think is showing quite as much width, muscle, or power today, but I appreciate her structural build. I appreciate her femininity. She's one that I think just going to get better with time, so good luck with her on down the road. The 1 3rd has the most performance. She's stout structured. She's good bodied. You've done a good job showing her. To me, where she falls short is on the move. She gets just a little too limited and a little tighter out of her hock and pastern. Go ahead and set that heifer on the move, and we'll take a look at it. But I think a female that if we could change that about her, she probably rises up to the top of this class. And then we conclude with 2 young men. This young man right here, you look like you were coming dressed ready to show at the San Antonio Stock Show. I like your sports coat. I like your hat. With a tie, you could probably take my job here. So you better be careful, but you're doing a good job. You got a heifer there that's good in terms of her body shape. She just gets a little outclassed in terms of eye appeal and balance from the side view, but you do a good job showing. I like your attitude, and I like the way you came prepared to the show. Same for this young man. Nice, sharp-dressed looking young man that's got a nice heifer, got some body and some rib to her, probably just doesn't balance up in her chest floor and in her top line like some of the other cattle do. But that's a good group. They had to wait just a little extra longer there as we had a huge class on the other side. Let's give them a big round of applause for a job well done.
We thank you, Mr. Eggman, and first place honors.
Attention in the barn. Santa Gertrudis exhibitors in Class 7. You can begin checking them into the staging area. I have a Calf Division Championship drive at the conclusion of this class.
I think the young man that wins this class here, I think she's just the most complete heifer. I think compositionally she pleases me more. I think she's quite a bit leaner and more correct in her condition than the young man standing in second hole. I think this is a good long-bodied female. She strides out good and that she hits the ground running with a nice sized foot, with a nice cushion to her step when she gets out and goes. I'd like to bring the tail head down in that one just a little bit. But from end to end, nose to tail, I think that one is really designed pretty well. You've done an awfully nice job, young man. You got a pretty good helper there. I can see that as well. Congratulations. The young man here has got a really box type made one. I mean, that one is just deep and stout and just real boxy in its appearance. I'd like to freshen her up. She's got just a little too much condition on me probably for this stage of the game. I think you're going to have to be a little careful with that. But she's the one that comes to us with a lot of body, a lot of shape, a lot of bone. I like all those things about her. Very, very nicely presented. The young man, you've done a nice job in terms of preparing for the San Antonio Stock Show. This young lady's got a nice, complete kind of female. She's really soft in her structure. This is the kind of top line I like in one. You can see, I mean, it's not perfectly straight, but what it is it's flexible. Her spine is flexible, and I think that what also helps her get around on the ground like she does. This one gets a little plainer in her lower 1/3 right there. If I could take that navel off that one, it changes her appearance drastically, and I think she becomes very, very competitive. Two heifers coming here, I think, start to give up a little bit of quality compared to the heifer standing directly above. I thought this bigger outlined one had just a little more look to her, and that's why I went ahead and put her over the young lady standing right behind. This dark cherry red one, just a little shorter in her makeup. I think she gets a little shorter from hock to dew claw. She just gets a little shorter through her front end. When we ask her to get out and go, I think she's challenged just a little bit in terms of a step. I'd like to see her get off those rear two a little more, just a little bit plainer in her kind. Same case here, just a little bit plainer in her front end, a little lighter in her bone work. Three big, high-performing kind of heifers here in front of us. And don't get me wrong, I understand there's a place for these kind, but I also understand in this show, I like to have them just to have a notch more look to them than those particular heifers do, but they add a lot of growth and a dimension. Young lady with the dark red heifer, that heifer needs to travel differently on her rear two. And the heifer we're going to finish the class with, certainly a good young exhibitor there as well. Just too fine in her bone, too short in her step. We just need to give her more quality.
Seventh, Marshall Kennedy from Georgia and 8th, Kirsten McCroney from Beaumont FFA. 9th, Brock Sartwell, Falls City FFA. And our 10th place, female exhibited by Kaylee Kloss, Sealy FFA.
Awesome class here. And how about this pair that we have to lead off this particular class? You just won a class at San Antonio, young man. You got a nice heifer there. I think a female that, to me, as soon as she walked in, I like her. She's big-footed. She's heavy-structured. She's still clean-jointed. She balances up well. She's got body. She's got length of body and performance. I think compared to the one that sits in second, she's a little taller in her shoulder. She's a little longer and more extended up through her front 1/3. I tell you, you got a nice female there. You do a really good job with her. Congratulations. One in second's a little bit more moderate in her frame size, but she may be just the absolute most robust there there through her center rib or forerib bound to her flank. She's maybe carrying a little extra condition too, but at the same time, she's just naturally an easy fleshing, easy doing type female. Didn't think she was quite as feminine or unique up to her front 1/3, but her shoulder back, I thought she was great bodied and very practical, probably outmoved the cattle in third, the young man's got, just in terms of structure and in terms of base. Now, standing there, probably need to switch the pair because the young man's got one that's a little bit more attractive up to her front 1/3. She drops down with some body and some ribs. She got some stoutness to her from behind. You get her on the move, and maybe she wants to get just a bit more uncoordinated in how she handles her rear two. I thought that was the slight difference between a close pair in 3 and 4, or 2 and 3. The 1 and 4, I think, is a nice female. She's probably as refined as any up front. She's strong top, level hip. She doesn't quite come with the horsepower found in those top 3 in terms of boldness of center rib, depth back to her flank. She's a green one, though, that's got plenty of time. I like the way that she's put together. This time next year, or as she continues to body down as a bred, I think that female will give them all they want in whatever show that young lady decides to show her at. This young man really gets after it in the show ring. He's got this short switch female. She's long, she's extended, she's got some dimension to her. Just doesn't quite balance up with the best of them as you study her from the profile. Then we run into some cattle like the young man's got here, and I like that cowboy hat. It's a nice look. One that's well balanced. I think it's a nice look to her right there. I think a good balanced, attractive one that's got some body and rib and muscle. Problem with her, she gets a little tight walking. You get her out on the move, she wants to get a bit more restricted out of those rear two. We close with some cattle that I think that primarily it comes down to what they look like from the profile. Do they just have enough show ring presence, balance, and eye appeal to really make it up to the top end of this lineup? Obviously, for me, I didn't quite think so, but the young people have worked extremely hard with their projects. Let's show them our appreciation by giving them a nice round of applause.
As Class 10 ARB Heifers, we need you now to the north staging area. Class 10 ARB Heifers, we need you now to the north staging area.
We've just got 2 in this class over here, and I had a chance to visit with both these young exhibitors. Savannah up front here, I asked her why she had that brace on her leg, and she said she kind of got in the middle of an argument between 2 heifers. So we decided maybe that's not the best place to be, but she's certainly doing a great job here. And the young man standing in second, he's a senior. He says this is his last year showing. He's going to go on to Houston, and I said, you young people really like to show at Houston. He says, yes, I do. He says, I remember you from there last year, and he smiled. So that's good. That's good that when he said that, he had a smile. In this particular class, I think this heifer just wins on look. I think she's just got a little better look to her. She's a little more coordinated in her front end. I think she shows just a notch more body and rear flank to her. I'd like to change her in her hip and level her up from hooks to pins just a little bit. Maybe balance out her rear flank to her front chest floor. But overall, a good, smooth, kind of high quality kind of female. And like I say, this young man here following in second, a long body, tiny calf, just gets a little plainer in her front end. She gets just a little deeper in her chest, maybe compared to the female right ahead of her. But good luck to you in Houston. Good luck as you move through your senior year. We need more good young men like that.
First Division of Santa Gertrudis has me fired up in terms of quality. I like these things a great deal. I didn't know what to expect as they hit the ring. I remember the first 5, I kept telling myself, when of the bad ones going to start rolling in? We need to separate some in this class. So I commend you guys as exhibitors for finding good cattle, breeders for breeding good cattle, and then families as a whole for bringing good cattle here to San Antonio. As we started off, like I said, that first class was tough. I remember those first 5. I think they were awesome. I think they're going to change. I think they got a lot of future in them. But I like these 2 that we led off with. This young lady does a great job showing a big frame, long-bodied, smooth-made one, really sound structured female that doesn't really even look like a young skinny green one. I think you can kind of already see what she's going to be. It's a nice female. The one in second, really a no holes type female, maybe doesn't have quite that top end that some of these stand in this lineup do, but that's an awesome female that the young lady does a good job showing. One out of the second class hit me awfully hard in class. She's really hard to put a big major hole in. She's got body, rib, muscle. I like the hip and rear leg standing still. I think her front end goes with the rest of her body. It's not extreme. She's probably not extreme in terms of her bone work, and she's maybe just a little awkward in how she handles her rear too, although she's still extremely sound in the way that she flexes. Nice female there. I think it's right in the mix here in this First Division. Second place was a real up-fronted, heads up, long-bodied, stout-structured female. Maybe needs just a shot more body and mass to go along with her height today. The third class, I think we had good cattle, maybe not quite that top-end reach, but this young man does a good job with a big-bodied, sound, practical one that I think was just the best of a lot of traits within that particular class. Second's got a long way to go. She's still a little green-looking and immature, but the pieces are there. I always take a chance when they're built like that. They got that front end. She just gets outmassed just a little bit. And then that last class, what a pair. What a pair in terms of our leadoff heifer and the exhibitor, and what a pair in terms of our top 2 cattle. The biggest footed, heaviest structured one out here that's also the best in terms of the attractiveness to her hip and her rear leg set. She's up-fronted. I think she's long-bodied. I think she's sound-structured. She's got dimension. The young man does a good job. The one in second, a little lower to the ground, a little low rider in terms of being moderate. She's got body, rib, substance to her, just a little plainer up through her front end. There's 2 cattle I like out here a great deal. Let's congratulate this young man right here for his champion in this division. Let's congratulate that young lady in the blue shirt right there. She's going to be reserved. Congratulations. Good job, buddy. Nice job. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, your champion here in the Heifers division, going to the winner of Class 4. That's entry number 3601, Kay Baum of the Louise FFA chapter, champion, and Class 2 winner gets the reserve honors. That's Kinley Kincannon of seven, last and final call for Santa Gertrudis cattle. Yeah. First call for Class 8 Santa Gertrudis. Final call for Class 7 Santa Gertrudis. Final call for Class 7 Santa Gertrudis. We're ready to show your class.
We begin this class with a big, stout made kind of heifer. I think she's kind of cool in that she is a little bit bigger in her outline maybe than the heifer standing directly behind her. She's longer in her makeup. She's big and rugged in her overall structure. I think she's really awfully nice. Now, I could see her to be just a little bit more athletic when she goes, but I think that's a good, big, solid, heavily constructed kind of female that still gives me a maternal look as I watch her through her front 1/3. I think that's a nice place to start. I like the lines that the one in second gives me. She's strong in her top, and she's good from the top of her shoulder up to her pole. She's just a little shorter made, particularly compared to the big heifer that we start the class with. But she's moderate in her frame. So there again, you decide, is she too moderate for you? Is she just the right size? Young man has done a nice job in terms of presentation on this one. Top is good, tail, head, hip is good. I like all those things. He gets her set up from the side profile, and you love the angles that she shows you. A little bigger one here, one that's a little more stretched out compared to the heifer right above her. She's just a little finer in her features. She doesn't come at me with the bone or the foot size of the two heifers that were ahead of her, but yet when you look at her from the side, she's pretty clean and neat and feminine in her front end. I think she's flat and angular in her shoulder. I just like to stouten her up in her bone work maybe than to compete with the ones ahead of her. I think she is fresher in her design than the heifer standing behind her. This one's starting to carry just a little bit more condition that she needs to be. A very highly presented kind of heifer. The young man and whoever helps him has done a nice job in terms of presenting this heifer. For me, like I say, she just gets a little quicker in her kind. She's carrying probably a notch more condition than I need. Again, would like to put just a little more bone to her. Young lady coming here has a longer made kind of heifer. I just like to make her different in her front 1/3. I like to see her wheel out on her rear legs, certainly better than she does. This is a big bodied kind of female, carrying a little more waist and extra condition than I think she needs to have, particularly in her lower 1/3. Young man here who came in just a notch late. This is a bigger outline kind of heifer. She's just a little tighter in her hip. She doesn't want to get out and reach and go like I think I need her to be. She's a little bigger. Like I say, I think she gets a little flatter in her rib shape. I don't think she has the sappiness to the middle portion of her body. And we're going to finish up with one again. Carrying plenty of condition for me. I just need to have them designed differently from the hock to the ground.
Class 8, Santa Gertrudis cattle to staging area. Class 8, Santa Gertrudis to staging.
Class 13 ARB heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Class 13 ARB heifers, we need you now to bring your females to the north staging area. Class 14, be getting it on your mind.
There was certainly give and take in all these classes as we come to trying to get to the position where we're at now, but then again, quality kind of started to sort things for me. And I think we probably have the highest quality heifers sorted out here for your championship drive in this particular division. Young man who wins that first class in this division, this one balances up pretty nicely. I think everything fits in terms of the size that she is, the lines that she has, the muscle shape that she has. Is there quite enough heifer there? That's for you to decide. I think she starts to give up a little bit too much in terms of performance and overall go compared to the heifer standing beside her. But balance-wise, that heifer is designed pretty nicely. I think the young man here, this heifer in second, I really like this one right there. I mean, that one, when you put that one together, I think there's a real genuineness about this heifer. She's not as big-bodied maybe as the heifer standing in the fourth class, but this one I just think is so genuine in terms of the condition that she's in, the natural muscle shape and dimension that she has, the length of body that she has. I think I said in class, I'd like to put her tail head down just a little bit, level her up there. You'd clean her up in her navel just a notch. But I think that is a very genuine, good at the ground, good in her overall composition. The young lady here, Savannah, I think was her name. Is that right? All right. Savannah brought us a nice baldy. She's got some softness and she's got some smoothness to her lines. I think this heifer gets a little bit plainer in how she's made out from hooks to pins and about her tail head, maybe to compete with a couple other heifers in this division, but a good high quality female. This is the big stout one in terms of rib shape and dimension and depth of body, and you appreciate all those things about her. She gets just a little more stale maybe about her head, than ideal, but I think that's a good one too in terms of bigness at the ground, the way her bone work is, the body shape that she has. So for me, I think it's a close decision. I think it comes down to be between the young man that wins the second class and the young man that wins the fourth class. As I stand and look at these heifers out here, I do think it's really close. I think this one is just more genuine. I think there's more composition. He will be your champion in this particular division. Hey, congratulations, young man. Woo. Good job. Good job. You're going to get yourself a big ribbon.
Thank you.
You bet. This is a good, big, stout kind of female, too. To be honest, I think the young man that wins the first class and this heifer right here, I think they're similar. As this one grows, I think she's going to look a lot like this one. Big and boxy, deep and square. But for me, I think I've got to go with the extra dimension, the extra performance. This young man will be reserved in this particular division.
And there's a reserve female out of our junior division. Coming out of class.
Attention in the barn, Santa Gertrudis exhibitor, Sydney Garza of Manville, Texas. Registration papers that you may have dropped been turned in up here at the announcer stand for your heifer. Be happy to get those back to you. Know you'll be needing them in the future. At Sydney Garza, Manville, Texas. We've got a set of papers up here for you.
Really a nice class here. A lot of depth. Maybe the margin of difference between the very top end of this class and all the way down to the bottom is probably as tight as anything we've had in a while. I'm comfortable with the heifer that we lead off with. I think that last kind of lap around, just to make sure she's the one, I think as she gets around the ring and she uses her hock and her pastern just a little bit more athletically than the heifer in second. From a balance standpoint, I like her if we could pick her up in her chest floor, but she's feminine about her head. She's good in terms of her body depth. I think she's a little stronger and leveler out of her, right behind her shoulder and out of her hip as you study her compared to the one in second. Like I said, really the only thing you change about that female, you freshen her up just a shade, you pick her up in her chest, but you did a nice job with a really nice female. I think 2 and 3 are close. I think 2's maybe just got a little bit more substance and body and bone and rib compared to the 1 and 3. I think she's one that's a little shallower in her heel. I don't use that term often, but she just looks a little shallower in there as you watch her move around the ring. If we redesign her structurally, I think that becomes a really competitive top pair. A nice heifer, though. The 1 and 3rd, as soon as she hits the ring, she's the kind that I'm naturally drawn to. She's good structured. She's long and extended up through her front end. I like her balance from the side. She just kind of runs out of gas to me from a 3/4 view. She's a little flatter at the top side of her skeleton. Like to drop her down in her twist, give her a shot more muscle shape as you study her down low. But balance is there, structure's good. We just need to flesh her up, power her up a little bit. That's a nice female. One coming out next has got a really big rib cage in her. She's a stout, wide, productive type female. She gets a little choppy and restricted in the way she handles her rear two. She's maybe one that's not quite as feminine. She's a bit coarser in terms of her makeup, but nice female that certainly brings a punch to the table in terms of width, power, and dimension. Young lady's female here is really long-bodied, really extended. Got an extra navel that takes away from her look, I think. If we can just clean that up a bit and maybe freshen her up about her front 1/3, I think her balance comes to life. Right now, she's just a little plainer in her look from the side compared to some. Next heifer coming out, it's got a big top. She's big-footed. She's thick-ended. She walks wide. There are times you catch that heifer with a really nice view. There are other times where maybe I thought she planed up just a little bit down low. I thought she was a little more compact, shorter bodied compared to some of the other cattle. But her foot, her feature, her bone work, that's a pretty nice female. We run into some cattle that come out next that I think are long and extended. They're ones that maybe would just like to stouten up in terms of their bone work, give them a notch more dimension as you step right in behind them. But let's congratulate the exhibitors of this class. They did an excellent job here late this evening.
Class 9 moving into the staging area. Class 9, Santa Gertrudis to staging on the south.
Nice class here, particularly on your top end, and I think these two females that start the class, they're similar and they're the big outlined, high-performing, long body kind of females, but yet what I also do, I like the way they get out and move. And for me, I think the one that wins the class does that to even just a little bit bigger level. She is monster-footed. I love the big foot shape that she has. When she gets out and travels, she is really, really comfortable. I think she holds her top line together well. Yes, ideally, I'd like to change her up through her sternum just a little bit, but I think that one is really solid. I think she's really good in terms of condition and the shape that they've got her in to show. I think that's a really, really nice place to start this class. The big blaze face heifer, I appreciate from a dimension standpoint. When you get around behind her, she's big and she's bold through her quarter. She's big and bold through her rib. I don't think she has quite the foot size, maybe quite the overall heaviness and structure of the young man who wins the front of the class, but that's a good solid one right there. She's big in her body. I like those things. She's long. She's productive. Those kind will keep you in business. Young lady who comes here third has a big body kind of one. I think quite a bit shorter made than the heifers in front of her. I think carrying quite a bit more condition than the heifers in front of her. I'd like to lean her up just a little bit and stretch her out. Young man, I think you've got a nice cow-calf project here. She's just a little bit green in her kind. She maybe just doesn't show me the overall woofiness in terms of rib shape and dimension or muscle when I get round behind her as the heifers that start the class. But a nice quality udder on that one. That's a good project going on right there. Here's a little bit bigger outlined one, but a heifer that just gets a little finer in her features, gives up just a little bit of balance because she's a little bit bigger than the rest of her body coming with her. Here too, just a young lady who's got just a nice kind of heifer. She just starts to give up some balance because she's a little deeper in her sternum, a little bit more navel to her, but yet she's good in her top line. She's feminine in her kind. She's pretty solid. This heifer here starts to give up some body shape and rib shape. I just like to pull her apart in her rib, bold her up from front to rear. She's good at the ground, and I appreciate that about her. I like the feet and leg structure on that one. That's good cattle right there at the ground. This next heifer, again, gets a little finer in her bone work. She gets a little more straight and upright in her shoulder. We'd like to tip that back a little bit, and she'd be a little more